Why do you want to become strong? The last light of dusk was shining through the open window into an enormous bedroom. A young boy, no older than 12, was sitting on the ground while looking at his father. His father also sat on the ground facing his son. The boy's usually curious black eyes seemed unsure. The boy wore a white shirt and black cloth pants, and his build was average for a child. One could not see anything out of the ordinary, except for one thing. He wore a dark black ring on his right ring finger. The ring had a design that made it look like obsidian, which had not completely hardened yet. Other than the ring, the boy seemed incredibly plain. His father, on the other hand, was the total opposite. His chiseled and imposing face could make anyone cower in fear and respect. He had the same black eyes as his son, but the feeling they gave was entirely different. In front of those eyes, it felt as if all secrets were laid bare. He wore imposing black and gold robes and an identical-looking ring to his son's. He looked into the boy's eyes. After a while, the boy looked away from his father, his eyes drifting to one of the windows. To protect the people close to me. The boy hoped that this time, the answer was good enough for his father. He looked back to his father, now with hope in his eyes. There was no change in the man's expression. Is there someone that can threaten your close ones? No, the boy sighed after a while. Then, why do you need strength? The boy looked uncomfortable. I don't need strength. I want strength. The boy shook his head. Why would you not allow me to cultivate, father? Everyone else my age is already at least 2 major realms higher than me. Every time I walk around the city, I feel useless. I just want to become stronger. Is that wrong? The man's expression slightly changed to boredom. Instead of telling you, why don't I just show you? Go to the weapons store near the Broken Heaven Plaza. Stay in there for 30 minutes and come back. Then we can continue our conversation. With that, the door opened on its own. The boy, Gravis, looked at the door. He sighed and walked out. Why did his dad not just explain things? He always had to send him on these journeys to discover the answer for himself. Leaving the majestic palace with spires that pierced the sky, he walked to the Broken Heaven Plaza. The city reached over the horizon. There were so many people flying around in the sky that it reminded Gravis of an aggressive beehive. They were either shooting from A to B or just selling some wares in their flying stalls. Not everyone could afford to buy a shop in this city. Stalls, wares, mounts, slave beasts, buildings, and even palaces filled the sky. This scenery stretched as far as the eye could see. The buildings and palaces in the air alone were over 10 times the number of buildings on the ground. Though all these flying buildings did not officially belong to the city, they still created a congregation that stretched higher into the sky than the city was long. Even though the community in the sky, aptly named Sky Community, was only an unimportant part of the city, Gravis always wanted to fly up there with the others. The Broken Heaven Plaza was not very far from his father's palace. After just a couple of minutes, Gravis arrived. The buildings around the plaza looked very lavish, as if all the owners wanted to compete with their money. One building stood out not for looking especially extravagant, but for looking like a cheap 2-floored stone house. The owner had enough money to build a more prominent building. Just the fact that they owned property in the core of the city proved as much. The building simply didn't need to impress people. Every single person in the city knew it. When his father said, "Go to the weapons store near Broken Heaven Plaza," he could only have meant this building. It was the most well-known weapons store in existence, the Divine Weapon House. Gravis walked into the Divine Weapon House and looked around. It was barren, as not everyone had the right to see the wares. The only thing worthy of interest was a simple-looking old man talking to 2 other people. Compared to the old man, the luxuriously clothed youngster and the well-armed guard behind him looked like they oozed money. Gravis walked to a corner of the store and waited. "Master Linus, please show me your bows," the youngster practically demanded from the old man in a rather direct manner. Acting like an arrogant young master in front of the best weapons craftsman in existence seemed inappropriate, but the old man didn't seem to mind. "Certainly, please come to the 2nd floor." The old man beckoned politely to the stairs. The young man and his guard walked up the stairs without waiting for the old man, who quickly followed. Was this what Gravis' father wanted him to see? He was not sure. Well, father said I should only come back in 30 minutes, so I might as well wait. Gravis sighed and stood to the corner of the shop. After a while, the people from upstairs came back. Without even saying goodbye, the youngster walked to the exit, but immediately stopped when he spotted Gravis. Prince, please forgive this little one for not noticing you. The youngster seemed panicked and quickly bowed deeply in front of Gravis. He seemed very nervous. The guard behind him even kneeled on one knee. Gravis was used to this scene as it happened all the time. Instead of feeling great or powerful by the subservient attitude, he only felt annoyed. Gravis waved his hand slightly. It's okay, don't mind me. You may continue. Thank you, Prince. The youngster rose and quickly walked out of the store with his guard. The old man saw the commotion and noticed Gravis. He immediately paled upon seeing him. He teleported in front of Gravis, nothing unusual in this city, and bowed. Please forgive me, Prince. I did not see you entering the store. If I knew, I would have immediately welcomed you. Gravis sighed. You don't have to apologize. I didn't announce myself or anything. It's okay. The old man seemed relieved and finally dared to look at Gravis. Thank you, Prince. How can this humble self help you? Gravis looked around the store. Father told me to come and stay here for a while, though I am not sure why. The owner immediately paled as if he heard that his family died. His exalted grace? Why would that person take note of him? Did that person want to hint at something by sending his son here? Did he intend for his son to choose a weapon? That was unlikely. The boy couldn't even lift the lightest needle the old man forged. Gravis casually shook his hand. Forget it. It's nothing to worry about. Gravis looked at the exit. My father probably wanted me to see the exchange earlier. The old man was not sure how to answer, but he felt relieved, knowing that that person was not taking note of his shop. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll leave. I wish you a good day, Master Linus. Gravis walked out of the store. Thank you, Prince. I wish you a good day. The old man bowed once more. Gravis quickly returned to the royal palace and walked to his father's bedroom, the doors all opening by themselves. His father had not moved at all. Gravis walked to his front and sat down. It's been about 30 minutes, father. Can we continue now? The expression on his father did not seem to change. He simply narrated, the young man in the shop was one of the more useless sons of the head of the heavenly divine sect. The old man was the best weaponsmith in the world. In your eyes, whose status is higher? His father looked at him, waiting for his answer. Gravis didn't even hesitate to answer. The heavenly divine sect is an upper-level sect in the world. If it were the head of the sect, their status would be equal, even though the head's power is stronger. But if it's only his son, their statuses are incomparable. There are many upper-level sects in the world, but only one best weaponsmith. As if expecting his son's answer, Gravis' father said, then why did he obediently do everything he was told? Even though he could wipe out the young man with a wave of his hand? Gravis hesitated. The answer was too obvious. Because of the head of the heavenly divine sect. He could similarly wipe out the weaponsmith with a wave of his hand. Suddenly Gravis' eyes widened. He understood why his father wanted him to see this exchange. His father chuckled lightly. So why would you need strength if you have me as your father? Gravis felt torn. He wanted to retort, but couldn't. His father was the most powerful human in existence, not just in this world but in all worlds. The only thing rivaling him were the heavens themselves. Even if everything else were to die, he would still be there. But with that fact, Gravis' reasoning for becoming stronger was void. Who would dare threaten the close ones of the son of the opposer? No one. Father, I asked you so many times already. I only want to become stronger. Is that too much to ask? Gravis asked with frustration, not willing to give up. His father didn't seem to mind his son's disrespectful tone. Because you do not know what it means to cultivate. If you step onto the path of cultivation, You would constantly be putting your life on the line unless you reach the peak. His father looked serious. I would not protect you on your journey, because if I were to protect you, you would never reach the peak. And without reaching the peak, you could not live without regrets. True strength is only something that you can achieve with an immense amount of willpower, luck, and climbing over mountains of corpses. If I were to grant you strength myself, your longevity would increase. But without the tempered willpower of the cultivation world, you would not be able to handle the seemingly unchanging, unending life. You would feel empty. If there is nothing to strive for, then is there even a reason for living? As you are now, you will have a good life with high status and no problems. Destroying that for something that you do not even need is foolish. Gravis was looking at the floor, his fists tightly clenched. He was only 12. He did not understand everything his father told him. Many of the concepts his father told him seemed foreign. How could he imagine how he would feel 100 years down the line when he was just 12? Thus, he could not accept everything his father was telling him. Nevertheless, he sighed and stood up. I understand. I'll go. After Gravis left, his father also sighed. Gravis, if only you understood how it feels for me. Seeing thousands of my children dying in the cultivation world or to old age hurts. If you only want but do not need strength, you are better off not cultivating. If you do not wholeheartedly wish for what true power grants you, then you cannot live without regrets in the cultivation world. Many painful experiences taught me that. He muttered and looked out of the window. I have lived for far too long, he said after a long while. Cultivation was the tempering of the body, energy, and mind. A stronger body allowed one to have a sturdier vessel for more energy. Energy allowed one to cultivate the mental realm, and the mental realm allowed one to take control of their own life. With all three combined, one would be able to achieve strength. With strength, one can take control of one's destiny and freedom. If one does not wholeheartedly wish to grasp one's destiny or strive for freedom, they would only have regrets at the end of their lives. And a life without regrets is what everyone wants, but few can achieve. Gravis could not understand everything about cultivation. It surely did not help that there was an edict by his father that forbade people to talk about cultivation with his children if they had not started on this journey. The only thing Gravis knew was that cultivation gave stronger people power over weaker people, and he did not like the feeling of everyone having control over him. Though he was never in danger thanks to his father. Gravis had this conversation with his father many times before, but for some reason, his father had never agreed to let him cultivate. Whenever he had another failed conversation with his father, he always did the same afterward. Gravis walked along the hallway towards another bedroom. He wanted to talk to someone that understood him. As he arrived at his goal, the door opened by itself, a graceful and divine beauty standing in the room, tending to some plants. While everyone else would be struck dumb just by seeing her, he did not react at all. She was his mother. Mom, why does father not let me cultivate? Gravis said in a spoiled tone. His mother looked at him and chuckled lightly. Gravis, how often did we have this conversation already? Trust your father. No one else has as much experience as him. If he does not want you to cultivate, then he surely has a good reason. Gravis groaned. Is it so much to ask? Just giving me a cultivation technique would be enough. We have an uncountable amount of those. His mother looked dotingly at him and caressed his head. That's not the issue. Although I am also quite strong, I basically have no idea about cultivation, but I have seen your many older brothers and sisters embark on this journey. Nearly all of them did not have a good life, and nearly all of them had regrets at the end of their life. Gravis looked disappointed but did not give up. Then why doesn't he just grant me strength? It's not like father never did that before. Increasing other people's cultivation costs him nothing more than a wave of his hand. Is that what you truly want? His mother asked. Gravis was not sure. He wanted to say yes, that he was fine with bestowed strength, but somehow he couldn't. After a while he sighed. No, it's not. His mother smiled. Oh, come on. Cheer up. Stella came earlier and was looking for you. Why don't you go visit her? Gravis' head shot up. Stella was here? When? His mother laughed lightly. About 30 minutes ago. She should still be around the main hall. Thanks, Mom. I'll accompany her. Bye. Gravis ran out, not even waiting for his mother's answer. His mother just continued tending to some flowers. Gravis ran to the main hall, searching for Stella. Stella was one of his childhood friends. They practically grew up together and immediately clicked when they first met. He always felt happy when being near her. It didn't matter if they talked, walked around, or just sat in silence. He just liked being around her. He quickly spotted her looking at some paintings. She was a cute girl, also around 12 years old, her blonde hair wrapped in 2 pigtails. Her eyes were shining with curiosity, just like Gravis. Stella, here! Gravis shouted as he walked to her. She turned around and immediately smiled when she saw him. Gravis, I had to wait for half an hour for you. What took you so long? Gravis rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, I talked with my father. Stella sighed. The same thing again? Gravis nodded. Yes, still no luck. Stella rubbed her chin, thinking, and her eyes lighted up. I know. Let's get some ice cream and watch the sky community. Gravis just nodded. He didn't care what they did together. He just wanted to be near her. They held their hands and ran out the door to watch the sky community. It had been 2 years since that day out with Stella, yet today was completely different. Gravis stood in front of Stella's bed, holding her hand tightly. She was lying there pale and weakly. Her family surrounded them, somber expressions on their faces. Stella smiled lightly. Please, I don't want you all to feel sad for me. I knew this would happen eventually. I just felt it. I lived every day to my fullest and am content with my life. Gravis' heart already broke, but he still felt a sting when he heard her words. He didn't want to believe that his best friend was going to die soon. She was the same age as him. Furthermore, she had one of the highest cultivation realms possible. How could someone so young and strong possibly die due to an illness? It was impossible. Don't worry. Just go to sleep, and tomorrow you'll feel much better. Gravis forced a smile. He didn't know if he tried to convince her or if he tried to convince himself. The pit in his stomach grew bigger when he said those words. We can go eat ice cream again tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that. Don't worry. Her family was also heartbroken. Her father had a grim expression on his face, and her mother was already crying on her father's shoulder. Her older siblings looked everywhere but into their sister's eyes. They looked lifeless and heartbroken. A thick layer of darkness shrouded the room. Stella also slowly got teary-eyed. Please, I don't want you all to feel unhappy because of me. Here, look. Stella weakly lifted her hands. A bright and hot ball was forming on her hand. Just like the star in my hand was born. She lowered the star, and it vanished. I, too, had a bright life. I am content with what I had. Just be happy for me. I don't want you all to grieve. That display pushed her siblings over the edge, and they also started crying. Her father tried his best to keep himself under control, but everyone could see his trembling shoulders and clenched fists. A deep and heavy silence overcame the room. Gravis' hands trembled. Don't say that. Everything will be fine. Don't worry. Stella smiled with tear-filled eyes. The only thing I regret is not being able to be together with you anymore. Gravis. I wanted to be with you always. Her smile vanished, and the tears in her eyes fell down her face. I am so sorry, Gravis. I wanted you to be happy. But now you are crying because of me. I didn't want to hurt you. Gravis' heart broke again. He quickly rubbed his eyes. I am not crying. Everything will be fine. Don't worry about me. Just rest. Gravis now held her hand with both his hands. Stella smiled and nodded. Yes, I will. Thank you, Gravis, and sorry. She closed her eyes, and her hands lost their strength. Gravis finally broke down completely and buried his head into his arms. Tears were pouring out, and his voice broke. Please don't leave. Please. He begged her, but she didn't react. It was inevitable, said a heavy voice coming from his side. Gravis didn't know when or how his father appeared. Stella's family didn't look with fear at the opposer, but with hope. If someone could save Stella, then it was him. Gravis quickly turned to his father, begging on his knees. Please, father, please save her. I'll do anything. I won't ask to cultivate anymore. I'll never complain again. Please, I'm begging you. His father looked emotionlessly at his son. I can't save her. Gravis vigorously shook his head. You did it before. I heard you even resurrected dead people without a problem. Please, save her. His father sighed. It's not that I don't want to save her. I really can't. The hope vanished from Stella's family's eyes, returning the atmosphere in the room back to grieving silence. Why? Gravis spoke with panic in his voice, a murky mixture of emotions sparkling from his eyes. Grief, sadness, anger, but mostly powerlessness. She is something called a shooting star, a person blessed by heaven. They cultivate extremely quickly, not by absorbing the energy surrounding them, but by absorbing the energy from heaven directly. But just like a shooting star, their light is blinding, but short. His father looked at Stella. Heaven does not directly interfere with an individual's fate. Yet that doesn't include shooting stars. They were specifically created for a purpose with a locked fate in mind. Destroying that fate means destroying the shooting star. Gravis was confused and hurt. But why? Why would heaven create such a cruel fate for her? The opposer continued to speak. I have noticed her since the day she was born. Heaven didn't try to conceal the fact that she was a shooting star. At that time, I didn't know what heaven was planning, so I didn't mind. Only when you two met and grew increasingly closer, did I notice what heaven planned. Heaven created someone that resonated perfectly with you. It wanted to create friendship and love between the two of you. Gravis' father lifted his hand and clenched it into a fist, and then take it away. Gravis looked shocked and couldn't believe what he was hearing. But why? I don't even cultivate. Why would heaven do this? His father somberly shook his head. Heaven does not care about you. This was not targeted at you. He looked out the window, his eyebrows showing his inner rage. It targeted me. There was silence in the room. After a while, the opposer continued. Heaven can't kill me. Heaven can't suppress me, and heaven hates me for that. There is nothing else heaven hates more than me. But since heaven can't do anything to me, it went after you. You are young. You are vulnerable. Heaven wants to hurt me by hurting you. The opposer humphed. Worst of all, heaven did not break its own rules. It just created someone with a short lifespan. Is playing dirty. Suddenly, an unfathomably strong killing intent radiated from the opposer. The whole room fell into an icy coldness. It seemed like death itself had manifested in the room. The air vanished, and it felt like a volcano was about to erupt. But I don't care about heaven's rules, the opposer said severely, and with a loud boom he burst through the ceiling. Heaven will pay. The opposer flew into the sky. He flew for thousands of kilometers until he finally stopped. He released his cultivation base and the whole world shook. Everyone, no matter how weak or strong, sensed an oppressive aura radiating from his direction. The world stopped. Everyone was frozen solid and did not dare move. Animals, monsters, demons, devils, gods, humans, plants, the wind, the heavens, and the earth stilled. Heaven! An imposing voice resonated throughout the world. Everything heard and felt it. The ancestors of the high and peak sects were familiar with this situation. This was not the first time this happened. The ancestors felt fearful, for they knew a calamity was descending. An unimaginable amount of blood would dye the earth. Many lives will be lost. The only thing they could do was hope that it wasn't them this time. With their divine sense, they observed their disciples and the people close to them. They were checking their cultivation bases and hoping that they were not on the list this time. They hated the heavens and they hated the opposer. Whenever those two clashed, the weak ones suffered, and besides those two, everyone was weak. Heaven did not react to the opposer's voice. Heaven did not break its rules. Actually, by enraging the opposer, it achieved its goal. Would the opposer go overboard, even though heaven did not do anything wrong? No, the opposer also had to play by the rules, or everything would become his enemy. Heaven! You can't suppress me, so you take your frustration out on my family. Today, I will make sure that this does not happen a second time, the opposer shouted. All the energy in the air was flowing towards him, but before it could reach him, it stopped. Heaven did not allow him to gather its energy. It still did not attack him. Instead, it showed him that it did not want to fight. It just stopped the energy. Today you will pay. Suddenly, an oppressive divine sense covered the world, encompassing everything. The heavens thundered. The whole world trembled. Everyone knew that heaven was warning him not to go too far. Heaven was angry. It did not break any rules, so how dare he try anything? The opposer laughed in rage. Today, you will pay the most painful price. His divine sense solidified and locked everything in place. Heaven gathered all energy in the world above the opposer, threatening him. The opposer stood in the sky, looking down at the earth with a cold expression. Everything stilled. The ancestors' hearts nearly stopped, and fear took a hold of them. After a couple of seconds that felt like years, the opposer finally spoke. Star gods. Some of the ancestors sighed in relief. Some of the ancestors sighed in a mix of regret and helplessness. Some of the ancestors blanched completely. Some ancestors looked at a couple of their disciples in grief and helplessness. Disciples in other sects looked at their masters in terror. Heaven instantly exploded in power, but before heaven could do anything, it was already over. Every star god in the world closed their eyes and their souls scattered, never to be reborn again. It was like all the star gods fell peacefully into eternal sleep, yet everyone knew they would never wake up again. Grief, anger, and indignation shrouded the world. Millions died, and millions of families wept for their loved ones. Suddenly, the earth shook. Pillars of unimaginable size broke through the surface from all around the world, all attacking the opposer. Seas froze, and all the water transformed into spires that flew at the opposer. Lava broke through the earth and shot towards the opposer. All the air in the world pressed together with the opposer at the center. The mountains transformed into giant beasts that threw all their might at the opposer. And in the sky, heaven was still gathering energy. Surprisingly, even though the earth completely transformed, no one, not even the weakest ant, got injured. It was like they were in a separate space. The whole world attacked the opposer. The opposer took out a black saber and slashed. Every slash, the earth spires were split apart. The seas evaporated. The lava crumbled into dust. The air vanished, and the mountains were destroyed. The world was obliterated. After everything was over, the opposer looked toward heaven. All the energy in the world was gathered together at a single point. The opposer let out a bestial howl. All his energy shot into his weapon and, in a slash, shot towards heaven. The energy of heaven transformed into lightning and shot towards the opposer. The slash and the lightning bolt clashed. An enormous explosion, the likes of which was never seen before by any living being, destroyed the world. The light, being able to burn everything to nothingness. The sound, breaking apart the most durable materials. The shockwave, destroying space and time itself. Everything vanished. The only things that had not changed were the living beings. Everything passed them by as if this was all just an illusion. Even though no one was physically affected, trillions of beings still died due to the emotional impact. The explosion ended, and everything was silent. Never touch my family again. They heard the voice of the opposer, still sounding as imposing as ever. And go repair your world. Heaven showed no reaction. It did not want to waste more energy. Energy was not infinite even for heaven. A small ball of earth appeared and quickly grew to the old size of the world. Steam condensed into the seas and rivers again. Air appeared from the void, and all the mountains retook their form. The world had not changed. Every town, road, forest, and plain was the same as it was before, everything except the energy in the air. It had lowered. But then, heaven shuddered, and the energy in the air increased again. It grew until it returned to normal, and the people could finally feel the earth and wind again. The calamity had passed. The opposer flew back to Stella's house and landed in her room. Stella's family and Gravis were still there. They had not recovered from the shock of what just happened. Gravis looked at his father, and his father looked back. "Why do you need strength?" the opposer asked his son. Gravis looked at the lifeless Stella, thought back to her predetermined fate that heaven imposed, and thought back to what his father did. His father killed millions. The whole world probably hated him, yet the world did not dare to voice their hate. Heaven had attacked him, and he struck back. It did not matter what he did. Even though all the lives in the world were changed, for the opposer nothing changed. Everything was the same as before. Gravis clenched his fists, a fire burning in his heart and eyes. Freedom. To not be oppressed. To not be under someone else's reign. To protect what I want and attack what I want. Gravis looked towards Stella, pain and anger in his eyes. And to never feel today's pain again. Gravis looked back into his father's eyes. "I need power," he shouted with rage and ambition. All pain was buried into his heart, fueling his fire, his hatred toward heaven exploding. His father looked at his son and nodded. "Then, earn your strength and step into the cultivation world." Gravis' eyes shined and decided to do everything to not be under heaven's reign again. Heaven made a grave mistake that day. Everyone looked at Gravis as he opened the door and walked in. All the chatter that was just going on instantly stopped. The young people in the room never expected someone like him to come here. This place was not a location where nobles would frequent. This was a classroom. Specifically, a classroom for the preparation for a job that only low-born people normally took. Was the prince actually intending to become a research assistant? A research assistant was an occupation that allowed people with a poor background to make it big if they survived. Families with an at least average standing would not need to send their children to this death camp, where only a tiny portion of attendees survived. There was no reason for the prince to become a research assistant. A single fart of the opposer could make anyone become a god. Gravis felt a little embarrassed when everyone looked at him like that. Keeping his head low, he dodged the shocked youngsters and quickly found an empty chair and sat down. He kept his head low, not wanting to meet the eyes of the others. "Damn. Everyone looks at you like you just killed a guy. What did you do?" Gravis heard a voice from his right. He looked at the youngster that just talked to him. He was an about 15-year-old boy with brown hair and brown eyes. Even though he looked clean, one could see his family's financial situation by the cheap clothing he wore. His hands were rugged and filled with calluses. "Hey, you deaf? I'm talking to you," the boy continued with an annoyed tone. Seeing that Gravis had not reacted yet after a couple of seconds, Gravis quickly perked up. "Oh, sorry. I was just not used to people speaking to me like that." Gravis rubbed his neck in embarrassment. "You mean speaking like a normal guy? You're a weird one," the boy said while boringly looking at Gravis. "Well, if you want to keep secrets, go ahead." Gravis wasn't used to talking like this. "No, it's nothing like that. It's just where I'm from, people always talk indirectly and very formal." "So?" Gravis nervously twiddled his thumbs. "I'm not sure how to talk with normal people." Gravis dodged his eyes. "Man, what's up with you? Are you a stale soup without any backbone? A man needs to be like a good soup. He needs to have a backbone, lots of meat, and has to be refined to perfection. Speak up, will ya?" the boy shouted. The other people in the classroom looked at the guy with pale faces, while Gravis was just confused by his strange metaphor. "A man needs to be like soup?" he asked. The boy slammed his desk loudly. "Yeah, like a well-made soup. Strong, flavorful, hot, well-prepared. That's what makes a man." The boy looked at Gravis with intense eyes. Gravis was confused, but he also felt as if he kind of understood the guy. Gravis tried to sound more confident. "Yes, you're right." Gravis looked around the room at the staring eyes. "Let them stare. I shouldn't feel uncomfortable because of others." The boy laughed and heartily patted Gravis on the shoulder. "That's it. That's how a man should be." He then extended his hand to Gravis. "Hey, I'm Balor. I like to befriend all hot-blooded men. Hot-blooded men don't need to know each other to form a brotherhood. Our hearts are already connected. Gravis looked at the hand and then grinned. Yes. He slammed his hand into Balor's and gave him a firm handshake. My name's Gravis. Let's be brothers. Balor grinned uncomfortably. Yeah, that's great. Hey, could you maybe let my hand go? I think it's about to break. Oh. Gravis quickly let go of Balor's hand. Balor pulled it back and shook it vigorously. Damn, what did you eat? Your grip is really strong. Oh, I'm so dash. Okay. Quiet down, everyone. Just when Gravis wanted to apologize, a young man, maybe in his 20s, shouted into the classroom and walked to the podium at the front. The class immediately went to their desks and obediently sat down, still glancing at Gravis from time to time. Gravis looked quietly at the front, but after he saw Balor sitting with a straight back, muscles puffed out, he remembered the talk they just had. Gravis also sat up straight and crossed his arms. When everyone calmed down, the man spoke up. I'm Research Adept Fornius. This means I successfully completed my mission as a research assistant. I've been assigned to guide you for the next year, so that you will be well prepared and, hopefully, survive. Fornius looked around the room. Now, let me just give you a summary of what a research assistant is. Fornius cleared his throat. Research assistants are people who will be sent to the lowest worlds, where the energy and its inhabitants are the weakest. The goal behind this seemingly mindless task is to research the cultivation techniques of these worlds. Even though the people might be weak, their techniques might not be. Every world is different, and every world has its own cultivation path. Some cultivation paths may lead to a dead end, but others may have huge potential. Without testing, we can't know. That is the reason why we only accept people who either have not cultivated at all or have only tempered their organs and blood. If you already used a cultivation technique, then what's the meaning of sending you to a lower realm? Fornius looked around the room and spotted Gravis. He then looked at the ceiling and thought for a while. Then he continued. For those of you who have no idea about cultivation, let me just briefly summarize the first 4 cultivation realms and what they're all about. Gravis grew excited. Everyone was forbidden to talk about the specifics of cultivation around him. He never even heard the name of any realms. His father made sure of that. Finally, he got to know about cultivation. The first realm is called body tempering. Just like the name says, you need to temper your whole body, one piece at a time. It has 5 stages: organ tempering, blood tempering, bone tempering, skin tempering, and muscle tempering. It is important to note that you can theoretically temper your body in any order you want. Though, to get a good foundation, you first need to temper your organs and your blood. For example, if you temper your muscles first, what would happen? Fornius looked around the room. One of the only 2 girls in the class raised her hand, and Fornius nodded. You will explode when you use all your power because your skin and bones are not strong enough to support your muscles. The girl answered in confidence. Wrong, Fornius shouted. The girl flinched. Your body isn't stupid. It would never allow such a time bomb to exist in itself. What actually happens is that the body would only allow the tempering of the muscles to go as far as your skin, bones, and organs allow. That means that your muscles will be weak in relation to cultivators that tempered their muscles last. Now, I will tell you the best order to temper your bodies. First, Fornius stopped speaking when he saw a boy in the front. Balor, in fact, had raised his hand. What? Fornius glared at Balor. Fornius' death glare did not deter Balor. How do we know that your method is the best? My father said that you first need a strong skin to survive and strong muscles to win. If you can't survive, what's the meaning in going the correct way? Fornius' eyes showed a mixture of annoyance and boredom. First, if your body is not tempered perfectly, you will have immense issues starting at the 4th major realm. You need to achieve unity in the 4th realm, and if not every part of your body is equally perfect, you will find it very hard to achieve unity. Second, your case is only relevant if you do not have the resources or are in constant mortal danger. We do have the resources, and there is no danger here yet. Third, because His Exalted Grace, the opposer, said so. Fornius glared at Balor. Under Fornius' intense glare, Balor finally crumbled and sat back down, not saying another thing. Fornius continued. So, first you need to temper your organs and your blood. Your organs must be first because they produce your blood, and all nourishment your body receives originates from them. Your blood must be second because it carries the nourishment. It would be a shame if your organs produced great nourishment, but your blood can't transport any of it properly. Also, your strength continually improves with time just by having tempered your organs and blood. That increases your upper limit for future tempering. Next, you need to temper your bones and your skin. It does not matter in which order. Bones have no relation to skin and vice versa. Lastly, you need to temper your muscles. Only when you tempered everything does your body allow the perfect tempering of your muscles. You will be sent into the lower realms with tempered organs and tempered blood. The reason for that is that it's the most difficult to temper the organs and blood. It's tough to acquire the quantity or quality of nourishment in the lower realms for those two stages. Out of nowhere, some fingernail-sized pills appeared in the air and flew towards the youngsters. Eat these, and your organs and blood should be tempered by tomorrow. Gravis looked down at his desk and was confused because he did not receive any pill. Gravis raised his hand. Fornius beckoned with his head. Excuse me, why did I not receive a pill? I have never cultivated. Fornius slyly grinned. You don't need a pill. You already have tempered your organs and blood. Gravis' eyes widened. What? Yeah, you already have tempered organs and blood, Fornius said. But that's impossible. In my entire life, I have not even heard anything specific about cultivation. How could I have already tempered my body? Gravis shook his head. Fornius looked at him with boredom in his eyes. Remind me, who is your father again? Gravis understood. So it was his father after all. But when? He couldn't remember any time where his father could have tempered his organs and blood. Seeing how Gravis looked absent-mindedly at the ceiling, Fornius chuckled. You don't need to look so confused or think about a time when that happened. Your body slowly grows stronger with time with tempered organs and blood. Judging by how vigorous your blood is flowing through your veins, it probably happened around 15 years ago. You should also be around 15 years old, so it would be a miracle if you actually remembered. Gravis' eyes widened. But how? Fornius shrugged his shoulders. Don't know. Don't ask me. Ask your father. Tomorrow we will have a guest who will strengthen the dantians of everyone. You can skip that one too. Your dantian has been strengthened as well. You don't need to come tomorrow. Fornius then turned to the class and looked around the youngsters. All right, everyone has ingested their pills. Now, let's continue. Fornius cleared his throat again. Let's continue with the next cultivation realm. After you have tempered your whole body, your body will be able to resist the pressure of natural energy. That means that you can start to absorb the energy in the air. Energy is in the air, soil, water, fire, lightning, stone, or wood, humans, beasts, basically everywhere. So, the first step after tempering is feeling the energy and pulling it into your dantian to create a swirl. The swirl will then absorb the energy automatically. Then you have officially stepped into the second major realm, the energy-gathering realm. Just like the name says, that realm is all about gathering as much energy as possible. As you accumulate more energy, it grows, and at some point you will reach a situation where your energy can't grow anymore. That means you are at the threshold of the next lower realm in the major energy-gathering realm. When that happens, make a pause, get a drink, get some food, sleep a little, and simply relax for a couple of hours or days. When you are at your peak, release all your willpower and gather your energy like your life depends on it. You will need a strong enough push in order to increase the density of your energy. When you can't condense it anymore, you officially reached the next smaller realm. You do that 9 times, and you have reached the 10th level of energy gathering. Most lower worlds only do 8 condensations. You need a strengthened dantian to do 9. You will get your very own strengthened dantian tomorrow. Now, don't be confused when you hear terms like chi condensation, breath accumulation, magic whirling. or something similar to that in the lower worlds. It's all referring to the same thing. Since middle and upper worlds have no contact with lower worlds, there is no overarching terminology for natural energy in those worlds. We call it energy since it's the most straightforward definition. Also, our world is the highest, so we kinda got dibs on naming rights. Fornius chuckled. Other than that, you might be sent to a world where people create their energy swirl somewhere else, and not in the Danteon. Experience has shown that the most stable and most accessible part for the energy swirl is in your Danteon. By the way, for those of you not knowing where your Danteon is, it's an empty space somewhere between your intestines. As soon as you guide the energy into your body, you will find a very fitting and empty place in your gut. That's your Danteon. Fornius walked to the front of the podium. Now on to the next part of the agenda. Did you know that 90% of all people with fully tempered bodies never reach the energy-gathering realm? Well, that's at least true for the lowest worlds. The reason is that it is hard to feel the energy in the air. That's especially true for people in the lower worlds. There isn't much energy in the air, so feeling that little amount is especially hard. So, let's get that out of the way first. Fornius opened his hand and held it out. Suddenly, a light blue stone appeared on top of it. This is energy, or, when a huge amount of energy gathers in one place, its increasing internal pressure transforms parts of it into energy liquid. Energy liquid slowly seeps into the earth, and some naturals ores can absorb it, thus creating energy, or, if energy ore leaves its natural place under the earth, it slowly gives off the energy it has accumulated over the years. We are going to use that to get you to feel the energy in the air. Everyone looked at the shining blue ore, but before they had their fill, the stone vanished, and another stone appeared, this one black. This is a void stone. It's one of the very few ores that don't have any energy. None at all. Finding those in nature is extremely hard. Fornius smirked. Good thing we can just create them artificially. When void stones come into contact with natural energy, they absorb it like crazy. The class was focused on Fornius. Most of them have never come in contact with energy stones or void stones. This was something entirely new to them. In the next couple of minutes, I will switch between the energy stone and the void stone every 5 seconds. The energy in the room will then go up and down. In a couple of minutes, everyone should be able to feel the energy freely. One thing to note: do not, under any circumstance, try to absorb the energy into your body, or you will explode. Fornius smiled while some people in the class gasped. Now let's start. With that, Fornius started alternating between the two stones. Some youngsters closed their eyes, while others looked transfixed at the rocks. Gravis closed his eyes and tried to feel. Some time passed. Gravis was not sure how long he concentrated. He felt nothing but a slight wind in the classroom. He tried to focus harder. His eyebrows furrowed, but he felt nothing but that annoying wind. This wind was honestly driving him crazy. When he tried to drown it out and get used to it, it suddenly changed direction and blew from the other side. Then it blew again from the other side. Gravis opened his eyes. They were already red from frustration. He looked at Fornius and the stones. Suddenly, Gravis noticed that the wind was synchronized with the switch of the stones. Wait, was that energy? Gravis was not sure. It did not feel any different than if he were outside. He had to be sure, but how could he find out? Gravis suddenly got an idea. Fornius said that they should not gather the energy in their bodies. He never said anything about gathering it outside their bodies. Gravis opened his palm and looked at it with concentration, willing the energy to come here. After a while, he felt more wind coming to his hand. That made him concentrate even more, and the wind increased again. After a couple of seconds, the air in his hand was emitting a very faint light blue light. Fornius noticed this, smiled, and nodded. He walked towards Gravis and spoke in a voice only they could hear. Gathering energy outside the body is a possibility. It's not really useful since it takes a while to concentrate it into a sufficient density, but just doing this can train one's will. You can do that more in the future if you want. It will make it easier to concentrate and helps in the training of the third major realm. When Fornius first started speaking, Gravis lost concentration and the energy dispersed. Gravis just felt a strong wind coming from inside his palm, but strangely enough, the wind was not pushing his hand or fingers away. Felt bizarre. Gravis looked up, but Fornius had already walked back to his podium. After about 30 minutes, everyone had signaled to Fornius that they felt the energy. Fornius took back the stones. All right, when you have tempered your bodies, just remember this feeling and try to imagine the energy entering your body and gathering in your dantian. That should not be a problem in the future. Now, for the last part of the cultivation lesson. The third major realm is the spirit-forming realm. This realm is all about training your mental energy. Your mental energy is your will, your understanding of the world, and your understanding of yourself. As you progress, you get smarter, your sensitivity grows, your willpower improves, and you get more creative. You probably heard the saying that in secluded cultivation, years pass in the blink of an eye. Fornius laughed and shook his head. That's not true. Actually, the opposite is true. Doing the same thing over and over without any outside stimulus is dull and boring. Only our improved willpower helps us through those years of boredom. As soon as you have condensed your energy 9 times and have grown your dantian to the point where it can't grow anymore, can you step into the spirit-forming realm? It's not hard to step into the spirit-forming realm or train in it. Just push your energy, meaning the energy in your dantian, into your brain. You will feel some pain, but after you emptied your dantian once, you will start to feel different. It's hard to describe actually. It's just different. Just keep doing that. At some point, you will feel like something is growing in your head. That means you have reached the first stage of spirit forming, the seed stage. At that point, you can observe your own body and soul. If you peer into your soul, you can see your own small space. That is your will space. There, you will find a seed growing. The more energy you put into your will space, the further the seed will grow. It will grow to be a sapling, then a tree, and finally, it will transform into a copy of yourself. Most lower worlds don't know about the last stage. They think the tree stage is the last one. Fornius walked around the podium and started walking to the exit. When you have achieved the self stage, you will automatically know what to do. The remainder is up to you. Fornius opened the door and waved his hand. That's all. See you tomorrow. And just like that, Fornius left the class first. The class was confused because usually, a teacher would leave the class last. Gravis was thinking about a lot of things. Finally, he knew how to cultivate. Finally, he knew what to do. The fog in his mind had cleared. Finally, he could smack someone had smacked the back of his head. Hey, you deaf? Let's go out. Balor shouted. Gravis looked up and saw that they were the only ones left in the class. Gravis rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. I was thinking about some things. Thinking? We got no time for thinking. We need to drink like, right now. Balor laughed and started dragging Gravis out by the elbow. Wait. I've never touched any ALC dash. Shut up. We will not stop drinking until you call me brother. But I dash, shut up. Drinking. Now. It had been 2 months since Gravis started going to the research assistant preparation course. In that time, he learned more about pitfalls in cultivation and what he had to look out for in the lower realms. Some basic fighting methods and general weapon usages were included as well. He also got a crash course in every essential side path in cultivation. Pill refinement. Alchemists mix and refine natural resources into pills, which increase aspects of a cultivator. Faster cultivation speed, one-time upgrades, auxiliary uses, and many more different pill effects were all covered. A general overview of how pill concocting worked was also part of the course. Equipment forging. Forgers mix and refine natural resources into armor, weapons, artifacts, and treasures. At some point, either the cultivator got too strong to use mortal armaments, or the necessary natural resources got too hard to refine into useful gear. Gravis also learned the absolute basics of that. Formation arrays. Rules, attributes, laws, and similar things were used as a basis to create a specific effect. It required one to be at the energy gathering stage in order to make any progress in formation arrays. Without energy, it was impossible to come into contact with these kinds of concepts. It was even harder to manipulate them for one's wishes. Cultivation inscription. At early levels, everyone could write down their cultivation and battle techniques, but starting at the spirit accumulation stage, the description of said methods only got harder. Words were not enough to describe all concepts at this stage. There were, of course, other side paths in cultivation, but those four were the essential ones. Every single one of them was vital to progress in one's path. Pill refinement was necessary to speed up or stabilize cultivation. Without useful equipment, one can't bring out their full battle power. Formation arrays were essential for fleeing or for fortifying one's base. Without cultivation inscriptions, one would not be able to learn new techniques from others, starting at the third major realm. All in all, those 2 months varied between boring and exciting for Gravis, but in the end, he was happy that the theoretical part was over. The remaining 4 months were for gaining practical fighting experience. Gravis was excited. Finally, he could fight for the first time in his life. Gravis was standing in a black hall, together with his about 30 other classmates. Not much light came into the building, the only source being the door behind them. The expressions in the faces of his classmates varied like the colors of a rainbow. Some looked scared. Some looked excited. Some looked nervous. Some looked happy. "All right." Fornius loudly clapped his hands. With his clap, a little over 30 portals opened in front of the youngsters. Everyone will take 1 portal each. Inside those portals, you will fight a varied mixture of things. Monsters, humans, plants, cultivators, and even the environment itself will be your enemy. Since it's your first time, you will only face one enemy at a time. Your only goal is to kill your enemy. If the environment is your enemy, you will need to survive with as much stamina to spare as possible, or your next enemy will have a huge advantage. You need to kill and survive for as long as new enemies appear. There is no time limit. Most of the youngsters sighed in relief. When Fornius saw that, he grinned maliciously. That is a bad thing. It means that, if you can't defeat your enemy, you will die. This is a genuine life and death battle. If you can't win, you will die. Before the youngsters could react to his words, Fornius' energy rumbled, and every youngster got pushed towards 1 portal each. For your info, on average, about 20% of people die in their first test. Fornius grinned more. Good luck! With a clap from Fornius, everyone shot into a portal, no matter if they wanted to or not. A comfortable chair appeared, and Fornius sat down, having no care in the world. 1 second, Gravis saw the hall, and in the next, he only saw a humongous glowing red cave, at least 100 meters in diameter. The stones and walls in the cave looked like they were at their melting point, but he did not feel any heat from them for some reason. Fortunately, the light of the walls illuminated the entire cave in red light. On the right side of the cave, he could see a rack of different weapons. He could see spears, swords, sabers, poles, axes, poleaxes, hammers, daggers, and many more. Every weapon was made of black stone. Through his basic course of equipment forging, he could tell that all weapons were made entirely out of void stone. Void stone was very sturdy for the lower realms, but using it as a weapon was senseless since it absorbed all the energy it came into contact with, including the users. Fortunately, Gravis could not use the energy yet, so he could ignore that aspect. Gravis immediately ran over to grab a weapon. The words of Fornius were still ringing in his head. He could actually die here. He thought this was just a practical test a couple of minutes ago. His excitement from being able to fight vanished, and was replaced with nervousness and fear. He quickly skipped the other weapons and took the saber. While Gravis learned about the different weapons in the theory lessons, he felt that the saber suited him the best. A sword was an all-rounder and was the most popular weapon, but it lacked the purity of killing power the saber had. While a sword could cut both ways, the necessity of an edge on both sides took away from the weapon's weight. For Gravis, swinging a saber felt way more satisfying than swinging a sword. Suddenly, a bright purple light appeared about 20 meters in front of him. The light quickly vanished, and Gravis saw a tortoise. The weapon rack also disappeared. Apparently, he could not change weapons mid-fight. He made his choice and could not change it anymore. The tortoise was only around a meter high, but its head looked imposing. Dark red scales covered the head, and some of the scales poked out like natural blades. As the tortoise slowly moved toward Gravis with a neutral look in its eyes, its muscles bulged with every step. Gravis' breath quickened, and he tightened his grip on his saber. This is it. His first fight. He screamed and ran at the tortoise. He looked into its eyes as he ran closer. The closer he got, the more his fear increased. The tortoise looked forward. To Gravis, it seemed like the tortoise would not falter even if the heavens broke down. Gravis suppressed his fear and continued his charge. I can do this. I can kill it. I must kill it. I'm nearly there. I will survive. Gravis shouted in his head, but the closer he got, the more oppressed he felt. His expression changed from fiery battle intent to horror. I will die. And Gravis stopped his charge. Suddenly, Gravis felt an enormous wind pressure, and his hair flew back. Just centimeters in front of his face was the head of the tortoise, which just snapped its jaws at him. The powerful impact of the jaws ringed in his ears and reverbed in the cave. It sounded like a gigantic steel plate fell onto the floor with its flat side. That bite would have absolutely crushed his head. If he hadn't stopped, he would be dead by now. Gravis' hair stood on end, and he immediately jumped back with all his might. Where he stood before, another bite of the tortoise thundered, again ringing in his ears. Cold sweat continuously flowed down his back, and his heart thumped loudly in his ears. He nearly died. It was so incredibly close. Why was I charging in like a madman? We learned to never charge into a fight blindly. Gravis further retreated, and the tortoise slowly made its way over to him. This continued for about a minute. Gravis slowly calmed down. The tortoise was slow. As long as he retreated, he would not be in danger. He could work with that. He needed a plan since he could not run forever. He had to find a way to kill the tortoise. After a while, Gravis decided to check how good the tortoise was at turning. He ran circles around the tortoise while steadily moving closer. The tortoise was very sluggish. It moved slowly, and it turned even slower. It was no problem for him to circle the tortoise even from a 5-meter distance. Gravis realized that the only dangerous thing about this tortoise was its deadly bite, and he grew more confident. Gravis remained behind the tortoise while it was watching him. When he moved away from the tortoise's vision, it turned its head the other way to keep watch on him. Finally, Gravis had a plan. He went to the back left, and when the tortoise turned its head, he quickly ran to the right and swung his saber on its hind leg. Sparks and blood flew out, and Gravis managed to create a gash a couple of centimeters deep, hitting its bone. The tortoise shouted in pain and quickly pulled all its legs into its shell. The shell fell heavily to the floor. Just by the sound of the thump, one could hear the density and weight of the shell. If Gravis could not even cut through the bone of its leg, he could only dream about cutting through its shell. The head was still out and continued to watch Gravis. His expression changed to rage. Now what? Gravis thought. He could no longer attack its legs. Should he attack its head? Gravis looked at the tortoise's head and decided against that. Just one snap would end his life. On top of that, the scales on its head looked way tougher than the ones on its legs. Gravis jumped to the other side again, so the tortoise lost its vision of him. He kneeled and stabbed into the leg hole on the other side. He felt the saber connect, but also felt that he didn't get a deep cut. He could not use all his strength in this position, and sabers were not made for stabbing. Nevertheless, the tortoise roared again, and 2 legs on the opposite side of Gravis shot out. Its legs kicked the ground, and its shell rotated by 45 degrees. At the same time, its head snapped towards Gravis, who jumped back. It nearly got him. Its jaws echoed throughout the cave again. Gravis took a deep breath. That was dangerous. So, the tortoise could pull a maneuver like that. The tortoise, angry that it missed, roared more and continued to snap at Gravis, even though he was well out of its range. Apparently, the tortoise was furious now. It turned to him and sprinted in his direction, faster than normal. Though a sprint from a tortoise was still slow in a human's eyes, Gravis still had no problem running circles around the tortoise. On top of that, The tortoise's mad dash aggravated the injury on its leg. More blood was seeping out, and Gravis continued to take his time. He just had to walk a little faster to outspeed the tortoise. His stamina consumption was negligible. The tortoise, on the other hand, was bleeding and running like crazy. Gravis just had to wait. A couple of minutes later, the tortoise slowed down, and heavy breaths came from its maw. A trail of blood coated the floor of the cave. Gravis jumped behind the tortoise and attacked the already injured leg again. The tortoise immediately pulled its leg back into its shell. It had stopped underestimating him. It would not make the same mistake twice. Gravis tried to hit its leg a couple more times, but he never connected. This fight was really frustrating for him. That thing was turtling up. Gravis furiously rubbed his head, trying to think of something, while the tortoise continued to leer at him with a look that could kill. Gravis had no more options. He had to go for the head. Here goes nothing. Gravis took a deep breath, ran to the back of the tortoise, and jumped on its shell. The tortoise furiously moved left, right, up, and down. Its jaws were constantly snapping around him, and a couple of times it nearly got his fingers. He continued to modify his hold on the shell until the head could not reach him anywhere. Noticing that it could not get Gravis off like that, it changed to swinging left and right, forward and backward. Gravis was holding on for dear life. After a while, he noticed that the tortoise was better at alternating between back to front than from side to side. It seemed to almost lose its footing a couple of times. Gravis' eyes shined. This was the way. That tortoise was going down. When the tortoise forcefully whipped to the left, Gravis jumped off, gripped the heightened part of the shell, and began to pull. With just his physical strength alone, he would never be able to lift the tortoise, but when its center of gravity was already out of balance, he had enough power to flip it. He caught the tortoise by surprise, and before it could stabilize itself with its other legs, he flipped it over. The top of the shell crashed on the floor with a mighty thunk. The tortoise went crazy and tried everything to flip itself over again. Fortunately, it seemed like it would not succeed anytime soon. Gravis jumped on top of its belly. Neither its legs nor its head could reach him there. He lifted his saber and slashed down. Blood gushed out, and the saber went in, while the tortoise let out another roar of pain. Gravis slashed, again and again, getting deeper with every swing. After about 20 swings, Gravis was out of breath, and the tortoise's underside was mutilated. It was slowly losing its strength. Even if it managed to turn around again, its own weight would probably push out its organs through its underside. Gravis won. He sat down at a safe distance and continued to look at the tortoise. After about 5 minutes, its breathing began to grow weaker, and its movements slowed. Even though the tortoise tried to kill him, looking at a slowly dying beast was still uncomfortable for Gravis. He was not used to death. Looking at the tortoise, Gravis felt like he was losing something, or that he did something wrong. He knew that only one of them could survive. There was no alternative. Yet, Gravis still felt a lump in his throat. The tortoise finally drew its last breath. When it completely stilled, Gravis sighed and stood up. His next enemy would appear soon, probably. He continued to wait, but nothing happened. After 10 minutes, the purple light appeared again. But this time, it went through the whole cave like a wave. Gravis looked around, not sure what was happening. Suddenly, water poured out of the cracks in the cave furiously. One would think that the cave was beneath a lake and was about to collapse. But the stones didn't move. The about 50 meters high cave quickly filled with water. It filled up all the way to the 40-meter mark until it stopped. Gravis was swimming at the surface. Gravis narrowed his eyes. This was probably one of those instances where the environment was the enemy. The wind picked up, and big waves kept appearing all over the water. In the beginning, Gravis could still swim, but as the waves grew stronger, things started to get problematic. It proved difficult to stay above the surface with increasing frequency. He had to do something or else he would drown. When he had the chance, he took a deep breath and went underwater, where there were no waves. He calmed down and looked up at the surface. The surface was going wild with waves, but under the surface, everything was calm. Maybe this was the way to survive this ordeal with as little stamina usage as possible. He could probably also survive at the surface, but he would also use up all his energy. Gravis tested how long he could hold his breath and quickly figured out that 5 minutes shouldn't be an issue. He had strengthened organs, after all. After realizing that, Gravis calmed himself and closed his eyes. He tried to be as relaxed as possible, only occasionally using his arms to keep himself underwater. While he calmed down and floated inside the calm water, he felt a feeling of serenity. His fight with the tortoise still plagued his mind, but it wasn't as prominent as before. His body relaxed, and he thought about his battle with the tortoise. He had to be more careful in future fights. Not every enemy would be this slow and cumbersome. Maybe next time he would not have the time to strategize and plan. He thought back to his father, Heaven, and Stella. He missed her dearly, and it still hurt. But when he thought of Heaven, his inner rage grew. Gravis was not even considered a chess piece in Heaven's eyes. He was nothing to it. As long as Heaven survived, he would always be under its mercy. Heaven's fight might have weakened it, but the same could also be said for his father. His father and Heaven were on the same level. If it really wanted to, it could pull a similar scheme again. Gravis continued to think about his life and cultivation. He looked around the underwater cave. Everything below the surface was still. Nothing moved, and Gravis felt like all of this was just a dream. He started to forget that he was underwater, and it felt more like he was flying in the air. He closed in on the floor, not feeling any pressure at all. He looked at the dead tortoise and felt alienated, like it had nothing to do with him. This was life in the cultivation world. A life and death situation will come. What you want doesn't matter. Gravis sighed. Strangely, no bubbles appeared from his mouth. By now, Gravis completely forgot he was underwater and took a breath. Water filled his lungs, but he didn't notice. Even stranger, the water seemed to alleviate his need for air. Gravis didn't notice any of that. He also didn't notice that he didn't need to push himself downward anymore with his arms. It was like he was not underwater at all. He walked to the tortoise and lifted it. Underwater, everything was lighter. He carried it to the wall of the cave and placed it down. He walked back to the center and sat down, his eyes closed. The corpse was behind him, and now it was time to look forward. He sat there and waited, in silence. After about 2 hours, the water receded. Gravis opened his eyes and stood up. He felt different. He had already realized that he could breathe in the water some time ago. He didn't know how that was possible, but decided that when all of this was over, he would ask Fornius. Right now, there were other, more important things. When the water completely vanished, the purple light returned in the middle of the room. After it disappeared, Gravis saw a mountain lion. Its height was around the same as the tortoise's. Thick beige fur covered its entire body, and 2 red eyes watched him. Without pause, the mountain lion charged at Gravis with surprising speed. It was about as fast as Gravis himself. Gravis readied his saber and stood his ground. He felt fear again, but this time he managed to control it. The tortoise and the water helped him shed a layer of his weaker self. Even though he was still afraid, it did not impact his judgment. The mountain lion jumped and clawed at his torso. Gravis jumped to the other side and kept watch on the mountain lion. After it missed, it turned to him and pounced. Gravis sidestepped again. He was not attacking until he either could no longer easily evade or knew all its tricks. That he survived the initial snap of the tortoise was only luck, and he never wanted to bet his life on luck again. The mountain lion continued attacking in different manners, but all its movements were predictable and straightforward. Running away from something was always easier than to kill something. Even though both of them had about the same speed, with Gravis always sidestepping and keeping track of the mountain lion, he never got hit once. After about a minute of doing this, Gravis felt confident that the mountain lion had no more surprises for him. Now, he wanted to test something else. The mountain lion swiped at him again, but this time, Gravis didn't sidestep. Instead, he slashed at the incoming claw. The edge of the saber hit the middle of the mountain lion's paw and cleanly severed it. The defenses of the tortoise and the mountain lion were incomparable. The mountain lion jumped back and roared in pain. It tried to stabilize its position with its injured front paw but immediately pulled it back because of the pain. It stopped its barrage of attacks and just watched Gravis cautiously. It knew it was outclassed here, so it retreated and ran away. Gravis just watched it as it tried to find an exit of the cave. Unfortunately, there was no exit. Gravis sighed. He felt a lump in his throat. Felt as if he was about to do something wrong. He felt the same when he watched the tortoise slowly die. The mountain lion was no danger anymore, so there was no real reason to kill it. The only reason would be that he was forced by circumstance. If he didn't kill the lion, he wouldn't be able to leave. He decided against killing the mountain lion for now. Time passed, and both of them sat on different sides of the cave. Gravis no longer felt serene. Instead, he felt extremely frustrated. Again, he was forced to do something he didn't want just because he was too weak. Before, he was forced to watch his best friend die, and now he was forced to kill something he didn't want to kill. If he were stronger, would he even need to go through all of this? After a couple of hours, Gravis gritted his teeth in frustration until a trickle of blood ran down his chin. He hated this. He stood up and looked at the mountain lion with fiery eyes. There was no other way. He had to kill it. Gravis channeled his frustration into rage and ran at the mountain lion, which quickly stood up and ran away. In their top forms, their speed would be equal. Sadly or fortunately, the mountain lion had half of its paw missing. Gravis quickly reached the lion and chopped with his saber. A huge gash opened in one of its thighs. Turned around and tried to bite him, but Gravis sidestepped again. I should, at least, make it as quick as possible. With that, Gravis slashed the middle of the mountain lion's head and split it in two. It immediately died, but its corpse still twitched for a while. Gravis continued watching the twitching body until it finally stopped. He gritted his teeth more. I hate this, but wallowing in self-pity and frustration will not help me. First, I need strength, and only then will I gain freedom. He pulled the corpse to the side of the cave and placed it beside the tortoise. After that, he returned to the middle and waited. No matter what I have to do, for now I have to bear with it. The only thing I can do is grow as strong as possible, as quickly as possible. But when the purple light returned and vanished, Gravis' frustration grew several-fold. A couple of things appeared this time. Some wood, some weeds, some stones, and a cup of water all sat on the floor. He wondered how he should deal with the problem of starvation and dehydration. Seemed like every couple of turns he would get his water and food. Those bastards! Gravis was seething with rage. The last thing that was sent over was a small white bunny, just looking around curiously. I get why killing your own food is necessary, but why did the timing have to be so shitty? He ignored the bunny for now and started a fire with the supplies. Instead of grilling the rabbit, he roasted part of the tortoise. Cat meat was tough and stringy. Tortoise definitely tasted better. After a good meal, he continued watching the bunny hopping around. It was probably searching for food. Sadly, there was no vegetation in the cave. It would starve sooner or later. Gravis sighed. Might as well get this over with. He stood up and picked up the bunny. He quickly grabbed its head and pulled, decapitating it. He wanted it to die as quickly as possible and didn't know how to easily and painlessly break its neck. This is the best alternative, he thought. He was not hungry anymore and placed the corpse beside the others. Slowly, the lights of the cave began to dim until they only emitted a feeble light. This was probably his intended time to sleep. This training would go on for a while and sleep was mandatory. After waiting for 30 minutes, he was confident that no more monsters would spawn in the near future. He went to one side of the cave and lay down. Falling asleep was hard, but after an hour, his fatigue took over, and he lost consciousness, clutching his saber between his arms. Gravis' next opponent was a dark humanoid shadow with a short sword. It was slower and weaker than him, yet it was challenging for Gravis to defeat it since it was incredibly cunning and kept on surprising him. This was the first fight where Gravis could not sit back and plan out his strategy. Every time he thought he saw an opening, the shadow countered immediately as if it had planned everything. Gravis received multiple cuts across his body. If he hadn't had tempered organs and blood, he would have already bled out. Luckily, tempered organs and blood substantially increase the body's recovery, especially when nothing else was tempered. A stronger body needs more energy and nutrients to heal. In this case, his lower cultivation level was an advantage. Though, if he had tempered skin, the shadow wouldn't even be able to scratch him. After a while, Gravis finally realized that planning and strategizing would only make him lose. In the end, Gravis decided to grip the shadow's sword with his hand and slashed him with his saber. The shadow's sword cut Gravis' hand to the bone. Luckily, the plan worked and the shadow died. This was another essential skill for survival, trading injuries to kill your opponent. Gravis' hand would need at least a day to become usable again. So, he went into the next fights with just one hand. The next opponent was a cheetah. Its speed surpassed Gravis, but everything else was weaker. With the experience of killing the mountain lion, the cheetah was quickly defeated. That he could only use a single hand didn't change the outcome. The next opponent proved problematic. It was a rhinoceros. It had heavy armor, and in a straight line it outsped Gravis. Luckily, with the experience of fighting the tortoise, he quickly noticed that the rhinoceros also had issues with turning. The fight took a long time, as Gravis could only use a single hand to swing his saber, and the rhinoceros's armor was thick. After some hours, Gravis got the idea to stick his saber up the rhinoceros's bum. It felt weird, but this was definitely the best way since the rhinoceros slowed considerably and bled profusely. After some time, it finally died. There was nothing that stood out with the next two enemies, and Gravis quickly overpowered them. After those, he received his food and water again. This time, the food was a living fawn. Gravis finished the deed as humanely as possible and ate some rhinoceros meat. Gravis noticed a pattern with the enemies. All enemies only had one or two strong points that outclassed him, but at least one major weak point to exploit. This practical test was probably there for getting the research assistants used to fighting different kinds of opponents, and to quickly spot weaknesses. Like this, a couple more cycles of fighting and resting passed. Gravis got the hang of things, and with his added experience and healed hand, he overpowered everything. He did not know how much time had passed, but it had to have been at least a couple of weeks. With every passing cycle, 2 additional fights were added before the next rest period. Gravis slashed his saber and cleanly cleaved the giant toad in two. He picked it up and threw it onto his corpse mountain, which had grown to an impressive size. "Toad tastes like shit," he nonchalantly commented. He had become used to killing by now, as Gravis accepted his situation. Only more strength could help him. He calmly waited for his next opponent. The purple light appeared again, but this time, it flowed over the cave, like a wave. Gravis narrowed his eyes. This is probably another environmental challenge, he thought. True to his word, the air began to whirl and quickly took up speed. After some time, Gravis had problems keeping his eyes open. The wind soon grew into a storm, and finally into a tornado. If he didn't do something, things would get ugly, so he stabbed his saber into the ground. Clank! The saber bounced off without even leaving a scratch, and Gravis frowned. Shit! The tornado grew more powerful, and Gravis could not hold himself on the ground anymore. He began to whirl through the air furiously. He could still breathe, but it was growing more difficult. Thump! Pain shot through his whole body, as the storm smashed him into a wall. Fortunately, he only broke his shoulder. Unfortunately, the storm hadn't ended yet. As he continued flying through the air, he tried to keep watch on any walls coming his way. Thump! While he looked at the closest walls and ceiling, he neglected to look at his surroundings. One of the corpses of his corpse mountain slammed into him. Luckily, this time nothing broke, and he only received a couple of bruises. With all the pain and the stress, he forgot about the corpses. He looked around and noticed all the bodies whirling through the air. This made things even harder, and it surely didn't help that he was quickly approaching another wall. He relaxed his body and tried to minimize the impact by rolling. The roll was awkward and still injured him, but it was only a minor injury. As he neared another wall, Gravis raised his arms and parried a flying corpse, using its momentum to his advantage. This time, the impact on the wall was even easier to handle. Gravis continued to parry the corpses, and also managed to get better at mitigating wall hits. After some minutes, he calmed down as he finally got the hang of it. He also didn't receive any more injuries. Additionally, he also started predicting when corpses or walls hit him. It seemed like he could feel the rhythm of the storm. In his eyes, the storm grew increasingly more predictable. Soon, he didn't even need to look at the corpses to know when they were coming. He just felt it. It was like the storm was telling him. Gravis furrowed his brows. This felt very similar to the time when he was underwater. Just like last time, he slowly lost the sensation of the wind surrounding him. He was still flying through the air, but it didn't pose any danger to him anymore. Gravis felt more and more as if he were standing still, and everything else simply circled around him. Corpses stopped hitting him, and he didn't smash into any more walls from then on. His body also stopped spinning, and he had no more problems staying upright inside the storm. He began to slow down, and at some point, he managed to stand stationary in the air, the storm and the corpses furiously whirling around him. It's this strange feeling again. It's like I am part of the storm. Gravis looked around and watched the chaos unfold around him. Inside, he was calm and started to move around the air like he was flying. After some minutes of flying around, Gravis noticed that there was no eye in the storm. The tornado whirled even in its middle, probably so that no one could bypass this challenge. Gravis slowly descended, and his feet hit the ground. He looked up and saw that most of the corpses were already torn into multiple pieces by now. A mist of blood filled the cave, whirling around and scraping the walls. This was probably the reason why the stones in the cave were red. Gravis plucked some pieces of fur from the storm like they were apples, and wiped down all the blood on his body. According to the pattern of the cycles, there would be one last fight after the storm. Additionally, he also had a broken shoulder, though he wasn't really worried about that. Every enemy seemed to be on the same level in this cave, just with different strengths and weaknesses. Gravis had no problems with defeating them anymore. After about an hour, the storm calmed down. Blood and pieces of corpses rained onto the cave and Gravis. The biggest piece was only 10 centimeters long. Thunk! Well, except that one. Gravis looked at the bloody tortoiseshell. This thing was still in one piece, surprisingly. It seemed to be even harder than he initially thought. When all the rain settled, the purple light appeared again. When Gravis saw what appeared this time, he narrowed his eyes. This might be a problem. Gravis was looking at a man in his 30s. The man held a long sword in his hands as he scanned the cave. When he spotted Gravis, the man also narrowed his eyes. This fight should have been easy for the man. He would only need to kill a newbie without tempered skin, bones, or muscles. Before he came here, he wasn't worried. But when he looked around the blood-drenched cave and noticed all the corpse pieces, that thought quickly changed. What happened here? When he spotted Gravis, all the hair on his neck stood up. He saw a youngster, thoroughly drenched in blood. His long hair stuck to his face, and through it, the man could see two intense eyes staring into his own. Right now, the man was sure that this fight would not be as easy as he thought. Was this kid a monster? Gravis waited for the man to do something, but nothing happened after 5 seconds. So Gravis took a step towards the man. As per the rules of the contract enforced by this array formation, I am required to inform you of some things, the man loudly shouted. He sounded imposing, but that was only a front. When Gravis took that step, the man panicked and tried to win some time to regain his bearings. Seeing that Gravis had stopped, the man released a hidden sigh of relief and continued, I am your last challenge. Gravis narrowed his eyes further, but inside, he grew excited. Finally, this hell would end. The man continued, My name is Samuel Norrington. I have been judged guilty on 4 counts of burglary, 25 counts of robbery, 184 counts of arson, and 184 counts of murder. Suddenly, Samuel charged forward. He had said the bare minimum that the formation required and tried to get Gravis by surprise. He quickly closed the 5 meters and lifted his sword for a chop. Gravis didn't see this attack coming, but he immediately jumped back due to his fighting experience. When Gravis saw the sword slashing down, he took his chance and countered with a side swing. What Gravis didn't realize was that his opponent's chop was only a feint. The sword easily stopped in the middle and quickly stabbed forward. The sword would reach Gravis before his saber reached Samuel. Gravis jumped back again, aborting his attack. Samuel got the initiative and slashed again. Gravis only managed a weak block and got blown back again. Samuel didn't let up and continued to follow up with even fiercer attacks. Gravis could only continue holding on bitterly by blocking and jumping back. Sadly, mistakes were bound to occur when one only bitterly blocks, and Gravis received a slash to his abdomen, where a large cut opened. Luckily, Gravis was able to jump back further and finally got some breathing room. All this dodging grated the bones in his broken shoulder, and the pain he felt was immense. The open cut in his abdomen was even worse. It was continually leaking blood, and small parts of his innards could be seen from outside. Seeing that Gravis was outside his attacking range, Samuel stopped his onslaught. The surprise attack had worked and gave him a clear advantage in the fight. "You know, when I first saw you, I thought this would be a bitter fight." Samuel smiled arrogantly. "Luckily, I wasn't completely deceived by your bloody appearance." "Say, did you roll in blood to intimidate me?" Gravis furrowed his brows and said nothing. He tried to think of a way to win against his opponent. He only had to get one clean hit, and it would be over. Not in the mood for talking, Gravis jumped forward and took the initiative to attack with a slash from the side. Samuel lifted his free arm to block the strike and stab Gravis again. Gravis gritted his teeth. He had tempered organs and blood. A stab through the abdomen was not lethal for him, and he was ready to exchange this injury for a severed arm of his opponent. Gravis' saber cut his opponent's arm, but surprisingly, it didn't sever the arm. His saber only cut to the bone. "Idiot!" Samuel grinned and stabbed through Gravis' abdomen. Gravis' body seized up, and with sheer willpower, he kicked his opponent away. The sword left his gut, and Samuel flew back for a couple of meters. Samuel casually landed, laughed loudly, trying to trade injuries with someone who has tempered their skin. Truly, only an idiot would think of that. "Did you honestly think that you, with your weak power, could sever my arm?" Gravis didn't say anything. So that was the reason. His opponent had already tempered his skin. No wonder he felt such a massive resistance when his saber met Samuel's skin. This was a problem. How could he kill someone like that? Gravis could die here. Even when he fought the tortoise, he didn't receive any injury. Things were not looking good. Samuel just calmly stood there. "You want to know something? Do you realize why my counts of rape and murder are the same even though they are in the hundreds?" Gravis didn't answer, but Samuel didn't mind. Gravis felt a faint sense of unease. Nothing good could come from that. That's because killing someone is the domination of the body. Samuel tapped his chest with the side of his sword. When you kill someone, you have won over their body and stepped over their physical dignity. But that is only the body. Samuel lifted his free hand and tapped the side of his head, smiling. "What about the soul?" Samuel waited for an answer, but none came. He released a short chuckle. "When you want to dominate someone completely, you should do it thoroughly." He lifted his sword and pointed it between Gravis' legs. "By fucking them, you dominate their soul too. I pride myself on the fact that I have completely dominated everyone I killed. I want to keep that streak up, so I hope you don't mind." Samuel licked his lips. By now, all hair on Gravis' neck stood up. He felt a mix of disgust, fear, and disbelief, but Samuel didn't let up. His whole demeanor changed. He violently clenched his fist in front of him and shouted with a mix of passion and fury, "Hate, despair, fear, humiliation, pain, suffering. Who cares about the feelings of the weak? If I were weak, I could only blame myself." Gravis was more than disgusted by this vile fiend. By now, what domination! Gravis had only killed to protect himself up until now. He never even had the thought to prolong the suffering of his opponents. Killing was a tool to resolve conflict securely, not to dominate. Gravis got used to the idea that he might die in his venture for power, but he could not accept dying to someone like Samuel. This guy is seriously messed up. Samuel wanted to unnerve Gravis, but surprisingly accomplished the opposite. The last of Gravis' hesitation vanished. Killing a human and a beast was different. With his hesitation gone, Gravis finally found a plan that could work. I don't want to do this, but I can't see anything else succeeding. He shook his head and looked at Samuel with determination. Samuel calmed down again, and his smile resurfaced. Oh? You want to go? What makes you think that this will end differently? He raised his sword and pointed it at Gravis. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on. The sword tip drew a circle in the air, taunting Gravis. Gravis gritted his teeth again. He charged and slashed at Samuel. Samuel blocked with another part of his injured arm and stabbed his sword forward. This time, Gravis jumped back instead of clashing with his opponent. Samuel gained the initiative again and followed up with a slash towards Gravis' injured shoulder. This is it, Gravis shouted in his mind. He curled up his left arm. His shoulder was broken, but his elbow wasn't. At the same time, he used all his strength to slash his opponent's neck. Samuel didn't see that coming. He was sure that Gravis would jump back. What was it with this suicidal exchange? He had tempered skin, but he didn't have the guts to let someone just hack at his throat. Samuel jumped back. Gravis was sure that Samuel would go through with his attack and was prepared to sacrifice his arm for a chance at victory. Sadly, it didn't go as planned. Instead, Gravis opted to imitate Samuel and pressed his advantage. Attack after attack hammered onto Samuel's sword or got deflected by his arm. Samuel felt difficulty moving his arm as more injuries accumulated. Gravis continued attacking like he was possessed. Faster! 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 He screamed internally. His muscles and lungs were burning, but he continued. Samuel stabbed with his sword again, but Gravis didn't seem to notice or care. Gravis' attack continued. This guy's insane, Samuel shouted internally in panic. Does he not care for his life? Will he not rest until both of us are dead? Samuel didn't have the guts to exchange his life and jump to the side again. The makeshift jump wasn't enough to completely protect him. Gravis' saber cut off a massive chunk of flesh from Samuel's arm. Samuel screamed, but Gravis continued without rest. While Samuel was still recovering from the pain, a saber cut into his torso like an axe cutting a tree. Samuel fell to the side, and his sword flew away. Gravis didn't stop. Samuel continued to scream and block with his arms while lying on the floor, while Gravis chopped like a madman. He chopped and chopped and chopped and chopped and didn't stop until Samuel was definitely dead. Gravis breathed heavily and looked at the different-sized pieces of Samuel in front of him. Some muscles in his body tore, but his organs were already repairing them. He felt like shit, but not everything was bad. He was prepared to sacrifice his arm, but the weak will of his opponent made that unnecessary. Ironically, by not risking his life, he lost his life. Gravis calmed down, but before he could process the fact that he killed his first human, he got swallowed by purple light and vanished. Fornius sat on his chair. One youngster after another appeared in the hall. Even though their speeds in clearing the test varied greatly, people who took multiple days longer actually appeared just minutes later than the faster ones. The reason for that was that the practical test was performed in a lower world. The lower the world, the easier it was for the laws of the world to operate. When 1 day passes in the highest world, 10 days pass in a high-rank world, 100 days pass in a medium-rank world, and 1,000 days pass in a low-rank world. By that calculation, a week in a low-rank world would only equate to about 10 minutes in their world. For Fornius, not even 30 minutes had passed between the times of when the youngsters left and came back. The youngsters all came back in different conditions. While some looked healthy, others were nearly dead. Fornius just had to activate the formation, and all the injured people returned to peak condition in no time. "Oh, another one's coming," Fornius commented casually as purple light flashed. The purple light revealed a youngster wholly drenched in blood. Fornius couldn't even see the color of the boy's outfit through all the blood. His left shoulder was broken, and a massive cut went through his abdomen. The youngster looked at Fornius and the others beside him. His fighting spirit was still shining through his eyes, but when he looked at the other youngsters, their own fighting spirit didn't lose to his. That youngster was, of course, Gravis. He continued watching the others, but the atmosphere was broken by a loud slurp coming from Fornius' smoothie. "Man, you look like you had a ton of fun." Fornius snapped his fingers, and the formation activated. All the blood on Gravis vanished, and his injuries healed nearly instantaneously. Gravis took a deep breath and felt refreshed. It felt like taking a shower after a hard workout, just many times better. Fornius waved. "Come over and stand with the others." Gravis released a long sigh to calm down. He had fought for his life for over 2 weeks, so it was hard readjusting to normal life. He walked over and stood beside the others, who watched him with interest. Gravis didn't speak and just waited. A couple more youngsters appeared and returned to their classmates. "All right, everyone's here." Fornius stood up and stretched. Gravis looked around and counted 25 people, including himself. Suddenly, he noticed something. "Fornius, where is Balor?" Gravis asked. "Dead," Fornius said while stretching to the side. Gravis paled. "What? Dead? He died just like that?" Yeah, he hadn't thought of staying underwater in the water rapid stage and was completely powered out by the end of it. His next opponent was the rampaging rhino, which completely decimated his left arm. His next opponent, the cunning shadow, gave him the rest. Fornius commented casually. Gravis gulped and stayed silent. He went out with Balor nearly every day for the last 2 months. They had grown pretty close, and Gravis considered him a true friend, but just like that, he died. Gravis couldn't even say goodbye. He also couldn't remember the last words he said to him. Fornius clapped loudly in his hands. "All right, people die. It happens. Get over it." Fornius looked at the others, while Gravis gritted his teeth. "Okay, there are 25 remaining and 7 died. That's a death rate of a little over 20%. That's average. Although..." Fornius looked at Gravis. "I'm surprised you survived." Gravis was confused. What did he mean? Fornius continued. "Everyone goes through the same opponents but shuffled around. So, even though you all fought the same beasts and environmental challenges, the order differed." Fornius pointed at Gravis. "You especially had shitty luck with the order. Your first opponent was the newbie crusher." The others were not sure which opponent Fornius meant when he said, "newbie crusher." They thought back to the beasts they fought but weren't sure. Gravis, on the other hand, thought of the tortoise. "Do you mean the tortoise?" A light of recognition shone in the others' eyes. As they continued to think about it, they nodded. The tortoise was no problem for them because of the experience they gained from killing other monsters before. Fighting that slow but explosive tortoise first would be very dangerous. They looked at Gravis with pity. "What shitty luck." Fornius nodded. "Yeah, about 70% of people die when they fight the tortoise first. They charge in without a plan and get decimated by its snap. If you have the experience, its difficulty is about average. The reason why it's so deadly in the beginning is that one mistake would prove fatal, while other beasts are more forgiving. Making mistakes on other beasts may give you some scratches, but making a mistake on the tortoise is deadly." Gravis sighed. "What shitty luck." Though he understood what Fornius meant. Gravis didn't receive an injury from the tortoise, but he had nearly died. If he had continued charging back then, he wouldn't be here right now. "Okay, let's start reviewing. You all survived the test and killed your opponents. So, congratulations to that," Fornius said as most of the youngsters smiled in relief. "But," Fornius shouted, and the others stopped smiling. "That was a challenge with only one opponent coming at you at a time. The challenges will increase in difficulty the next time. Even though the average death rate of the first test is the highest at about 20%, the second test still has a death rate of about 10%. So, don't slack off." Most of the youngsters grimaced. Life wouldn't become easier. "The next test will take place 1 month from now. At that time, you will always have to fight 2 opponents at the same time." Fornius grinned. You can imagine how fun that'll be. Fighting one opponent was completely different than fighting two. They knew that, so they didn't look forward to the next test. They laughed at their past selves that were excited about getting to fight. None of them wanted to repeat this experience. You can go back home. The next 3 days will be rest days. After that, we resume our theoretical lessons. And with that, Fornius walked out of the hall, not caring about anyone else. When he was halfway out the door, Fornius seemed to remember something and turned around. Gravis, come with me, he commanded. Gravis was confused but walked to Fornius, who continued walking down the hallways. Gravis didn't know what Fornius wanted but followed him anyway. They took a right and walked up several flights of stairs until they were at the building's highest floor. They continued walking until they arrived at the door at the end of the central hallway. A strikingly beautiful young woman was sitting at a desk beside the door. He's here. Can I go now? Fornius asked with an annoyed tone. The woman smiled. Thank you. That's all, she said sweetly. Fornius humphed and left, leaving Gravis behind. The woman stood up and knocked at the door. Sir, he's here. Send him in. An imposing voice came through the door. The woman opened one of the doors slightly and beckoned Gravis to enter. He hesitated but walked in. The person wanting to see him was probably someone important, judging by the position of his office. What would someone like that want from him? He entered, and the door closed behind him. Gravis was inside a 10-meter-long and wide office, filled with ornaments and art. In the middle of the office sat a muscular, tall man with black hair and black eyes. He wore a suit and appeared very clean. Though one thing surprised Gravis. The man wore an identical ring to his own. The man lifted his head from his desk and looked at Gravis with a smile. Hey, little brother. Little brother? Gravis asked, quite confused. He never met his siblings. He wasn't even sure if he had siblings. The man just grinned. Yeah, you're my little brother, and I am one of your older brothers. He stood up, walked around the desk, and patted Gravis on the shoulder. You can call me Brother Orpheus. Seeing that Gravis still looked unsure, Orpheus laughed. Man, this brings me back. I had the same look you have when I met my first sibling. Gravis looked dejectedly at the floor. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had siblings. Father and mother never talked about their other children. Gravis realized what he said and quickly tried to correct himself. He didn't want to give his newly met brother the feeling that his parents didn't care about him. No, they probably did, but I didn't notice. Gravis rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. Seeing this, Orpheus laughed loudly. Haha, don't worry. Orpheus patted Gravis' shoulder again, showing that he didn't mind. Maybe you didn't notice, but our siblings are forbidden to talk to the center child until their way has been established. Now, Gravis was confused again. What do you mean with center child? The center child is the newest born child from father and mother. Orpheus pointed at Gravis. So, right now, that is you. Gravis furrowed his brows. Okay. But why? Also, what did you mean with established way? Orpheus sat back down on his chair and beckoned Gravis to sit too. Gravis did just that. This practice comes from Father. He cares very much about us and wants us to find our own way in the world, without outside influence. Only a heart and will born out of itself is the strongest. If, for example, I persuaded you to start cultivating, you might not truly have the heart for it. This would be an obsession implanted by others and not born by yourself. There's a difference in that. Orpheus continued. And with finding their way, I mean when someone internally decides which path to take in life. Some choose a quiet life. Some want to cultivate and some want parts of both. When Father sees what his child has decided to do with their life, he brings them on the right course. Orpheus took a sip from his coffee. In your case, it's becoming the strongest duck. Gravis now looked skeptical. How are you so sure that is what I want? Orpheus smiled. Because you're here. Orpheus noted that Gravis wasn't fine with that explanation, so he just laughed again and continued. Father has chosen the hardest path for you. Even if it doesn't seem like it, he cares for all of us. If he weren't sure that you wholeheartedly wanted to become strong, he would have never allowed you to start cultivation from the bottom. Gravis looked absent-mindedly at the window. I am also confused by that. Couldn't he just grant me strength, or give me techniques or resources? Why send me on this life and death path? Orpheus sighed. Father can only give strength up to the immortal emperor realm. You don't need to think about how high that realm is. You only need to know that it is strong, but not very strong in this world. There are multiple major realms above that, and if you didn't forge your path with blood, calamity, and setbacks, you wouldn't have the experience or will to get much further in life. A stable palace must be built one brick at a time. If you complete it but want to expand it to multiple times its size, the foundation won't hold. Gravis was very interested in what an immortal emperor was. An immortal emperor sounded very strong, probably stronger than he could imagine. Yet not even that was the end. He also remembered that his father shouted the word star god before he fought heaven. A god should be stronger than an immortal. There was a long way to go. Orpheus smiled slyly and continued. What do you think? How many siblings do we have? Give me a number. Gravis wasn't sure, but he knew that his parents had been alive for a long time. Don't know, maybe 50? 50. Orpheus laughed loudly again. There are thousands. Gravis' jaw hit the floor. Thousands? I have thousands of brothers and sisters. Orpheus snickered. Yeah, and imagine that. All those siblings have their own family. Gravis couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he had thousands of brothers and sisters. Where are they all? He asked. Orpheus took out a canteen and another cup. He filled it with coffee, and the cup moved to Gravis by itself. He beckoned Gravis to drink, and Gravis took a gulp. He had tasted coffee before, but this cup tasted like crap. He tried to hide his disgust, but Orpheus noticed and laughed again. Do you know how many people would lick my boots just to get a sip of that? Yet, you look like you just face-planted into a pile of shit. Gravis went a bit red with shame. He didn't want to disrespect his brother. He opened his mouth to apologize, but Orpheus waved his hand. Don't worry, as if my coffee can keep up with our fathers. I just wanted to tease you. Gravis sighed, but inside he felt warmth. This was family. He felt that his brother was honest with him and had only goodwill, though he was still unused to the fact that he had a brother, or thousands of them. He lifted his cup again and emptied it. Orpheus slammed his desk. Good. That's how a man should be. Even if you don't like it, do what you deem necessary without a complaint. You truly are my younger brother. He drank from his own cup and also emptied it. Now, back to your question. You want to know where our other siblings are? Gravis nodded. Everywhere, Orpheus said. You can find a lot of them in this city. You can find at least one sibling in every sect. You can find some of them roaming around. Many of them are in important positions around the world. Instead of widening, Gravis' eyes narrowed. Then why have I never met them? By your words, I established my way some months ago. That is plenty of time for them to visit or, at least say hello. Orpheus sighed. Don't be angry at them. I can understand them. Look at where you are right now. You just went through 2 weeks of life and death battles, and in a couple of months you will go to the lower worlds. You can only return when you ascend by yourself, and how many people actually manage to ascend from lower worlds? The answer is pitifully few. The chance that you return alive is less than 1%. Gravis felt a lump in his throat. He only thought about his preparation and his future journey. He didn't think about how hard it was going to be to ascend. Gravis sighed and kind of understood why his siblings didn't want to see him. Orpheus continued and confirmed Gravis' thoughts. Imagine meeting your new brother, only for him to vanish or die a couple of months later. If they meet you, they will get attached to you, and if you die, they will grieve. Even though we live far longer than mortals, the death of a close one never gets easier. Orpheus sighed again. Please don't think bad of them. Gravis could understand his siblings. Maybe he would do the same in their shoes, though it still felt wrong. It all boiled down to the fact that he was still too weak. So weak that his siblings feared to form any attachments to him. Well, there was at least one. I hope you don't mind me asking, but why did you decide to meet me? Orpheus smiled. Actually, because I chose the same path as you. You took the same path as me? Gravis asked. Orpheus nodded. Yes. Just like you, I decided to become free from constraints and decide my own destiny. I also joined as a research assistant. I went through the lower, middle, and high worlds and continued cultivating here. Orpheus sighed as he thought of his past. But I found the love of my life in this world and finally created my own family. I went out less and less and just wanted to be with my family more. Over the years, my drive for strength weakened. And now, I am content with living happily with my family. Gravis thought a lot about what he just heard. This could be him in the future. Maybe he would also find a family and settle down at some point. Was it really necessary to struggle through so many dangers just to get stronger? Just enough strength that not everyone could kill you also seemed enough. But when Gravis thought about what heaven did to him, his expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. While living under heaven, he could never be completely safe. He also didn't want to depend on the security his father provided for the rest of his life. Orpheus watched as Gravis' expression changed multiple times and waited. He wanted to know what Gravis' genuine desire was. After a while, Gravis looked up at Orpheus. Why did you stop cultivating? He asked. Because, in order to increase my strength further, I have to struggle for resources with my life on the line. Even if I manage to get all the resources I need and never get injured, I would never reach Father's level. For me, it is absolutely impossible to reach his level. So, there is not much difference between my current realm and the highest realm outside of Father's. I also don't want to think about leaving my family behind. If I die, Orpheus narrated calmly. There was no flicker of emotion. His heart had settled and fully supported his decision. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Why do you say that you can never reach Father's level? Orpheus frowned for the first time since the conversation started. Gravis, those are things I can't talk about. Orpheus looked at Gravis somberly. If I told you, heaven would not allow you to continue cultivating. You must know, heaven is antagonistic to our family. Did you think that your run-in with the newbie crusher was a coincidence? Gravis felt a little intimidated by the shift of tone. What do you mean? Fornius said the enemies are random. It's basically just bad luck. Orpheus nodded heavily. Exactly. It's bad luck. Luck is in control of heaven, and no one can influence their own luck. That is why it is called luck. Every living being has a certain amount of karmic luck that heaven bestows upon them. Karmic luck can also change. Some people stumble upon extremely profound inheritances that suit them perfectly. That is a person favored by karmic luck. Orpheus narrowed his eyes. When someone has great karmic luck, they may get rescued when they fight an opponent they can't defeat. They may find an incredibly strong battle or cultivation technique in some rundown shop. They may also arrive in a clearing with an unimaginable treasure, while opponents fight each other to the death, and the person just has to take the reward. Opportunities bestowed by heaven are called luck. Orpheus sighed. Yet we are children of the opposer. Do you think heaven would bestow us with any luck? No, no one in our family has any karmic luck, and since we are the only living beings under heaven with no karmic luck, we have the worst luck. The fact that the order of your challenges in the practical test was the worst is only natural. Gravis shook his head. But having no luck would only equate to having average luck. Having no luck does not mean that the worst case would always happen. Orpheus laughed blandly. That's wrong. The average is not having no luck, but having average luck. Even people with average luck still have some luck. That's why it's average. An average outcome requires an average amount of luck. You might think that the best luck is a 10, average luck is a 0, and worst luck is a -10, but that's wrong. Bad luck does not exist. Bad luck is the absence of luck. So, in actuality, best luck is a 10. Average luck is a 5, and worst luck is a 0. Gravis blanched. But what about the tortoise? I survived its first hit by luck. Orpheus just shook his head. It might have looked like luck, but your weak will saved you. Your weakness saved you, not your luck. You may call it luck, but it was bound to happen. There was no luck involved. On the other hand, you randomly got to fight the newbie crusher first, and immediately got an environmental challenge after that. The first opponent is the hardest to defeat. After every opponent, there are about 10 minutes of rest, yet that does not hold true for environmental challenges. Orpheus held up a finger. Imagine this. You fought the most dangerous opponent first and immediately got thrown into an environmental challenge, where you have no time to rest. After that, you fight a mountain lion, an enemy that is fast enough to match you and strong enough to actually kill you. If it weren't for our family's innately high synchronicity with the elements, you would have died. Gravis' eyes widened. You know what happened to me in the water and wind challenge? He asked. Orpheus nodded. Yes. Everyone in our family has a very high talent regarding communication with the elements. Our father is, of course, no exception. High synchronicity with the elements will be extremely important later down in your cultivation journey. But that's still far off. Not even I have reached that realm. Let me explain it in a little more detail. Synchronicity with elements means absorbing the positive aspects while controlling the destructive aspects of an element. Water has oxygen, yet normal humans can't filter it. With us, the water filters itself. We can control the flow of water and live in it as if it were air. In storms, we can communicate with the storm and use it to our advantage. Gravis looked astonished. Didn't that mean that no one could hurt him while using elemental attacks? Orpheus saw Gravis' expression and laughed blandly. Don't get overexcited. This only counts when the element is not being controlled. Taking control of something that is not being controlled is different from trying to control something under someone else's control. If there is a free seat, you can just sit down, but if that seat is occupied, you first need to beat the occupant before you can sit down. You won't have any issue taking control of an enemy's elemental attack if they are weaker than you, but what's the point of that? If they are weaker, they are weaker. You don't need the elements to win in that case. Gravis' mood deflated slightly. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy. But it should be useful in some situations, Gravis thought. Orpheus took another swig of his coffee. So, to summarize, always expect to run into the worst-case scenario. Never depend on your luck, because that will immediately fail. Orpheus put his cup away and smiled again. Anyway, what did you think about the beasts in the challenge? Orpheus asked, back in his jovial mood. Both brothers had an enjoyable conversation for a couple of hours until night came, and Gravis went home. In the next couple of months, Gravis learned a lot more about practical fighting techniques and group strategies. The ice between him and his classmates also melted, and he began to socialize more. This was important for his development because he really lacked in the social aspect. He never had anyone to talk with on the same level. Either people were way above him in strength, or his status intimidated them. Gravis also found out why everyone in the city knew that he was the son of the opposer. Couldn't be possible that everyone knew his face. Could it? And he was right. The reason why everyone knew that he was the new child of the opposer was actually his ring. The ring released a special aura that any people with sufficient strength could feel. He never noticed because, well, he didn't have sufficient strength. The ring released different auras based on the status that the wearer had in regards to the opposer. When he hadn't found his path yet, his ring said to everyone, "Don't touch him." That's also why absolutely everyone was so scared when they saw him, even though they treated his siblings normally. Gravis asked his brother Orpheus what his ring said now. Gravis laughed bitterly when he remembered what Orpheus said. It says no protection, but what it actually means was free food. His father was no longer protecting him. If anyone killed him, they wouldn't need to be worried about any repercussions. He also asked his brother if the ring could do anything else. "Nah," was the answer he received. Another interesting fact that Gravis learned was that he was the only one fighting humans with tempered skin. The others fought mortal warriors. Orpheus said that Gravis had been in the tempered organ and blood stage for over 15 years. If the monsters or humans were the same as the others, he wouldn't receive the intended tempering. Orpheus assured him that, aside from his bad luck, the test was for him just as hard as the others' tests. After 2 months, the second practical test started. Gravis was immediately greeted by the perfect combination of another tortoise and the cunning shadow. The shadow always kept close to the tortoise and defended its weak points. The fight took an entire day. Gravis finally made progress when he traded an internal injury for the death of the shadow. With his added experience, the tortoise was no issue. In the next round, Gravis understood that he had absolutely no luck. The Storm Environment Challenge and the Rapids Environment Challenge came at the same time, creating a massive whirlpool. Every other person would have died since it was impossible to survive this. Ironically, by creating the deadliest stage, he got to relax for some hours due to his elemental synchronicity. Maybe heaven's absence of luck didn't consider his elemental synchronicity? Though, if everything only appeared once, it could also mean that he wouldn't have the environment as help in future fights. If a massive storm would have raged while he fought Samuel, would that even be considered a battle? Gravis could simply control the wind and watch Samuel get smashed to a pulp. Even though he could not create his own storm, he could control natural storms to a certain degree. The next couple of rounds were no big deal. Gravis cleared them quickly, and after a couple of days, he was at the final challenge again. This time, he fought 2 people with tempered skin. In contrast to expectation, the fight finished exceptionally quickly. Gravis learned from his battle with Samuel that he needed to exploit the surprise of the enemy. While they were talking, he immediately charged forward. The first guy jumped back, and the second guy hacked at Gravis from behind. Gravis turned around and used a full-powered slash to cut halfway through the enemy's neck, while the enemy's axe cut off Gravis' left arm. With a kick to the stuck blade, he finished the job. The other guy was stunned and intimidated. Gravis took up his saber and charged at him with bloodshot eyes. The enemy was so afraid that he couldn't bring out all of his power. Like Samuel's ending, this guy was also hacked to death after a miserable while of barely dodging and blocking. Another 3 people didn't return this time. Gravis sighed as he realized that another 3 friends died. He was pretty close to those 3. Did his heavenly luck include his close ones as well? Would heaven not allow anyone to be close to him or help him? Orpheus said that something similar happened to him. Only people that didn't cultivate seemed to be spared from this luck. Orpheus assumed that heaven would rescind the karmic luck of anyone that got close to him. Gravis felt frustrated beyond belief. Heaven created Stella in order to hurt him to get back at his father. Then it stole all his karmic luck. On top of that, it also rescinded all karmic luck of people close to him. Gravis felt a mix of guilt, frustration, and anger. 5 people died because they were too close to him. Maybe that was also a reason why no one wanted to get close to him. Gravis decided that he would only get close to people who were mortal or stopped their cultivation journey. If they didn't involve themselves in life and death struggles, their bad luck wouldn't kill them. Gravis was depressed for a couple of days after that. The realization that he had to walk his whole path alone without anyone by his side. But his family gnawed at him. From his family, he only had his father, mother, and 1 brother by his side. The others didn't seem to care about him. Gravis couldn't wait to go to the lower realm. The more he remained in his current realm, the more he realized how weak and oppressed he was under heaven. Heaven's oppression only fueled his ambition to get stronger. So Gravis went on a mad quest for power. In his quest for strength, he even asked his father if he could train anywhere near the city. Gravis had realized by now that pressure and life and death fights made him grow more powerful, even if his cultivation realm didn't increase. Also, he wanted to release some rage and frustration. His father shot the idea down immediately. Apparently, even the weakest beast in the city's vicinity was more powerful than the strongest person in a lower world. You can go ask your brother Orpheus. He should be able to help you with that, his father commented. I am actually very happy that you seek strength this much. The more your desire for power rises, the firmer your will gets. You may not realize this, but only a small minority of people look for life and death tempering willingly. Others may look at you like you're insane. But if you survive and continue down this path, you will always be the strongest in your cultivation realm. The opposer ruffled his son's hair for the first time in his son's life. Gravis was shocked since his father never showed physical affection before. He also saw his father smile genuinely for the first time. His father said encouragingly, "I am looking forward to your return from the lower world. You have the will and talent to succeed. So what if you don't have any luck?" The opposer harumphed. "If someone stumbles upon some big inheritance, you just need to kill them and steal it. You may not be able to gather your own luck, but you can obtain luck from others. Look at it like rearing pigs." The opposer grinned slyly. Gravis smiled happily. He may not agree with his father's cold attitude towards life, but he was happy that his father was proud of him. They talked some more, and Gravis returned to his brother Orpheus. Orpheus told him that he could theoretically let him fight in the practical test as much as he wanted, but he shouldn't forget about his age. The perfect time to start one's cultivation journey was the age of 16. Gravis was about 15 and a half now, and he still had 2 months of theory ahead of him. Orpheus told him that the third practical test would be different than the other ones and that it wouldn't take up much time. The third test was different in a sense that there were no cycles. All the enemies would appear after a set time, no matter if the previous enemy died or not. If one weren't fast enough in ending the fights and keeping their stamina, they would get overwhelmed. On the same day, Gravis did his third practical test. The time for new enemies to arrive was 1 minute. Gravis had no issue in clearing that since everything died before the minute was up. He only spent a couple of hours fighting, but was incomparably exhausted. In the next 2 months, he repeated the practical test a couple more times, raising the difficulty every time. After a couple of times, his brother informed him that their standard beasts were running low, and they had to save some for the actual third practical test. Gravis frowned, but Orpheus smiled instead. Orpheus went out and captured a lot more beasts, and nearly all of them were new. Though, the difference between the standard beasts and those new ones was that the standard beasts were tailored to have some strong points and some weak points. Those newer beasts were just any random wild beasts. They could be fragile beasts with no strength or strong beasts with nearly no weaknesses. Gravis accepted this condition and fought again. Most of the beasts were average. They didn't have any major weaknesses or major strengths. Everything was about the same level as Gravis. The fights were harder this time, since exploiting a weakness was harder. Gravis took longer to complete this challenge but also received valuable new experience. He was getting better at spotting the slight imperfections in his enemies, which couldn't even be called weaknesses. On top of that, when he noticed that multiple enemies used the same tactic against him, he realized that he, himself, also had weaknesses. He used his enemies as a mirror and tried to reduce his imperfections. He had some success in that, but one was never perfect. In the last 2 months of his theory classes, he spent a total of an additional 4 months in the practical tests fighting. The time dilation was 1 to 1,000, so it always only took him some minutes to complete the battle. His classmates slowly noticed that Gravis' aura changed. He seemed colder. Somehow. They were not sure why he felt colder, but he just did. When he looked at them, they also felt slight nervousness. The reason for all that was that Gravis was always in battle mode, even when he didn't battle. He was unconsciously releasing his will, which subconsciously influenced others. Of course, people in a higher realm wouldn't care, but his classmates were in the same realm as him. Through Gravis' crazy slaughterfest, he slowly built a will aura, which generally only appeared later in the cultivation journey. Just like Gravis, Orpheus also had a crazy light in his eyes. He wanted to throw more enemies at his younger brother and see how quickly his battle intent would grow. Sadly, they had no more time. If they continued going like this, Gravis would miss his golden opportunity to start his cultivation journey. In the last couple of days, Gravis just waited by himself. He had accepted that no one could come close to him. He always looked at others coldly, so they wouldn't want to get to know him. He didn't want to kill more friends just by being friends. He felt lonely inside, but he suppressed this feeling with rage and cold ambition. The only 2 options were death or reaching the peak of power. There was no in-between. Finally, the day came when the last practical test was held. The youngsters waited in the hall for the portals with Gravis at the head. The others didn't want to come close to that cold psycho. He seemed warm, awkward, and innocent when they first met, but now he only acted like a madman. They kept each contact with him to a minimum, lest they said anything wrong. If one looked closer, one would notice something peculiar. The youngsters didn't want to talk with him due to fear of him. Also, when Gravis did anything they didn't like, they wouldn't voice their opinion. If one looked closely, they would notice that the youngsters looked at Gravis the same way as the world looked at the opposer. Fornius didn't arrive too early or too late. He looked at the youngsters and announced loudly, "It's time for the last test. The enemies will appear after a fixed interval of 45 seconds. It doesn't matter if the previous enemy died or not. After 45 seconds, you have to fight the next one. If you haven't defeated your opponent by then, you will have to fight 2 enemies simultaneously. Environmental changes will be kept up for 3 minutes and do not count as enemies. Be prepared to fight your enemies in unfavorable environments." Fornius narrowed his eyes. "Also, there will be no breaks until the test is over." The youngsters narrowed their eyes. This would be hard. In comparison to the others, Gravis didn't react. He went through harder tests by now. He didn't even know why he was required to attend. This test held no meaning for him. As the portals appeared, the youngsters' eyes narrowed, and they walked forward. "Gravis, stay here," Fornius suddenly said. The others were too preoccupied with the preparation for their test to care about Gravis right now. When all youngsters vanished, Gravis looked at Fornius and waited. He kept looking in Fornius' eyes with his, by now, usual cold look. Fornius grinned slightly. "That's a good look you have there." Fornius' eyes also narrowed, and suddenly, Gravis felt cold. Gravis felt like a blade rested on his throat. "But don't get cocky," Fornius coldly remarked and went back to his usual bored self. Gravis released a sigh. This woke him up. For the first time, he felt utterly outclassed. Just Fornius' aura alone reminded him that, while he was the strongest in his class, he was still weak in the world. For the first time in a long while, Gravis restrained his aura. With a deep breath, he calmed himself down. "Do you think it's a good idea to curb someone's will aura right before a battle, Fornius?" An imposing voice appeared from the entrance of the hall, and Orpheus entered. He looked at Fornius with a sharp look. Just like Fornius curbed Gravis' will aura, Orpheus destroyed Fornius' will aura. Fornius gulped deeply, but he didn't falter. "So what?" "He provoked me by releasing his killing intent while looking at me." Fornius got some courage back and spoke louder. "You would do the same in my case." Orpheus narrowed his eyes even further. By now, cold sweat was flowing down Fornius' back, and his breathing became heavier. But surprisingly, Orpheus did nothing further. This was an excellent opportunity to teach Gravis. Orpheus turned to Gravis. "He is right, you know. You were constantly unleashing your battle intent. That's what we call a will aura or killing intent. Normally, the will aura is only released when someone wants to fight someone else. By openly showing your battle intent, you basically shouted at him to fight with you." Gravis closed his eyes and sighed. Orpheus was right. By always killing weaker opponents, he forgot that he was still at the bottom. Gravis turned to Fornius and slightly bowed. "Thank you for the reminder, Fornius. And I apologize for my disrespect," Gravis said politely. Fornius harumphed, looked at Orpheus, and left grumbling. Orpheus watched Fornius leave and turned back to Gravis. "Your test will be different than the others." Gravis narrowed his eyes, and his battle intent was building again. "Your test will be difficult." Gravis' will aura rose further. "We've never done this before, but I believe that you can manage." Orpheus smiled. Gravis looked into Orpheus' eyes, and his aura reached his peak. "What will I fight?" Orpheus' smile changed to a smirk. "You'll fight a low-grade demonic beast." Gravis will slightly shook, but returned even stronger. He had learned a lot in the last months, and wild beasts were among those things. He had only fought against ferocious beasts until now. The strongest among them could theoretically still be killed by people in the mortal realm, or with tempered organs and blood. Yet, low-grade demonic beasts were not ferocious beasts anymore. They were a grade higher, and people of the earlier mentioned stages were just food for them. With luck, Someone with tempered skin could kill a low-grade demonic beast. Only if someone additionally tempered their muscles or bones could they securely win against such an opponent. Gravis knew this would be difficult. Orpheus nodded. Good. Your will didn't falter and became stronger instead. Only like this can you hope to defeat your opponent. Orpheus took out a saber made of voidstone and threw it to Gravis. You won't have time to pick up your weapon. By now, several youngsters already returned, exhausted beyond belief. They didn't even notice that Phornius wasn't here and just collapsed onto a wall to catch their breath. Orpheus and Gravis ignored them. Go! Shouted Orpheus, and a portal opened. Gravis tightened his grip on his saber and walked silently through the portal. The scenery changed, and Gravis was back in the red cave. In front of him stood a 2-meter-high, golden lion. Its head looked down at Gravis, sizing him up. Gravis felt its pressure. None of his earlier opponents felt this powerful, yet his gaze did not falter and looked back into the lion's eyes. His will aura erupted and slammed into the lion. The lion felt threatened and roared. While Gravis was physically weaker than his opponent, his will aura was superior. The opponent didn't even have one. The lion had fought for its meal, but never fought an opponent that could threaten its life. Inside its forest in the lower world, it was king. None dared challenge it. This mane stood up to intimidate its opponent, but it didn't work. Gravis knew that the initiative was important, so he immediately shot forward. The lion roared again and swiped with a claw. Fast! Gravis thought and raised his saber to block. The paw smashed into the saber, and Gravis flew back for about 5 meters. When he hit the floor, he rolled off with his back and managed to stand up again, before he even finished sliding. Gravis' arms shook. There was immense power behind that swipe, and the lion didn't even use its full body weight for that attack. He could not contend with its strength. The lion, encouraged by its own attack, ran to Gravis and swiped again. Gravis wouldn't fall for its speed another time and ducked under the attack while moving forward. He quickly raised his saber and slashed the lion's neck. Clank! His saber bounced back, and his hands shook from the impact. Its mane felt similar to a steel wall. Gravis quickly rolled forward to dodge a paw that smashed down. Then, the lion tried to hit him with its back leg, but Gravis sidestepped easily while half-crouching. He gripped his saber with both of his hands and stabbed upward, towards its torso. His saber only left a shallow cut. There was just some blood flowing out, but not much. Yet, the lion screamed in pain and jumped away, trying to hit Gravis in panic. Gravis had no issue evading such uncoordinated attacks and kept close to the lion. Like a leech, the lion swiped again, but Gravis kept low to the ground and went under its elbow. With a sharp blow, he hit the inside of the lion's elbow, while it was still swiping. The lion's attack's added power made the saber go in deep and even cut its tendon. The lion roared again and tried to jump back, but the cut tendon in its elbow only made the lion stumble back. Gravis didn't let up. He learned in his many previous fights that having the initiative was important. While the lion was recovering, Gravis stabbed his saber in its left eye. The lion seized and only managed to close its eyes before the saber penetrated it. The saber had destroyed the eye, but a saber was not made for stabbing, so it didn't majorly injure the brain behind the eye. The lion completely panicked and swiped its claws everywhere. Gravis kept his cool and kept himself to the blind side of the lion. He chopped into its side a couple of times and left some additional cuts. The lion realized in its panicked mind that no matter how fast it turned, it wouldn't be able to get Gravis in its sight like this. So it turned the other way. Gravis was just waiting for that and looked at the tail coming towards him, stretched by centripetal force. Gravis did a simple chop and severed the tail. Blood spilled, and the lion jumped away from Gravis. But in its panic, it forgot that its front paw was injured, crashed to the floor and rolled onto its side. Gravis didn't pause and slashed the spot where front leg met torso. For humans, that would be the armpit. The fur was soft on that spot, and a lot of important blood vessels gathered there. More blood gushed, and after he did that, he jumped over the lion. Just when it stood up again, he stabbed its other eye from the side. The lion screamed and just fled into any random direction in panic. Boom! It blindly ran into the cave wall and bounced back, its mouth now broken. While lying on its side, it tried to roar but only managed a whimper. Gravis quickly jumped to its front and stabbed his saber through a mutilated eye socket, right into its brain. The lion seized up, and Gravis finished the fight with a kick into the handle of the stuck saber. The saber cut deep into the lion's head, and the lion lost all its strength. Gravis watched the corpse, while his breathing was only slightly quicker than usual. This was too easy, he thought. The lion outclassed him completely in speed, defense, power, and probably also stamina, yet it died so quickly. After thinking for a while, Gravis finally realized the reason. The lion was inexperienced, he concluded. It had not bitten him a single time. It didn't even try to bite him. If it tried to bite him at the beginning, Gravis wouldn't have been able to get beneath it that easily. If he were to slide beneath its head, the lion could just swipe him with one of its paws. He wouldn't be able to evade that attack and would probably crash into the side of the cave. Some of his bones would break, and deep cuts made by its claws would appear. The fear the lion had stopped it from bringing its head anywhere close to its enemy. The head was the most important part of its body and needed to be protected. What if the enemy stabbed its eyes? Yet, those seemingly logical thoughts were the lion's downfall. It should have realized that its enemy would forfeit their life if they were to stab its eyes in that situation. A more experienced lion could have wiped the floor with Gravis. Gravis looked up to the ceiling. Was this what Brother Orpheus wanted to show me? That will and fighting experience could close the gap of realms. Gravis muttered to himself. Gravis was right, but will and fighting experience could only close the gap to a certain extent. If an opponent's body were so hard that he couldn't even break its skin, all the fighting experience in the world wouldn't help him. Yet, it dramatically increased his power in a fight. His will aura had suppressed the lion and made it act more cowardly. Without his battle-intense intimidation, the lion might have decided to bite him. Then only death would have awaited Gravis. Gravis sighed again, and in a purple flash he vanished. Only a couple of seconds passed between Gravis left and returned. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even have noticed him leaving and returning. The youngsters still sat at the walls, exhausted. Some had noticed that Gravis had left and returned, but they couldn't care about that right now. Orpheus just looked at Gravis with a grin. Gravis didn't look exhausted or injured and walked back to Orpheus. "Admit it, the fight was different than you thought," he commented with a smirk. Gravis only nodded. A strong will can suppress people and beasts with weaker wills. They will feel more afraid and will fight more defensively. Without an indomitable will to kill, you will be suppressed and can't show your full fighting strength. Some might not even be able to fight at all. Orpheus was speaking with a severe tone. This was important knowledge that Gravis had to learn. At some point in a cultivator's life, nearly everyone will have a will aura. Of course, that only counts for cultivators that fight for their own resources. Orpheus lifted a finger and pointed to the sky. For example, about 98% of our living siblings don't have a will aura, even though their strength is completely incomparable to yours. If any of our siblings without a will aura fought someone a major realm lower than them, who had one, chances are that they would get mercilessly massacred. You can only increase your will aura by battling others with similar strength to yours. So, someone with a strong will aura has also fought lots of people with similar strengths. This means that a will aura also shows their battle experience. Orpheus pointed at Gravis. In your cultivation realm, will auras are extremely rare. Very few can find so many similarly strong enemies in such a short time. Orpheus' eyes narrowed. But you need to be careful. You might have gotten a start bonus with your fights, but if you don't keep honing your will aura, you will lose that advantage. Let me give you a piece of honest advice. Your goal is not to become strong, but to become the strongest. If you want to reach your goal, you need pressure, real pressure. If you just raise your cultivation realm, you will start losing battles with enemies in your realm. And if you start losing battles, you will lose fights over resources you desperately need. This is exactly why the cultivation journey is so dangerous. You need battle strength to get resources that increase your battle strength. It's a cycle. As soon as your battle strength or resources diminish, your journey is likely to end. Either by not getting resources to rise in your realm or by dying. If you ever change your goal in life, you only need to stop looking for strength. Stagnant cultivators are no danger to other cultivators and are not enclosing on their resources, so they don't care. Gravis listened carefully. He had already known most of the things he heard, but the explanation helped him combine his scattered knowledge into a whole concept of strength. As strange as it sounded, he realized that enemies and cultivation resources were kind of the same thing. If you fight your enemies, your battle strength increases, and if you get resources, your cultivation realm increases. Both things would increase his strength, but one was obviously more dangerous than the other. Gravis bowed lightly to Orpheus to express his sincere gratitude. Thank you, brother Orpheus. I had already noticed that you had given me lots of resources in the form of enemies. Gravis looked deeply into Orpheus' smiling eyes to show his sincerity. You have given me the best possible starting point. So, when I am strong enough, I will repay everything tenfold. Orpheus laughed and patted Gravis' shoulders heartily. Don't mention it. We are family, and family needs to stick together. I didn't do this to expect some return from you. I only wanted to help my little brother. Orpheus patted the side of Gravis' shoulder. Come on, let's go drinking today. In 1 week, you will leave for a low-rank world. So, let's relax for a while. He pushed Gravis out the hall and followed him. The other youngsters didn't know what to do. Fornius wasn't here, and Orpheus hadn't even looked at them. A week passed, and Gravis didn't train during that time. There was a high chance that this would be the last time he could see his family. He spent his days with his brother, father, and mother. They were all happy for him, even though his mother also showed worry. After all, Gravis was her child, and she wanted nothing more than for him to be happy. Yet, she had also shown him her full support in his journey. This week did wonders for Gravis' heart. In the last couple of months, he had sunk into a sea of bitterness and isolation. The realization that he would need to journey alone in the future had gnawed at him more than he thought. He had suppressed those feelings with ambition and rage, but that only held for so long. Eventually, the constant suppression would have killed his drive, and only emptiness would have remained. He finally realized that he wasn't alone. His whole family was absent of karmic luck, and they were all the same. His feeling of belonging increased. Gravis stood lonely in an office, looking at the middle-aged office clerk. It was a small office made out of stone, and nothing else could be said about it. The clerk noticed that someone had arrived, but didn't look up. Name? He asked, obviously bored. Gravis. Your full name? The clerk commented rudely. Gravis didn't know how to answer that. He didn't know his last name. He wasn't sure if he even had a last name. How was he supposed to answer that? I don't know, he said unsurely. The clerk furrowed his brows. What do you mean you don't? The clerk looked up at Gravis with annoyed eyes. Then, something caught his attention, and he looked at Gravis' ring. Now he understood. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. The clerk looked back down at his papers and began to write down multiple things. After a while, he looked back up. All right, all done, only one thing left. Which world? He asked. Then he grinned. Let me guess. You're going to an elemental world. Gravis only nodded. Of course you do. I would do the same thing with all that compatibility with the elements and stuff. He activated a small array formation on his desk, and a transparent screen appeared in the air. He clicked through some things. Any specific preferences? Gravis shook his head. The clerk shrugged. All right, then I'll just choose one at random. When Gravis heard that, a cold shiver ran down his back. No, wait. The clerk stopped and looked at him with confusion. Please, let me see the list. The clerk shrugged and turned the screen around. Gravis sighed in relief. That was close. If I let luck decide, I wouldn't even know how I died. Gravis went through the screen. It was already filtered so that it only showed unresearched elemental worlds. The leading theme of cultivation methods classified worlds. Worlds where beasts reigned supreme were called naturals worlds. Worlds where people mainly cultivated with their weapons were called battle worlds. Of course, there were more categories. Elemental worlds, as the name implied, were worlds where cultivators mainly relied on cultivating a specific element to increase their strength. Gravis quickly chose one, received a card, and walked to the portal hall. The hall was massive and grand with a 100-meter-long formation in the middle. A similar clerk was operating the central formation. Gravis handed his card over, and the clerk opened a portal. Gravis drew his saber, which he had received from Orpheus. It was one of the standard voidstone sabers. It would be useful in the body-tempering realm, but it would absorb all of his energy when he reached the energy-gathering realm. So it was only useful until that point. He had to get a new one later down the line. With one last deep breath, Gravis stepped through the portal. Gravis chose an elemental world for two reasons. First, he had high elemental synchronicity. Second, his goal was the most ambitious goal in existence. He wanted to trample upon heaven, and the best way was to steal heaven's strongest weapon and use it for himself. The lightning element. He had seen how heaven only used the other elements to obstruct his father, while lightning was its actual weapon. If he could absorb or resist the lightning, heaven would lose its strongest weapon. If he wanted to trample upon heaven, then Gravis spoke with ambition. Lightning is the only way. Gravis materialized some meters above the ground. He immediately felt the absolutely smoldering air. Before he could even look at where he was, he started to fall. He quickly looked down into the brightly glowing lava below his feet. The very first thing he did when he realized in what situation he was currently in was panic. Then he realized that he should, theoretically, be able to survive this fall without any issue due to his elemental synchronicity. Though he didn't want to try his elemental synchronicity in such a dangerous scenario. Well, I don't have any choice right now, he thought as he plummeted into the lava. It was hot, but not that hot. It felt more like a bath that was a little too hot for his liking. Yet it was still manageable. He floated on the top for a while and looked around. He was in a humongous pool of lava. On the edge of said pool were towering walls of stone. Obviously, he was in a volcano. It surely was great luck that the portal dumped him on top of an active volcano. His exit point was chosen at random after all. Gravis sneered. At least I now know that heaven's luck doesn't take my elemental synchronicity into account, he said to himself. Of course, he would materialize over an active volcano. Wait, is it getting warmer? Gravis looked at the blinding lava and felt the heat rise. On top of that, the lava started bubbling at multiple places. Gravis' face whitened when he realized what was about to happen. Really? A volcano that is about to erupt. He immediately concentrated, and his body rose above the lava until he stood on top of it. Even though he had his elemental synchronicity, a blast this strong would distribute his corpse upon the surrounding couple of kilometers to multiple places. He had to flee, fast. No time to waste. And with that, Gravis was off. He ran as quickly as possible to the closest wall of stone. Earth element is also an element. So, theoretically, Gravis put his hand on the wall and tried to move upward. Yes, it works, he shouted as his hand stuck to the wall. He quickly climbed up the wall like an insect, the lava below him getting more turbulent. Just when he jumped over the edge, the volcano exploded. The lava shot into the sky, and the top of the volcano exploded outward. Huge rocks flew through the air, and one of them carried Gravis. Multiple bones in his body broke in the explosion, and if he hadn't had tempered organs and blood, he wouldn't be alive right now. He soared through the air on the rock and didn't look forward to the landing. The rock spun in the air with Gravis holding on for dear life. He tried to judge if the rock side with him on it would land first, but the rock was spinning too quickly. It would depend on his luck. When Gravis had that thought, his eyes widened, and he immediately gripped the rock and moved along its surface. It was challenging and his arms hurt. His broken bones didn't help. Just when he managed to reach the other side, His previous position struck the ground, and the rock bounced. Gravis pushed himself off and left the rock when it bounced. Chances were, his new position would accidentally hit the ground next. Gravis touched the ground after falling for a couple of meters, but a fall from this height was not dangerous to him. Yet it was not pleasant with all his broken bones. Gravis didn't relax and look towards the sky. Then he immediately jumped to the side. Shortly after that, another sizable rock struck his previous spot. Gravis caught his breath, looked at his previous spot, and sneered. "Of course," he said in disgust. He quickly looked to the sky again, but no more rocks seemed to come toward his direction. He finally had a moment of calm. He took a deep breath. Cree! He heard a loud screech and looked to its source. A 2-meter-tall blue falcon was flying in front of the, now still, second rock. Under the rock was a broken tree, and if one looked closely, one could notice a slight amount of blood at the edges. The bird circled the rock and looked around in fury. It quickly spotted Gravis, a fire of rage in its eyes. "This is getting ridiculous," Gravis shouted as he gripped his saber. At least he would have, but his saber had vanished. During all the commotion, the saber had left Gravis. Could be anywhere. The bird charged at Gravis, and he did another jump to the side. Lava was raining from the sky by now, but Gravis didn't need to care about that. When lava touched his body, it would just slide off like viscous water. The bird was too angry at the presumed killer of its kids and didn't realize the danger it was in right now. Lava could hit it at any moment and burn through its body. Yet, like a miracle, not a single drop of lava touched it. Bang! A huge chunk of lava, several meters wide, struck the earth beside them. The bird flew around it and chased Gravis, who was full-on running by now. In no time at all, it reached him again and tried to strike him with its talons. Gravis quickly blocked with his left arm, redirecting its force to one direction, and ran into the other. His arm received some deep cuts, but that was better than losing his life. He quickly realized that he couldn't flee from the bird, and without a weapon, he couldn't fight it, at least not in his current condition. It was a ferocious beast, so in normal circumstances, Gravis would slaughter it like a chicken. Sadly, without a weapon, that would be impossible. He had to survive somehow. If his body was in top condition, he might be able to take down the bird even without his weapon, but healing his bones would take days. Suddenly, Gravis got an idea. He changed direction and ran for the massive chunk of lava that fell down earlier. The bird followed him, but before it could reach him, he had already jumped into the lava. Lava wouldn't cool off that quickly, and it was slowly melting a hole in the ground. The bird angrily circled the lava, but couldn't get close. Just the surrounding heat could set its feathers ablaze. After a couple of seconds, Gravis poked out his head and looked at the bird. The bird flew at him and tried to claw him with its talons, but Gravis' head pulled back into the lava. In its rage, the bird had flown too close to the lava, and a couple of feathers already started burning. It quickly flew away and picked those feathers off. Gravis poked his head out again and sneered at the bird. This time he would be the tortoise. Gravis and the bird looked at each other, one in smugness, the other in fury. Gravis had no intention of leaving anytime soon. He would stay in here until he had completely healed. "Just you wait, shitty bird," Gravis shouted at the bird, who just squawked back in rage. The bird kept squawking incessantly, trying to taunt Gravis out of the lava. But the more it showed its anger, the better Gravis felt. "Yeah. Go die of frustration, shitty bird. Just wait until I'm healed. Then I'll whoop your ass." The bird didn't understand human language, but it understood that Gravis was provoking it, so it only got angrier. It tried several times to reach him but had to stop each time. A couple of times, some feathers even caught on fire, and the bird had to put them out. With time, it was slowly losing feathers, but it also managed to come closer. "Yeah, go pluck your feathers, shitty bird. Then I don't have to do it myself when I cook you." Gravis continued his provocation. Even though it didn't understand what he said, the bird got angrier. His fury could blow up the sky. By now, the lava chunk had cooled slightly and had melted a several meters deep hole. The lava looked like a small glowing pond now. Gravis' head poked out of the top of the lava pond, like a growing watermelon. After a while, the bird couldn't take it anymore and made a major decision. It landed and started plucking out all its feathers. Every plucked feather hurt, but its anger suppressed the pain. "Yeah, go on, you idiot chicken. While you're at it, come over and cook yourself." The provocations never ended. This only fueled its rage, and it increased its speed. After a couple of minutes, the bird was clear of feathers. It plucked the feathers on its head with its talons, leaving some gashes along the way. Its determination was astounding. The naked bird now walked over to Gravis, getting closer and closer. The air was still scorching, but at least the bird didn't catch on fire. The bird stopped in front of the lava pond and glared into Gravis' eyes. Gravis still had a smug look on his face. They continued looking at each other for some seconds. Peck. The bird pecked, and Gravis' head immediately sunk. The beak of the bird didn't touch the lava. Being close and actually touching it was a huge difference. The bird had missed, and Gravis' head poked out again, still looking at the bird with a grin. The bird pecked again, but Gravis' head dodged. This continued for a while, like a variation of whack-a-mole. The bird started pecking faster, giving its best to catch Gravis, but he always dodged easily. Suddenly, when the bird pecked again, Gravis caught its beak. "Got you!" And he pulled down. He could control parts of the lava, and when he started pulling, it wasn't just his strength, but the whole lava pond that pulled it down. The bird immediately splashed into the lava and screamed. The lava ran down its throat and burned its insides and outsides. It died very quickly. Some turtles hunted birds similarly. When a bird got too close, they would snap and grip a part of its body. Then they would pull the bird underwater and drown it. Gravis said he would be the turtle this time, and he stuck to his word. When Gravis noticed that the bird had died, he immediately threw it out. He didn't want to burn his meal. He couldn't eat the center due to the swallowed lava, but the outside was still okay. Gravis sighed. Finally, for the first time in this world, he had time to relax. He looked around and noticed that he was in a forest, which was on fire. Many trees had ignited due to the lava rain. In the distance, he could see the smoking remains of the volcano. It seemed like he had flown for multiple kilometers. He couldn't see or hear any more animals or beasts. They probably fled from the natural catastrophe. The sky had darkened from the smoke, and ash was starting to rain down. The dark sky, the ash rain, the burning forest, the lava pool, and the otherwise quiet forest reminded Gravis of the environmental challenges in the practical test. This would probably be how a fire challenge looked. His nerves relaxed more and started cooking the bird above the lava. Its feathers were already plucked, so that saved him a hassle. After a sumptuous meal, he went back into the lava pond and slept. He preferred the lava's safety instead of the open forest, even though the forest was burning all around him. Nothing else of note happened when he slept. Gravis opened his eyes after a good sleep and noticed that it was very tough moving in the lava. It had started to harden into obsidian. He poked his head out and saw that only ash remained around him for several hundred meters. The floor and the sky were black. It looked like a world of fire and brimstone. "Man, heaven really doesn't care about collateral damage when dealing with me," Gravis noted as he looked around. His body had healed to around half of its peak condition. He decided to stay here for another day. It was safer in this hellscape since no beast would want to come here. When Gravis looked back at the hardening lava pond, he got an idea and jumped back in. He tried to control the lava as well as possible and saw some success in his plan. Since he had to wait for his body to heal anyway, he might as well waste some time on his idea. Only his head remained above the surface, and he stayed in that position for the whole day. Night had arrived, and a team of 4 people was walking through the remains of the forest. They wore green clothes and carried bows. Obviously, this was a party of hunters, looking for resources. The party consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The men were probably in their 30s, but the woman looked young. She only hit her 20s recently. "Are you sure we'll find something here, Sarah? There's only ash as far as the eye can see." One of the men commented. Maybe it'll be better if we hunt in an actual forest and not this ashland. The man didn't sound rude but concerned. He wanted to find some beasts to hunt. The woman, Sarah, smiled slightly. After a natural calamity, the elements will be in disorder. If we're lucky, we can find an opportunity in this wasteland, and this opportunity might finally turn our luck around. Even if we find nothing, we can at least say that we've tried. The other men sighed and continued looking. After walking for some time, they arrived at a clearing with fewer remains of half-burned trees. The clearing was exceptionally flat. One of the men raised his eyebrows. What is that? He pointed at the center of the clearing. The others looked over, and their eyes widened. A solitary head was sitting in the middle of a flat black platform. Its eyes were narrowed, and it felt like it was looking at them. When they looked into its eyes, they felt a cold shiver. Why is there a head in the middle of a black platform in the middle of a forest? One of the men commented while looking at Sarah. Is this the opportunity you spoke of? He asked unsurely. Sarah narrowed her eyes. This was too strange. This couldn't be natural. She hesitated, but finally gritted her teeth and started walking towards the head. The other men nervously looked at Sarah but followed with courage. The closer Sarah got to the head, the more she felt as if its eyes followed her. She arrived at the black platform and, "Stop!" the head shouted before they could step on the platform. The party jumped back and felt like their spirits left their body. The head had spoken. What was going on? Sarah's heart raced, and her fight and flight instincts were screaming at her. Yet she didn't retreat. Took all her courage not to flee. "What are you?" she asked. The head spoke in an imposing voice. "I'm an earth spirit." Gravis saw an opportunity in those hunters. Strength-wise, they were obviously not his match. He could judge that just by how they felt to him and their cheap bows. Also, they were walking around in a team of 4, which means that one of them can't take down a ferocious beast solo. Those hunters could solve a problem he currently had. The hunters looked at him with shocked expressions. They looked at each other and then back to Gravis. They waited for him to continue talking, but he remained silent. After a while, Sarah stepped forward. "Earth Spirit, we request your assistance." Sarah bowed slightly. "If you can help us, we will repay you with everything we have," she pleaded. Gravis still looked at them with imposing eyes, though it felt weird to him since he had to look up. "If you complete one request of mine, I shall grant you one wish," he declared. Sarah looked worriedly at the others. "Earth Spirit, what request should we complete for you?" she asked worriedly. "Somewhere in this land of ash, there lies a black saber. It is my spirit weapon, and someone stole it." Gravis narrowed his eyes in fury. "They dared to steal my weapon, so I awakened the mountain of fire and buried them in flames. Find my saber and return it to me, and I shall grant your wish." The jaws of the hunters dropped to the floor. This earth spirit was the reason for the sudden eruption of the volcano. If they said something wrong, they wouldn't know how they died. Sarah looked at the others, and they nodded grimly. This was dangerous but also an opportunity. "We can return you your weapon, but we can't guarantee it. People who dare to steal your spirit weapon must surely be strong," she said in helplessness. Gravis' expression turned to smugness. "You don't need to worry about the thieves. They have attracted the curse of my weapon and must surely have already been turned to ash." His eyes narrowed again. "Be careful when you find my spirit weapon. It is cursed and will slowly sap all energy in the surroundings. If you return it quickly, there shouldn't be an issue, but you must make haste." The hunters narrowed their eyes and nodded. "All right, we will return your weapon," Sarah declared. Gravis would nod imposingly if he could. Sadly, the obsidian was in the way. Instead, he closed his eyes in an attempt to seem mysterious. The hunters looked at him and left, searching for his saber. When they vanished, Gravis smiled smugly. "As if I would waste days searching for my weapon," he mumbled to himself. About half a day passed until the hunters returned. They arrived in front of him, and Sarah took the saber from one of the men. She approached the obsidian platform and laid the saber down. She looked at Gravis in awe. You were right. The spirit weapon was stuck in the ground, and only ash surrounded it. We couldn't find any sign of anyone. They probably met an unfortunate end. Also, I felt something being sucked into your weapon from the surroundings. We sincerely hope you will fulfill our wish. Oh, that woman can already feel energy? She is probably very talented, he thought to himself. When she laid the saber down, it sunk into the obsidian slowly until it was completely submerged. Earth and stone were also elements, but sucking something into the ground took considerable concentration. The saber moved slowly to his right hand under the obsidian. He gripped it tightly and felt some security. Gravis looked at Sarah. I am not like humans who lie and deceive. Speak. What is your wish? Sarah sighed in relief. Bandits have taken hold of our village. They demand food, wine, money, and women regularly. If we don't do something soon, our village will be empty, and then we fear that our life will end. Sarah fell on one knee and pleaded. Please save our village, she begged. Bandits? They may have some people with tempered skin. Though I am in the lower world, so they probably skipped tempering their organs and blood. I have also gotten stronger and more experienced. If the bandits were stronger, they wouldn't care about some village's resources. I can do that, he thought to himself. He internally sighed in relief but didn't show it. If they had requested something more challenging, he could only disappoint them. Luckily, for once, they demanded something manageable. So it shall be. You have returned my spirit weapon, so I will grant you your wish. Step back, for I will rise, Gravis shouted. The hunters quickly retreated to a 10-meter distance of the obsidian platform. Any movement of the earth spirit could cause their demise. The obsidian platform started quaking and cracking apart, and the surroundings of Gravis' head began to rise. A body-wide pillar rose until it was as high as an average human. Then it broke apart, showing what was beneath it. The hunter's eyes widened when they saw an imposing black armor surrounding Gravis' body. It was completely black like the obsidian and seemed to absorb light. It covered his whole body from neck to toe without any seams. It was almost like the armor formed around him naturally. In Gravis' right hand was his saber, while he carried an imposing helmet in the other. This was the idea Gravis got a day before. He could move the lava around, so he tried to give himself an armor. He kept the lava pool and his armor separate so they wouldn't stick together when they hardened. It was a resounding success. Cost him a lot of time and concentration, but it was worth it. Gravis put the helmet on his head and used a lot of concentration to make it fuse to his armor. He stood imposingly in front of the hunters. They couldn't see anything of his body except for his eyes, which seemed to emanate a cold killing intent. All the hair on the hunter's body stood up in fear, but they remained rational. The earth spirit said it would help them with the bandit problem. Bring me to those bandits, he demanded. His voice sounded muffled behind the helmet, and there was not much room for his mouth to move. They shall taste death. Gravis walked behind the group of hunters. His armor was one solid, so it was really difficult moving his legs and arms. He constantly had to concentrate on keeping the obsidian flowing. It was draining, but he also realized that it helped him temper his will. The hunters in front of Gravis were nervous. They felt Gravis' will aura. They didn't know what a will aura was, but they still felt it. It felt like a wild beast trailed them, waiting for a chance to strike. Gravis kept walking in silence. He wanted to know more about the world and any essential towns or cities nearby. Sadly, he had to remain mysterious, so he didn't initiate a conversation. He needed to wait for them to start one. We will arrive in our village in about 2 hours. The bandits should come tomorrow. That's the best opportunity to strike them, Sarah said after hours of silence. Gravis was happy that he could finally talk. There will be no issue. When they arrive tomorrow, I will bestow death upon them. Gravis sneered, but the others couldn't see it. That the bandits exploit your village shows their weak will and power. They heard Gravis' disdain but kept quiet. Even if their village was weak, it was still their home. They didn't like someone calling their home weak. Yet, they knew that they lived in a different world than the Earth Spirit. Sarah continued, You should not underestimate them. They have 3 people with tempered skin. Our village, in comparison, only has 2, my father and me. If you stop one, we can fight equally. Gravis felt relief. They only had 3 people with tempered skin. I said, I will bestow them death, and I will keep my word. You only need to watch, he commented. If those bandits are so strong, why wouldn't they attack a bigger human settlement? Sarah laughed dryly. You must be joking. A town has at least 1 individual with tempered skin and muscle. They wouldn't even know how they died. A city would be even scarier. The head of a city must have a fully tempered body, or they wouldn't be able to be the head of a city. Finally, Gravis got some information about this world. There was no mention of energy-gathering realm cultivators yet, so this was probably an area far away from the core of power of this world. He estimated that he could kill anyone with tempered skin. It didn't matter if they had also tempered their organs and blood or not. If the enemy didn't have a strong will, he might even be able to kill someone with tempered muscles. He had killed a low-rank demonic beast once, and those can only be killed by people with tempered muscles, usually. Yet, with his luck, there might be an issue with those bandits. He had to be careful. The party continued to walk and arrived outside the village after 2 hours. It wasn't very big. From one end to the other, it spanned about 100 meters. The village was comprised of simple wooden huts, and all the villagers were outside their houses. The men looked relieved when they reached their home, but Sarah furrowed her brows. The villagers are all outside. This seems unusual, unless... She realized what might have happened and turned white. The bandits arrived early, she shouted and sprinted into the village. If the bandits arrived, and she wasn't there as intimidation, they might go beyond their usual rules. The men also blanched and quickly ran after her. Gravis watched her leave and finally got an opportunity to do something he wanted to do for a long time. He started slowly changing his armor to actually have joints. All this sloshing around of the armor was really draining him. After some seconds, he did some jumps and saw no more issues. Sarah just went beyond the village's border and continued to run into the middle. Gravis cracked his neck to relieve some tension, and also sprinted to the village. Even though the obsidian armor was heavy, he ran just as quickly as Sarah. When he went beyond the village border, he saw a wall of villagers blocking his way. They weren't looking at him, but into the village center, where Gravis could hear a loud commotion. Gravis continued running, his steps incredibly loud due to his obsidian armor. The villagers heard the commotion behind them and turned around. There, they saw an imposing black armor charging at them. They screamed and jumped to the side. The villagers further in front heard the screams, turned around, and also quickly jumped to the side. A clear street appeared where Gravis charged, and he could finally see what was happening at the center. About 10 people in leather armor, carrying short iron swords, watched in smugness, as 3 people fought Sarah and a middle-aged man. Sarah was fighting with 2 of them, while the middle-aged man fought with another one. The middle-aged man was already severely injured and bled from multiple cuts across his body. He probably had to fight off all 3 of them at the beginning. Ha ha ha! What an opportunity you have given us, girl. We have weakened your father, and now even you won't be able to stop us, shouted one of the men fighting Sarah, while wearing a wide grin. Today, you will warm our beds. Sarah gritted her teeth but didn't say anything. The bandits on the side started hearing loud, metallic footsteps and looked to its source. They saw a madly charging, black armor running to one of the bandits fighting Sarah. They didn't know what to do, but one extraordinarily courageous man jumped in front of Gravis and slashed his sword at him. Gravis slashed the sword and continued charging. Bang! The sword broke upon hitting the saber, but that was not the end. Gravis charged through the man, breaking all his bones and throwing him several meters away. With the armor's ridiculous weight and his speed, he had built up a lot of power. Charging through the man only slowed him down a little bit. The fighters heard the boom and turned to Gravis, but they were so engrossed in their fight that they didn't notice Gravis until he was already upon them. Gravis formed a fist and used all the accumulated power of his charge to punch the man who spoke with Sarah earlier. The man noticed Gravis too late and the fist hit the side of his head, the obsidian exploding from his fist. The man's skin only got a bruise, but his skull and brain were utterly destroyed. The corpse shot into the distance and completely destroyed a wooden hut. Sarah's eyes widened, and the bandits blanched. Gravis knew that the initiative was important, and didn't wait for a single second longer to start his second attack. He used the saber in his other hand to attack the other person fighting Sarah. The man quickly held up his sword to block. Bang! The sword broke since it was only a mortal iron weapon. Gravis was using a saber made out of voidstone. It wouldn't be useful in the energy-gathering stage, but it was incomparable to iron swords. The saber tore through the sword and cut deeply into the side of the man's torso. The man was shocked and couldn't believe what just happened. Since joining the bandits, he never was in this kind of battle, where the enemy outclassed him. Gravis saw his hesitation and immediately acted. He reared back and punched the back of his saber, which went deeper into the bandit and severed his spine and organs. A final kick to his saber completed the job and bisected the bandit completely. The bandits to the side looked in shock, while the bandit, fighting the middle-aged man, turned and retreated. The man realized his chance and grabbed the bandit, and since the bandit was in a panic, he couldn't defend himself properly. The middle-aged man took the bandit's arm and threw him over his shoulder, right at Gravis. Gravis saw this and didn't decline. He raised his saber as high as he could and used his full strength to chop. A full-powered attack couldn't be used in an even fight since the enemy could avoid the long-winded attack or just counterattack in the wind-up phase. The bandit did not have this chance. Gravis chopped down with his full power, and his saber lodged itself into the middle of the bandit's head, after going through his brain. The corpse was stopped in the air and slid down the stuck saber, leaving a long line of blood and brain. Gravis turned to the bandits on the side. When the bandits saw him turn to them, all their hair stood up, and they fled out of the village. At least they would have, if the villagers, angry from all the torment the bandits brought, weren't blocking them. They tried to push through, but the villagers held firm. One bandit took out his sword, but before he could do anything, he was cut in half by a black saber. The bandits couldn't defend themselves, and Gravis took their lives as quickly as possible. He might not pity his enemies, but he didn't want to see innocents getting hurt because of him. He finished the bandits quickly, and the villagers looked in fear at the monstrosity, which just committed a bloodbath. The middle-aged man stood protectively in front of Sarah while she sighed in relief. After standing still for some seconds, Gravis turned to Sarah and shouted, "Your wish has been fulfilled!" The villagers looked at Gravis with fear, unsure if he would slaughter them next, while the middle-aged man looked at him with a stern look. Sarah walked around the man and towards Gravis. The man wanted to stop her but decided that she probably knew what she was doing. Sarah arrived in front of Gravis and looked down at his hand. The armor on his hand had broken and showed his skin. Sarah smirked slightly. "So, you were human after all," she lightly commented. Gravis followed her gaze at his arm and noticed that his armor had broken. He wasn't sure how to react since he went all in on the Earth Spirit thing. Yet, he didn't know how to continue his disguise. Sarah chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. I was pretty sure that you were human when you said you were an Earth Spirit. Elemental spirits don't appear in human form. Also, if you were actually that strong to make the volcano explode, then why would you need our help to get your spirit weapon?" She couldn't see it, but Gravis' face went completely red under his helmet. He was going all out with his disguise, but he didn't know that he never fooled Sarah. He was basically a clown dancing in front of her. Gravis searched desperately to find a way to save his dignity. The middle-aged man slowly pieced together what had happened. The Earth Spirit had scammed the hunters, telling them that he was an Earth Spirit. While the man didn't like scammers, he acknowledged that Gravis saved the village, so he wanted to help him. This situation was probably very embarrassing for the Earth Spirit. The man couldn't see Gravis' face due to the helmet, but he was sure that Gravis' face was entirely red right now. The middle-aged man walked to Gravis. "It doesn't matter what you are, but you have saved our village. For that, I must thank you sincerely." The man bowed deeply. If there is anything we can do to repay this debt, please tell us. Gravis felt like the man had given him coal in a cold winter. He silently cleared his throat. I have repaid your help, and all debts have been paid. I shall leave now, Gravis shouted imposingly and turned around. He walked away but stopped suddenly. He turned around. Where is the next town? The man smiled wryly. The nearest town is Wilderness Town to the northeast. It is about a day's march away from here. Gravis nodded and quickly fled from the village. He didn't want to remain any second longer since it was just too embarrassing. Sarah looked at his fleeing back and laughed. The middle-aged man put his hand on her shoulder. You shouldn't humiliate our savior. She laughed more. He started with all this bullshit. He could have just said he was human in the first place. When we found him, he was buried in obsidian, only his head sticking out from the middle. Sarah talked with her father and told him all about their interaction with Gravis. Gravis was running to the northeast. He had already thrown away his useless armor a while ago. It looked nice but was useless otherwise. Now he only wore a black shirt and some black pants. He finally got a direction for a town, and there he could surely buy pills to temper his body. He learned in his preparation school that the body tempering stage was mainly dependent on pills. Finding a different way to temper one's body was difficult, especially in a low-rank world. He could theoretically temper his skin by training, but that would take years. While running, he was thinking about what happened to him in this world, up to now. He had arrived, and his luck was doing its absolute very best to kill him. Yet, after that, there was silence from his lack of karmic luck. He met no enemies in the 2 days, where he was regenerating, and the enemies he sought out himself weren't even worth a warm-up. What did heaven plan? Gravis thought further about this issue. His lack of karmic luck did its best to stop him from cultivating. There were 2 ways to stop someone in their journey. Either kill them or stagnate them to death. Those ways were actually complete opposites. One was sending strong enemies to kill the person, while the other one was sending no enemies. Enemies tempered one's will and heart, and if there were no enemies, one could progress higher in their realm. Yet, if they advanced higher in their realm without having any enemies, they would also be the weakest in said realm. And when you were the weakest in your realm, it would be difficult to survive and get further resources. Gravis clenched his teeth. So that's your plan, he muttered to himself. As a backup of your volcano plan, you dumped me into some backwater area, where nearly everyone is weak. There are nearly no potential enemies, and probably just as few resources for cultivation. That's right. Heaven wanted to stagnate him into complacency. He got dumped into an area where he was as strong as the leader of a whole town. If Gravis hadn't learned so much about Heaven's luck and plans from his brother Orpheus, he would slowly fall into complacency and lose his drive. This was the same way Heaven stopped Orpheus from cultivating. It gave him a wife and beautiful children until he stopped desiring strength. Gravis realized the similarity. Just when Gravis always lamented his weak strength, Heaven had sent him to a place where he was one of the strongest. That sudden shift in status could make people drunk on the sudden gain of power. Like that, they lost their feeling of helplessness, which drove them to reach higher realms. It would also remove all pressure on a person, basically boring them into mediocrity. What a sly and sinister scheme, Gravis commented as he thought about his situation. He couldn't allow for his drive to vanish. He had to get pills to temper his skin and then move on towards areas with stronger people. Gravis stopped running. And this town should help me in that, he muttered to himself as he looked at the town on the horizon. After a short pause, he continued running. He was still quite a distance away from the town, when something happened. Halt! A man suddenly jumped out of a bush and stepped into Gravis' way. I planted these trees and paved the road. Pay a toll to dash. Bang! The bandit couldn't finish his sentence as Gravis just barreled through him, throwing him back into the bush. Gravis didn't even look at him as he continued running. After a while, the man got up from the bush and looked into Gravis' direction. Damn! At least let me finish my phrase before you do that, he grumbled to himself. It's normal and good manners to let other people finish speaking, you dick. Gravis tried not to think about the guy he just ran over. This was one of heaven's attacks, sending weaker people toward him until he felt more and more powerful. If he continued fighting only weaker people, at some point, he would lose his edge and would start fearing stronger enemies. Gravis needed to keep his will sharp. If he felt proud about winning against weaklings, his will would get exhausted to death. The longer he remained in this weak place, the more weaklings would come, and the more his will would falter. He had to leave, fast. Gravis closed in on the town and slowed down. Charging full speed into a town could evoke adverse reactions. Gravis might need enemies, but attacking a town full of innocent people was just wrong. The town had a 5-meter-high gray wall surrounding it. The big gates in front of Gravis were only opened so wide that a human could barely squeeze through them. The 2 guards beside the gate looked at him and noticed the saber on his back. They raised their halberds and shouted, "Halt! Why are you carrying a weapon?" Gravis stopped and looked at them. "Because it's dangerous outside," he plainly explained. The guards became a little more relaxed when they heard that, but still kept up their vigilance. "We can't let you through with that weapon," the guards said imposingly. Gravis furrowed his brows. If these were the town's rules, he had to comply, but only on one condition. "Is that true for everyone entering the town?" he asked. If this were only true for ordinary citizens, then nobles and people with connections would still be able to carry their weapons. People with strength had the power, and he didn't want to bet on the possibility that no one wished to take his life in the town. In order to carry a weapon in the city, you require a certain amount of status, and we know all people with status. "We must apologize, but we can't let you through like this," the guards continued. One of the guards looked up at the wall and waved one of his hands. The gates promptly closed completely. Gravis narrowed his eyes at the guards and released his will aura. The guards felt the world turn colder, and they believed they saw an illusory blade resting on their throats. They started having trouble breathing and faltered. Mortals had no resistance to Gravis' will. "I am going into this town," Gravis stated, and all the hair on the guards' necks stood up. Gravis slowly walked forward. It was their duty to stop him, but they just couldn't summon the courage. They watched as Gravis passed between the 2 guards, not looking at them at all. Gravis arrived in front of the gate and placed his right hand on it. He pressed forward with all his strength, and the gate slowly started opening. The guards' faces whitened, and they retreated a couple of steps. Only someone with tempered muscles could open the gate by hand. They hadn't even tempered their skin, so how could they possibly stop such an existence? Of course, Gravis didn't have tempered muscles, but his organs and blood had been tempered for over 15 years. His physical strength was incomparable to an average human. His power could not reach the level of someone with tempered muscles, but it was strong enough to open the big gate. This gave the guards the illusion that Gravis had tempered his muscles. Their town lord was the only individual in the town with tempered muscles, so they didn't dare say anything to Gravis anymore. They let him pass in silence. After Gravis left their sight, one of the guards looked up at the wall at another guard with a white face. "Go inform the town lord," he commanded. The guard straightened, looked at his commanding officer below, saluted, and ran into the town. The other guards released a sigh of relief. They felt like they had touched death. Yet they realized that they had failed their duty. The punishment would be severe. Gravis looked around the town. It had wide streets, and most of the buildings consisted of stone. It was definitely better than the village he was in before. Many people crowded the streets, but when they saw that Gravis was carrying a weapon in the open, they gave him a wide berth. People with weapons were either noble or affiliated with the underground. Gravis continued walking until he arrived at an open plaza. He could see a lot of stalls placed all around the square. They peddled different wares. He saw people offering everything from medicinal herbs to martial arts. The only thing that wasn't being sold were weapons. It was probably illegal. Gravis went up to a stall that sold medicinal herbs. He could see a long queue went to the back and stood in line. The onlookers looked at him unsurely. Gravis was carrying a weapon openly, so his status couldn't be ordinary. Yet, he stood obediently at the back of the queue of a stall. This felt unreal to them. One of the onlookers walked to the person in front of Gravis and nervously tipped his shoulder. The person felt annoyed and looked at the guy who poked him. The guy just beckoned at Gravis with his eyes. The man in the line turned to Gravis, saw his weapon, and stepped back. He then gestured for Gravis to move in front. While doing that, he also gave the man in front of him a light kick to his calves. The man turned, saw the scene, and also moved back. This spectacle continued until Gravis was at the front of the queue, everyone else standing behind him. The stall owner looked at Gravis with a mixture of delight and nervousness. "What does sir require?" he asked very politely. Gravis looked at him with his, by now, usual serious look. "Where can I buy pills for skin tempering?" The stall owner felt bitter. It seems like there was no money to be made here. He pointed at one of the stone buildings adorning the plaza. "This is the medicinal pill pavilion. All pills in the town are sold there," he explained politely. The building was bigger than most of the others. It had 3 floors and the walls were painted in a festive, red color. An ostentatious sign showed the building's name, Medicinal Pill Pavilion, written with graceful strokes. Gravis nodded at the stall owner and walked to the building. The other people at the stall sighed in relief as Gravis left. In comparison, Gravis felt bitter. Everyone is subservient. If I were not used to this subservient attitude, I would start feeling smug. I'm lucky that everyone in my home city treated me like this. Oh heaven, what a dangerous scheme, he thought. Gravis went into the medicinal pill pavilion and didn't see any people, except for a girl behind the counter. Probably not everyone could have the finances to buy pills. There were no display cases for pills, and the store looked rather barren. The girl was around his age and stood behind the counter with a straight back. He walked over, and the girl, who already took note of his weapon, politely curtsied. "Welcome to the Medicinal Pill Pavilion. How can I help you? What do I need to buy skin tempering pills?" he asked directly. The girl smiled. "One skin pill costs 7.5 gold coins. Gravis narrowed his eyes. The girl felt a little afraid but didn't show it. "But since it is sir that is shopping here, we can sell them for 7 gold coins. Gravis didn't narrow his eyes because of the price, but because he realized something. He didn't have any money. So, he said he is coming into the city, and then Lieutenant Handers just let him walk through the gates? An imposing man sitting on a throne inside a big hall asked. He was looking at a soldier, kneeling in front of him. The soldier was the same one that had been sent to inform the town lord. The man on the throne was obviously the town lord. He was the only individual inside the town with tempered muscles. "Your Majesty, I was on top of the wall, and when the man said that he would come into the city, I felt like a blade was resting on my throat." The lieutenant and the other guard knew what the punishment for failing our duties was, yet no matter how hard we tried, we could not step forward to obstruct him. He then opened the gates and walked into town with his weapon. The guard continued. The town lord's eyes narrowed. "He opened the gates?" Suddenly he stood up. "Idiot! Why didn't you mention that the gates were closed sooner?" The town lord shouted. The guard shivered. "I apologize 1,000,000 times, Your Majesty. This little one forgot." The guard whimpered. The town lord wandered around his throne hall, unsure how to proceed with this situation. Only people with tempered muscles could open the gate. On top of that, the guards knew very well that failing one's duty meant death. This meant that the fear the guards held toward attacking the young man outweighed the fear of certain death for failing their duty. This young man was at least as strong as him. This could be an issue if not handled correctly. Did the young man introduce himself? The town lord asked while looking outside of his window into the town. No, he just asked if everyone had to follow the weapon prohibition. We told him that it concerns everyone who was not of a certain status. Then he said that he was going into the town, pushed open the gate and walked in. The guard narrated again. The town lord rubbed his chin in thought. Announcing his status would have made things way easier. Either he is a wanted criminal, which I doubt since he didn't hide, or he is unknown. Maybe he is a disciple from some mysterious master. He didn't announce himself, so he is probably not interested in meeting me, or interested in my position. Yet, he is a young man, probably in his teens judging by how the guard described him. He must have some incredible treasures with him. Maybe I could get them and finally temper my bones. The town lord looked at the ceiling and continued rubbing his chin while muttering to himself. After a while, he nodded to himself and made his decision. The guard continued kneeling, not daring to say a word. "All right?" the town lord shouted while turning back to the guard. The guard stood up and saluted. "The soldiers will not receive the death penalty since this seems to be an unusual circumstance. Yet punishment is necessary. Return to the gate. Everyone involved in this incident will receive 40 hits of the skin rod after their shift ends." The guard shivered slightly. The skin rod was a specific rod to punish people with tempered skin. The lieutenant would survive, but he would lose a layer of skin, while the guards would have to fight for their lives. The guard saluted again. "Yes, your majesty," shouted the guard and left. The town lord sat back on his throne and began to drink some tea. He had decided to let sleeping tigers lie. If the young man were not interested in meeting him, he would probably do what he came here to do, and then leave. The young man was at least as strong as the town lord himself, and the fear he instilled in the guards seemed unnatural. He never even heard of something like that. Angering him could go south very fast. The potential treasures were not worth the risk. As for the situation that the young man would do something illegal or kill someone, the town lord would not risk his life for that. Just let him do what he wants, as long as it does not compromise my position. The town lord wasn't an idiot. Having no money was an issue. Body tempering needed a lot of money in the form of pills to progress. The following stages were easier in that requirement. Gravis had to find a way to earn money. However, it shouldn't be that hard. Being one of the strongest in the area would surely help. "All right. So," Gravis began, and the girl's eyes lighted up. She was about to make lots of money. "What's the best way to earn money around here?" Gravis asked. The girl wasn't sure if she heard him correctly. "The best way to earn money, sir?" she asked for confirmation. Gravis nodded. The girl felt the money glide out of her hands. This guy had no money. But then, how did this guy walk around with a weapon? Some guesses started forming in her mind. If cash or status weren't the way he got his saber in, then it could only be strength. Maybe she actually could make some money off of him. "Actually," she started, "there is a place where Sir can earn a lot of money." "Oh? Where?" Gravis asked. The girl's eyes shined. The man was obviously genuinely interested in making money. "We have a big problem with ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in the surrounding villages. The hunting guild has a lot of bounties and missions for killing different beasts. Of course, one needs a certain amount of strength for that, but I think this would be no problem for Sir. Sir can find the hunting guild outside the town." Gravis' eyes lighted up. Making money for killing enemies? Money could increase his realm, and enemies could increase his will and experience. This was killing two birds with one stone. Gravis nodded. "Thank you. I will look for this hunting guild, and return with enough money." Then he turned around and left. "Sir, one more thing," the girl shouted while he was leaving. Gravis turned around and looked at the girl. "I think there is a notice on the notice board on the central plaza that Sir should be interested in," the girl said. Gravis furrowed his brows but nodded and left the store. The girl, on the other hand, rubbed her chin with a smirk. If she were right, she would earn a lot of money in the near future. Following the girl's advice, Gravis looked for a notice board and found it quickly. He walked towards it, everyone giving Gravis a wide berth, and began to read the announcements. After a while, Gravis found an announcement that made him shiver in excitement. It read, "To all talented youngsters, on the day before the summer solstice, the yearly entrance exams for the elemental guilds are being held. Requirements. Under 20 years of age, must have tempered skin, must have a firm will. Every youngster that fulfills the requirements is invited to Body City to participate in the entrance exams." Further down was a list of all the elemental guilds, and he noticed the Lightning Guild was part of them. He quickly checked the date on the top right of the notice board. The date for the entrance exams was about 90 days away. Gravis narrowed his eyes. He had to temper his skin by then. He quickly turned around and left the town, looking for the hunting guild. Gravis walked to the exit of the town. When the guards saw him, they simply opened the gate without a word. They had orders from the town lord that Gravis could do anything he wanted. But the guards had to keep the town lord up to date with news about him. When Gravis went through the gate, one guard retreated and ran to the town lord's residence. Gravis noticed that and guessed that the town lord probably had eyes on him. He didn't care that much. If the town lord wanted to attack him, he would be an excellent test of Gravis' current combat strength. If the town lord didn't do anything, that would be fine too. Gravis left the town and searched for the hunting guild. After a while, he found it. It was to the east of the town, while the gate Gravis left from was on the south. It was a wide building made of stone, and he could see a big sign on the roof that read Hunting Guild. Gravis could also see stalls on the side of the hall, where some beasts walked around which were probably tamed. He could only see ferocious beasts and no demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were perhaps too strong. Gravis went to the entrance and walked in. The hunting guild had no guards, apparently. They probably didn't need them since the hunting guild was full of strong hunters. Wanting to rob this place was pure suicide for most people. When he went inside, he noticed that the hall also functioned as a bar. Long rows of wooden benches and tables adorned one side of a large hallway, while the other side had the bar. At the end of the hall there was a giant notice board. That was probably the place where the bounties and missions were listed. "Hey, newbie!" a guy shouted from one of the benches, a beer in front of him. "You want to register as a hunter, or do you want to set up a mission?" he asked as he stood up and walked to Gravis. The guy looked imposing. He was around 2 meters tall, and bulging muscles peeked through his brown vest, with nothing underneath. A large sword, nearly as long as the guy himself, was slung over his back. Gravis looked at him with his typical neutral look. "I want to register as a hunter," he commented dryly, as he continued looking around the hall. The hall seemed moderately full, but there was still some space. Nearly everyone had some kind of weapon on their backs, since this was outside the town. There were no restrictions regarding weapons out here. He could see all kinds of weapons adorning the hunter's leather armors. He could see bows, staffs, swords, sabers, spears, and many more. The guy whistled in surprise and astonishment. "Oh, you're a little young for that. Are you sure about this? You need to be able to slay a ferocious beast at least," the guy explained. Gravis simply nodded. He didn't want to get too close to others due to his contagious luck. The guy simply shrugged, while leaning with his elbows on a nearby table. Another man sitting at that table looked at the guy with a disgusted look and pulled his food away from the guy's elbow. The guy talking with Gravis ignored it. "Well, it's your neck. You need to get over to the counter and register." The guy gestured with his neck to the bar. Gravis nodded. "Thanks," and walked to the counter. The guy looked at Gravis walking away. "Hey, a shy guy, eh?" With that, he walked back to his table to continue drinking his beer. As Gravis arrived, a middle-aged, grumpy-looking woman looked at him. Here, no one was intimidated by his weapon, since the hunting guild was outside the town. Here, everyone walked around with a weapon. "What do you want?" asked the woman, annoyed. Gravis didn't care about her manners. He preferred direct conversation. If someone were friendly to Gravis, he would feel uncomfortable and guilty since he had to act coldly. He didn't want to infect others with his luck. "I want to register as a hunter. To become a junior hunter, you need to find a party that will accept you, and kill at least 4 ferocious beasts until you can accept missions by yourself. To become a senior hunter, you need to have tempered skin and must prove yourself by killing a ferocious beast solo." The lady narrated like it was practiced, which was probably true. Gravis didn't wait. "I want to become a senior hunter," he stated blankly. One of the lady's eyebrows rose. "Kid, don't joke around. You're still too green to become a senior hunter. You probably haven't even killed a chicken before." The woman laughed in disdain. Gravis narrowed his eyes at the woman. Just when he was about to release his will aura to make things easier, An old man on the side of the counter walked over. "Margaret, you don't have the authority to stop people from registering. Give him the test," he ordered. The lady rolled her eyes and started rustling through some paper below her counter. After some seconds, she took out a piece of paper. "Here." She threw the paper at Gravis, who promptly caught it. "A ferocious beast called Tree Fiend has been spotted near a farm to the south. Just follow the instructions of the paper. If you manage to kill it, bring its corpse here. If it's too heavy, bringing us its head will be enough, but you won't get any spoils except for the monetary reward." Gravis calmly looked at the paper, read through it, and nodded. He shoved the paper into one of his front pockets, turned around, and left without another word. "Tch, another crazy youngster thinking he knows how the real world works," the lady commented in disdain. The man, on the other hand, was rubbing his chin with a smile. "I wouldn't be so sure about that. I felt something unique from him," the man told the lady. "Tch, you're getting sentimental. If the boy dies, that's on you," the lady angrily remarked and went back to look through some documents. Gravis quickly left the hall and ran towards the south. He followed the instructions and arrived at a farm, not 20 minutes later. After asking the farmer about his beast problem, he ran to the east of the farm to a close forest. The farmer saw the Tree Fiend there some hours ago. He had commissioned the hunt about 2 weeks ago, but since he didn't have enough money, he could only commission it as a trial mission. A trial mission only cost about a third as an actual mission. Like the name suggested, trial missions were meant for hunters as a trial to upgrade their rank. There were multiple ranks, with junior hunter and senior hunter being the lowest and the highest, respectively. There were not many people with tempered skin just walking around, so the hunting guild created some additional ranks for the hunters without tempered bodies. Just those ranks were not accessible to new recruits. A hunter could only start at the bottom or the top. If they told someone with tempered skin that they first had to slog through all the ranks, they might not join. They had tempered skin after all. They could just go somewhere else. Gravis arrived at the place where the farmer last saw the Tree Fiend. It was close to a forest on the edge of the farm. That was the place where the farmer let his animals out to eat. Of course, that would seem idiotic with a ferocious beast stalking the area. Yet, the farmer was afraid that, if the creature didn't find any food there, it would come to the farmer instead. Gravis jumped into a haystack and waited for the Tree Fiend. He knew the basics of tracking, but why would he risk going into the forest and searching around forever if he could simply wait for the beast to appear on its own? So he decided to simply wait. About 5 hours later, he saw an about 2-meter-tall, tree-like creature stalking around the forest's edge. Its arms were thin and ended in long, thorn-like barbs. It was also walking on only 2 legs. This was probably the Tree Fiend. "Fitting name," Gravis commented in his mind. The Tree Fiend didn't know that death had arrived. The door of the hunting guild was kicked open, and Gravis walked in while pulling the forest fiend's corpse by its leg. Not a lot of blood flowed out since he had dragged it all the way here like that. The people at the tables looked at Gravis with some astonishment and also a little disgust. The lady behind the counter looked at Gravis with a shocked look in her eyes. She hadn't thought that Gravis would actually successfully finish this hunt. On top of that, it looked like Gravis wasn't even injured. Hell, he didn't even seem exhausted. Gravis dragged the corpse to the counter, but the lady immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you see that people are eating here?" She gestured to the tables where multiple people had stopped eating with looks of disgust. "Get outside and go to the bounty entrance beside the main entrance," she commanded. Gravis furrowed his brows. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked simply. The lady went red in the face. She hadn't even entertained the thought that Gravis might be successful in his hunt, so she didn't bother telling him. "That doesn't matter. Go to the side entrance," she commanded again. Gravis frowned, but pulled the corpse outside and went to the bounty entrance. The bounty entrance was multiple times bigger than the main entrance, probably so even big bodies could fit. He pulled it into the bounty entrance, where he could see some men sitting at a table, playing a card game. The men heard the scraping of the corpse on the ground and looked at Gravis. Seeing the body, they stood up, Place it on the table, one of the guys said. As he started putting on an apron and gloves, Gravis saw a big, metallic table in the middle of the room. Some blood remained on the table, but Gravis didn't care. He hoisted the corpse with one hand and let it slam onto the table. The eyes of the men widened. This guy had some good strength. They quickly inspected the corpse. The cause of death couldn't be inferred by just taking one look. It took some time until they noticed a deep groove on the top of its head. One of them opened it a little wider and saw that half the brain was cut. So this was the cause of death. One of the guys whistled in astonishment. Wow, that's good work, newbie. The corpse is basically without any injury. Let me just check the price of the corpse, and I'll give you your spoils. All right. Do you want the reward as materials or currency? The man asked. Money, Gravis stated. Well, okay. Gimme a sec, the man said and walked over to one of the tables. He took out a thick catalog and looked through it. After about a minute, he closed it again and walked over to Gravis. He took off the thickest sack of money from his belt and searched through it. After a while, he had taken out some silver coins and recounted them again. All right, that's 45 silver coins for you, the man said as he handed Gravis the coins. Gravis took them but soon found a problem. Hey, can you sell me one of those purses for a silver coin? Gravis asked, pointing at the sacks of money on the guy's belt. The guy looked surprised but quickly nodded. Sure. Here, take this one, he said as he emptied a half-filled sack into another one. He gave the empty sack to Gravis and took his silver coin, obviously happy with this trade. Gravis emptied his silver coins into his new purse, nodded to the man, and walked out. When he walked back into the hunting guild, through the main entrance this time, he saw someone cleaning the floor of the little blood the corpse spilled. He ignored the man and walked to the counter lady again. So, where's my payment? He asked directly. The lady harumphed. Can't you youngsters learn some patience? We have to wait for the report from the bounty hall. She gestured to the wall of the bar. Behind that wall was the room where Gravis just left the corpse. It should take about 5 minutes. Gravis frowned but nodded. Some things couldn't be rushed, so he simply leaned against a wall and waited, his eyes closed. The hunters looked at him weirdly. They saw that Gravis didn't engage in any brotherly conversation with them at the table. He was a young guy, so that was unusual. Young men would quickly start to brag about their kill or simply just unwind by releasing their happiness with some alcohol. Instead, they felt like Gravis was releasing an aura of coldness and rejection. It seemed like he didn't want to be disturbed. Some of them stood up and tried to make conversation, but Gravis always answered plainly, with as few words as possible. After a while, the hunters stopped trying. He was obviously an antisocial person. About 4 minutes after he talked with the lady, one of the men from the bounty entrance came in and gave the lady a piece of paper. Hey, newbie, come over here, she commanded. Gravis walked over and looked at her. The lady didn't know why, but for some reason, she really didn't like Gravis. Show me your weapon. Gravis frowned but complied. Being direct was one thing, but she obviously acted hostile towards him. He showed her his saber. There was some blood on the saber, but not much. The lady looked at the saber, then at the paper, then again at the saber and the paper again. All right, your mission's done. She then took out an emblem made of metal and a sack filled with coins. This is your senior hunter emblem. You need to present it if you want to accept missions, she explained and gestured toward the big notice board at the end of the hall. That's the mission board. Every mission regarding ferocious beasts is listed there. Then, she gestured at a long list on one side of the hall. That's the bounty list. It shows you, on average, how much a corpse is worth. You can bring any slain ferocious beast into the bounty hall. They will evaluate the grade of your corpse and compare it to the current price. So, prices may vary since the bounty list only shows the general average. Missions have an additional monetary reward compared to bounties, but your slain beasts are still your property. She then pointed at the sack of coins. On average, a mission for killing a ferocious beast gives a hunter around 50 silver coins, yet it may vary according to the strength of the monster. Trial missions are only worth around a third of the price of an actual mission since we can't guarantee the kill on the first attempt. You get 20 silver coins for this mission. When someone commissions a mission, we first send scouts to classify which monster is stalking the place. We can't trust amateurs to correctly identify a monster, so we always verify with our own eyes what kind of monster the target of a mission is. So, the information is pretty accurate. When you want to take on a specific mission, pull down the notice and bring it to me together with your emblem. Though you have to pay a contract fee when accepting a mission. The fee counts as insurance if you fail the mission. The contract fee is about 25% of the reward. If you complete the mission, you get the fee back. She explained everything in a very natural and practiced manner. Gravis took the coins and added them to his purse. After that, Gravis did some calculations. With luck, he could hunt 2 ferocious beasts per day, but he would need about an average of 8 to buy a skin pill, including the bounty. Gravis knew that this was the lower world and that the pills here wouldn't be like the pills in his world. He would probably need more than one. The entrance exams for the elemental guilds would be in around 90 days. He wasn't sure if just hunting ferocious beasts was enough. He needed more money. Are there missions for hunting low-grade demonic beasts? He asked, and the hall went silent. When everyone heard that Gravis wanted to fight a low-grade demonic beast, they fell silent. Some looked shocked, some amused, and others looked on in disdain. The new guy had just killed a ferocious beast, and now thought he could pierce the heavens. The new guy didn't talk to others because he was antisocial, but because he obviously had an inflated ego. The lady behind the counter snorted. You fought a ferocious beast and already think you can fight a demonic one? Don't make me laugh. First, you should kill some more ferocious beasts. Then, you have to find a hunting team that is capable and willing to hunt a demonic beast. You're a newbie, so you have to prove yourself first before others will accept you. Also, can you even afford the contracting fee? The lady explained in arrogance. Gravis' eyes narrowed. The first couple of points were no problem, but the contracting fee was an issue. How much is the contracting fee? He asked. Between 2 to 3 gold on average, the lady continued. 2 to 3 gold. So, the reward would be around 10 gold. On top of that, there was an additional bounty reward. Gravis could probably buy 2 skin pills with that money. The issue was the contracting fee. Gravis wished that he had taken the money from the bandits he had killed in the village. Yet, he forgot looting them because of his embarrassment. All right, I'll get the money, and I'll come again, Gravis said as he walked towards the mission board. The hunters shook their heads in helplessness. This guy couldn't be helped. Gravis looked at the mission board and took some of them down. Hey, you can only take 1 notice at a time. Gravis heard the lady shout from behind. He frowned again and put the notices back until he only had 1. He took the closest one to the Hunters Guild and walked back to the counter. He gently put the notice down and then slammed his emblem into the table. The table broke in the middle, while his emblem was dented. Everyone in the hall shut up and looked over in shock. It was not easy breaking this table. The table was very thick and very hard. Gravis had enough. He was pissed from continually being underestimated, so he made a show of force to shut the people up. Gravis hadn't let go of his emblem yet, as he looked at the lady at the counter. She looked at Gravis with a white face and an open mouth. Then, she clenched her teeth. Hey, you got a dash. But she immediately stopped as she looked into Gravis' eyes. He had released his will aura, and she felt like death was about to come. She whitened further and took some steps back, deep fear showing in her eyes. The others watched and gulped in nervousness. Some seconds went by until Gravis finally spoke. What are you waiting for? Register the mission, he said while looking at the lady with a death stare. He let go of the emblem, and the lady could see that its form had changed from a plate to a metal stick. She took a deep breath. The emblem was made of solid metal. Slowly, she walked forward and carefully took the notice, as well as the metal stick emblem. She had never gone through a registration that quickly in her life. After she finished, she placed the emblem and the notice back in front of Gravis. Gravis took the emblem and the notice and walked out of the hunting guild without another word. After he left, everyone could finally breathe again. They unanimously decided not to come into contact with that madman. The cold aura they felt couldn't possibly come from a nice guy. The hunters tried to get back to talking with their friends and colleagues, but the carefree atmosphere was destroyed. On the next day, at around evening, Gravis came back to the hunting guild. He carried a corpse to the bounty room and received his bounty, as well as the mission reward. When he had walked into the main hall, the atmosphere changed, and no one looked at him. Everyone was trying to be as silent as possible. Yet, the lady was forced to interact with Gravis. She finished everything professionally and quickly. When he got his reward, Gravis walked to the notice board again, looked for a specific notice, tore it down, and registered it. Then he walked out and returned, not even a minute later, with the corpse of the mission's target. He had remembered the notices and hunted the beasts anyway. He had hidden the bodies in the nearby forest. The freshly rejuvenated atmosphere broke again when Gravis came back. He quickly took his reward and did the same thing another time. After just another minute, he had collected his third reward for the day. But, this time, after getting his reward, he didn't leave again. "I should have enough gold for a low-grade demonic beast now," he stated flatly. The lady didn't comment and took some papers out from below the counter. She slowly moved them towards Gravis and pulled her hands back. Gravis looked at them and quickly chose his target. He put the notice, his metal stick emblem, as well as 2 gold and 50 silver before the lady. Every time she saw the emblem, a cold shiver ran down her spine. She pulled the other papers back and finished the registration, being especially careful with the money. After that, he left the hall without a comment. As he left, the hunters began to discuss. They talked about Gravis' chances of returning alive. Most thought he would die. Some thought he would fail but return alive. Only a few thought that he would succeed. Gravis had the choice between 3 targets: a snake, a boar, and a tiger. He had chosen the tiger. The main reason was that a tiger would always be considered a king among beasts. For someone inexperienced, this sounded like the hardest one. Yet, in Gravis' eyes, this was probably the easiest one. A tiger was king and would not have many enemies. While the tiger might be physically stronger than the other 2, it would probably have a weaker will due to its lack of rivals. The tiger had inhabited a hill near a village. The farmers initially used the hill as grassing ground, but stopped, for obvious reasons. The tiger was big and had a big appetite. The farmers created a union where they rotated, whose cow would be sacrificed. This situation had been going on for months. The whole village had to pitch in to get enough money for the hunting guild. There were not many hunting parties willing to take on demonic beasts. While the reward was high, the risk was also high. They never left with less than 10 people, and they would always return with fewer people than before. The reward would have to be split, too. Gravis arrived at the village in a couple of hours and immediately saw the hill, as well as the tiger resting on it. The tiger didn't care about its surroundings since nothing was willing to provoke it. Gravis saw a small hill of bones lying behind the tiger. The tiger itself was 2 meters tall, around as big as the lion he fought in the 3rd practical test. Its claws were nearly as long as an arm, and its mouth looked imposing and dangerous. Its muscles bulged from its body at the shoulders, while its deep breath could be heard from several meters' distance. Yet, instead of being intimidated, Gravis was happy about the tiger's imposingness. The more imposing it looked, the fewer enemies would be willing to attack it. When he heard that the tiger was lying on a hill at some village for a couple of months, he knew that the tiger had no ambition to become stronger. This was precisely the opponent he needed. Gravis slowly walked closer, but the tiger didn't react. The tiger seemed to feel completely safe in its surroundings, like a king on his throne. Gravis slowly climbed up the hill, getting closer to the tiger. The tiger still didn't react. When Gravis was only 10 meters away, it slowly opened its eyes, looked at Gravis, and just grumbled a little. The whole nearby village could see the hill. Some kids had noticed that Gravis was walking to the tiger and called their parents. The parents called other adults, and soon the whole village was watching Gravis getting closer to the tiger. The parents quickly protected the eyes of their children. They didn't want the kids to see a suicidal fool getting mauled. The tiger had just eaten, so it was too lazy to stand up right now. A low grumble would surely scare that puny human away. The tiger closed its eyes again to sleep. Suddenly, the tiger heard that the footsteps became faster and heavier, and it quickly opened its eyes again. Sadly, it was too late. A saber stabbed into the tiger's left eye, completely destroying it. The tiger roared, jumped up, and tried to hit Gravis with a swipe of one of its claws. But suddenly, the atmosphere changed. The tiger felt like it was fighting an incredibly powerful enemy, while before the man felt like an average human. The sudden change in feeling made the tiger hesitate. When Gravis had seen that the tiger would not care about him, even when he was so close to it already, he took the chance to attack. Gravis had not activated his will aura until the tiger was injured. If he activated his will aura earlier, the tiger would never allow such an easy attack to land. The tiger continued roaring in pain, rage, confusion, and fear. It had never been in this situation before, and it didn't know how to handle it. Was it supposed to attack Gravis? The tiger wasn't sure. The feeling that Gravis gave it was an enormous cold pressure. Should it flee? Then it would have to go back to the wild, where there were stronger beasts than the tiger. While the tiger continued thinking, Gravis had thought of a battle plan. The next attack would decide the whole direction of the fight. If Gravis attacked its front, the tiger would have two choices. Could bite or swipe with a claw. The tiger was faster than Gravis, so he had to decide his course of action before the tiger started reacting. In some sense, one could say that Gravis could only act based on prediction and not on his opponent's action. If Gravis decided to slide beneath the tiger and it swiped him, everything would be fine. The fight would take a similar direction to his previous battle with the lion. Yet, if the tiger decided to bite him, it would nearly kill him with a swipe if he slid beneath it. It was a 50-50ths in that case. Gravis didn't like those chances and decided against sliding beneath his opponent. Instead, he started running to the tiger's front. The tiger's instincts kicked in, and it bit towards Gravis. Luckily, Gravis hadn't decided to slide under the tiger. Instead, Gravis started jumping before he was in the tiger's bite range. The bite missed, and Gravis used all his strength to hit the upper side of its snout. The saber hit the bone of the tiger's snout and broke it. The snout bones of tigers were very fragile and thin, and a good hit could make them collapse easily. As the tiger jumped back in pain, the bone fragments cut its nose's insides, and a thick stream of blood started flowing out. It could not breathe through its nose anymore and took heavy breaths through its mouth instead. The fear in the tiger's eyes increased, and slowly, panic began to build. Its rage diminished, and fear gradually replaced it. Gravis took note of the subtle changes of the tiger and immediately attacked again. If the tiger decided to flee, it would be a hassle to hunt. This was not the cave of the practical test. Escaping was a real possibility that could happen. Everyone knew that winning was always easier than killing because of this. Gravis saw the fear in the tiger's eyes and took a gamble. When he reached the tiger's front, he started sliding forwards on the floor. Just like he thought, the tiger was too scared of getting its head anywhere near Gravis, so it swiped with its claws. Gravis easily slid beneath the claws and arrived under the tiger. This time, he had an even better plan than when he fought the lion back then. Gravis quickly found what he was looking for, raised his saber to the tiger's skin like a razor, and ran it along its underside, right through the middle between its hind legs. The genitals were not protected, and he severed them easily. Gravis didn't remain and left the tiger's underside. The tiger felt a pain that it had never even imagined before. It seemed like the whole world broke, and all the pain in the world concentrated between its legs. The tiger went insane, screamed, fell to the floor, spasmed, and acted without any thought. Could not create any rational thought at that moment. The tiger lay on its side, and Gravis quickly ran behind its back. He then jumped up and slid his saber into its ear with all his power. It went in deeply, but Gravis didn't try to push it any deeper. Instead, he immediately jumped away and let the saber stick. In the tiger's current state, it would surely do the rest. Not disappointing him, when it felt the pain, the tiger raised its leg and tried to push the thing away that was stuck in its ear. Its leg hit the sticking saber with all its strength. Yet, the saber was made of voidstone. Even Orpheus called voidstone pretty hard. It was absolutely impossible for the tiger to destroy the saber. So, when the leg hit the saber, instead of breaking, the saber bent and cut out a long trench in the tiger's ear. Flesh got flung out by the saber, like it was a catapult, and the saber flew away. Gravis already predicted what the tiger would do in that situation and quickly retrieved the saber, which had landed close to him. The tiger was bleeding profusely from its destroyed eye, its nose, from between its legs, and from its ear. Gravis also had lightly scratched the tiger's brain when the saber was in its ears. It was only a matter of time until it died of blood loss. In a rare moment of clarity, the tiger's remaining eye looked at Gravis, and absolute fear took hold of it. The tiger got up and immediately fled into the distance. If it had done that earlier, Gravis would feel annoyed, but right now it was already near death. All the blood flowing from its body left an unmissable trail behind, and Gravis just had to calmly run after it. Even though the tiger was still faster than Gravis, it could not hold out for long. If Gravis just continued following, he would find it sooner or later. Two male twins with identical swords were walking around the forest. They had heard a big commotion coming from their east. Obviously, a big fight took place, and they wanted to see if they could reap any benefits. One of the parties in the conflict would probably retreat, heavily injured. If they killed both fighters when they were injured, they could earn a lot of money. They had not seen who was fighting. Before they had arrived at the location where the fight took place, a heavily bleeding tiger with only one eye came running towards them. A heavily injured, ferocious beast. "It's our lucky day," one of them shouted towards the other. They both smiled at each other and charged the tiger with their swords. Today they would make a lot of money. The twins charged at the approaching tiger and split up. One went to its left while the other ran to its right. Their attacks were incredibly synchronized. It looked like they were two arms of the same being. At the same time, they both lifted their swords and slashed at the tiger's neck. Bang! The tiger swiped, and the twin on the side with the uninjured tiger eye got swatted away like an annoying insect. The poor man smashed through two trees until his body finally stopped. He had tempered skin, but it didn't help him at all. All the bones in his bodies were broken, and multiple organs were turned to mush. Clank! While the tiger killed the man, the other twin had slashed the tiger's neck but bounced off harmlessly. The twin didn't even notice that his brother was already dead. Instead, he felt shocked that he bounced off the tiger like it was a metal wall. There was only a single reason the guy could think of why this tiger was so hard. "That's not a ferocious beast. That's a demonic beast," he screamed in his mind. Just when he realized the danger he was in, a gigantic paw pressed him to the ground. The tiger quickly bit his head off, swallowed, and continued running. It had to get away from that one scary human. Some seconds later, Gravis arrived at the place and saw the corpses. Gravis sneered, "Wanting to steal my prey, but not having the strength. Idiots!" Yet, Gravis went through their bodies to collect their weapons and money. The weapons were okay, nothing special. The two men also had about 70 silver together. All in all, it was all right. Together with the weapons, the two men's worth was around the same as a fully intact ferocious beast corpse with a mission. "This can't even be called luck. It's just some change," Gravis complained and continued following the tiger's trail. After around 10 minutes, Gravis saw the tiger in front of him. It obviously had slowed down due to its injuries. Gravis had long retracted his will aura. He slowly closed in on the tiger, but the tiger didn't notice. When Gravis was close enough, he stabbed his saber into the tiger's behind. The tiger let out a high yell and tried to dislodge the saber. Gravis had already jumped on the tiger's back and was furiously moving it around. The more blood it lost, the faster it would die. Right now, it was bleeding from all its orifices. It was bleeding from its mouth, its nose, its ear, its eye, its genitals, and from its behind. Gravis had no other choice. Breaking the tiger's hide was incredibly difficult. There was a reason why only people with tempered muscles could do anything against low-rank demonic beasts. What else could he attack? The tiger was heavily breathing right now, and its concentration seemed to have weakened too, judging by its constantly defocusing eyes. Gravis didn't get careless and continued stalking the tiger. If it suddenly attacked out of desperation, he could still die. Like this, more minutes passed. Gravis always kept close to the tiger so it couldn't relax. When its eyelids slowly fluttered, Gravis did a sudden jump forward and stabbed his saber in its remaining eye. The tiger only managed a weak roar of rage and barely lifted its paws. Gravis had long retreated. He watched the tiger and felt some pity for it. Yet he shook his head. The tiger had terrorized a village and nearly plundered it of all its animals. If the animals ran out, it would probably attack the villagers. It had to die. Gravis gripped his saber and slashed the side of its body. The tiger couldn't even lift its paws anymore, and Gravis quickly ended its life with another deep stab into one of its eye sockets. The tiger was finally dead. Gravis sat down and relaxed for some minutes. The fight might have seemed easy, but that was only because Gravis didn't make a wrong prediction. If the tiger hit him even once, he would be the dead one. Without perfect execution, he would have no chance. Yet, this life and death tempering was what he needed. The more trials he passed, the stronger he would get. Also, while the corpse was not as complete as his other kills, it would still be worth a lot. Gravis stood up and carried the tiger above his head while running back to the hunting guild. The hunters were drinking merrily when they heard a commotion from the wall. They heard the hunters in the bounty hall being excited. "Hey, do you hear that? Those guys only get that excited when they get a demonic beast. Think Wilfred's team is back from their hunt?" One of the hunters asked another one. The other hunter rubbed his chin in thought. "I don't know. They usually take longer to finish their hunts. This seems a little early." "Do you think the man couldn't finish his sentence as a blood-drenched Gravis walked through the hunting guild's door. The hall went completely silent, and everyone looked at him in shock. He actually came back, and by the looks of it, he didn't even seem injured. As experienced hunters, they could all see that the blood on Gravis was not his own. There were no cuts on his clothing, and he didn't move in an awkward fashion. A lot of them gulped and realized why the guys over in the bounty hall sounded so excited. He had finished the mission. Gravis had already received his bounty reward. It was a little less than 8 gold. Now he just had to receive his mission reward. He knew that he couldn't get the reward until someone from the bounty hall gave the lady behind the counter their report. So he waited. After a while, someone from the bounty hall sent the report, and Gravis walked to the lady. She seemed shocked that Gravis had returned, but didn't dare to comment about it. She took out the contract fee as well as the reward. In total, Gravis now barely had enough for 3 skin pills. Finally, he came closer to tempering his skin. Gravis quickly went to the town and bought 2 skin pills. He wanted to keep some money as a contracting fee for future hunts, so he didn't buy 3. When he received the skin pills, he left the town and went to a nearby river. He didn't want to be disturbed when he was training. Gravis had learned in his world that external skin training would help in bringing out the best effects of the skin pills. So he ran along the river until he found a waterfall. Waterfalls could cool the skin and slowly temper it. It was an excellent way to train it. When Gravis arrived, he saw another person sitting beneath the waterfall. He was a young man in his teens, and he seemed to be also training his skin. Gravis didn't mind since the waterfall was wide enough for multiple people. As Gravis got closer, the youngster opened his eyes and watched Gravis with wary eyes. His hand was slowly moving to his weapon. Gravis noticed but didn't care. He went to the other side of the waterfall and sat down. The youngster didn't do anything but remained wary of Gravis. After some minutes, Gravis' emotions fully calmed down, and he began to synchronize with the waterfall. He took out one of the pills and swallowed them. When he ate the pill, Gravis slowly felt a warmth spreading all over his body. The medicinal effects were nourishing his skin. With his elemental synchronicity, Gravis increased the power of the waterfall above his body. The stronger the tempering, the more effective it would be. He would remain like this until all the nutrients in the pill would be fully absorbed. When the youngster saw Gravis taking a skin pill, greed shone in his eyes. He had been training for over a year under this waterfall, and he never had the money to buy those expensive pills. If he could steal Gravis pills, maybe he could fully temper his skin in a matter of days. The youngster was watching Gravis warily. If he could take him by surprise, Gravis had his eyes closed, but his connection to the water allowed him to see every change in the youngster's expression. Is this another one of your weak enemies, Heaven? Gravis thought to himself. If the youngster didn't do anything, Gravis wouldn't bother with him. But if the youngster decided to attack him, the youngster was unsure. On the one hand, he thought of himself as an honorable person. He never attacked anyone out of greed, but on the other hand, a skin pill was just what he needed. Those pills were incredibly expensive. The youngster was wrestling with himself. Should he or should he not? Some hours passed where nothing happened. The youngster gritted his teeth, grabbed his weapon, and stood up slowly. He leaned against the stone wall behind the waterfall until he couldn't be seen anymore. Then he slowly crept closer to Gravis. He moved until he was behind Gravis, gripping his sword tightly. The youngster couldn't see, but Gravis' eyes had already opened and looked to the front with a sharp look. The youngster lifted his sword and remained in that position for multiple seconds. He was trying to force himself to attack Gravis, but it was incredibly hard. After a while, Gravis took out the second skin pill, like he didn't notice the youngster behind him. The effects of the first one already ended, and he didn't want to waste more time. When the youngster saw the second pill, his greed took over, and he slashed down with his sword. Swoosh! The waterfall immediately went wild and pushed the youngster's body into the river below. He couldn't even finish his attack before he was already underwater. He did his best to swim towards the surface, but the currents were pulling him down for some reason. The youngster began to panic and began to swim wildly. After around a minute, when he was nearly out of air, the currents eased up, and the youngster broke through the surface, taking a huge breath. His panic slowly subsided, and he turned around towards Gravis. Cold eyes. That was the only thing the youngster saw. Gravis was looking at him with cold eyes from his position under the waterfall. The youngster felt fear and had a distinct feeling that Gravis was responsible for the waterfall's weird behavior. He felt like Gravis was warning him not to do something this foolish again. The youngster gritted his teeth again. Suddenly, he turned around, swam to the riverbank, and ran towards the town. Gravis looked at the youngsters leaving back and shook his head. Had he not seen how the youngster was always in conflict with his own emotions, he would have killed the youngster. The fact that the youngster was this conflicted meant that he was not beyond salvation. He hoped this would wake the youngster up. Gravis continued training under the waterfall and didn't think about the encounter anymore. About an hour later, Gravis noticed a commotion coming from the river. 4 men were walking towards the waterfall. Judging by their armor, 2 of the men were personal guards. One of them was a middle-aged man in beautiful robes. His muscles bulked through the robes, and he walked at the front of the group. Behind the 3 men, Gravis could see the youngster from before. Gravis' eyes narrowed. He spared the youngster so he may learn from his mistakes and grow. Yet, the youngster returned with reinforcements. Gravis shook his head. Seems like I was too naive, he thought to himself with regret. He tried to believe in the good of the people, but that was apparently only a dream. The middle-aged man stopped a couple of meters in front of Gravis, pointed his fingers at him, and shouted, "How dare you? You attacked my dash. What do you want?" Gravis interrupted the man. The man felt a little shocked, and one of the guards walked forward. "Insolence! Who do you think you are? You are speaking to Dash. Stop with the bullshit. What do you want?" Gravis interrupted again. The men gnashed their teeth. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man didn't feel rage, but relief. Obviously, he was here to steal Gravis' wealth and silence him. He initially felt a little bad about doing it, but Gravis' infuriating behavior made it easier for him. He beckoned to his guards, and they ran towards Gravis. Gravis sighed. It didn't have to be this way. Suddenly, the water in the river went crazy and grabbed the men like a whip. They couldn't even react before they got pulled underwater. The youngster's eyes showed deep panic. Why did I do that? The surroundings were silent again. Gravis continued training, while the 4 men were slowly drowning in the river. Gravis felt helpless in this situation. He wanted to spare the youngster, but he realized that the youngster probably wouldn't have changed. Now that he thought about it, if Gravis were weaker, he would be dead by now. The youngster would have probably made his first human kill, and the next time would be even easier for him. The only reason why Gravis could feel pity right now was because he was multiple times stronger than his opponent. If he were weaker, he would be dead. Gravis sighed again and shook his head. The cultivation world really is cruel. Some hours later, Gravis finished his training and inspected his skin. Are you serious? He shouted towards himself in anger and shock. His skin had only been tempered to about 10%. He had used 2 pills already. Would he need 18 more pills to temper his skin? Gravis gnashed his teeth. Fornius had said in one of his lessons that the stronger the body was, the harder it would be to temper it. Gravis had had tempered organs and blood for 15 years. He knew that he would need lots of pills, but not that many. Gravis sighed in exasperation, stood up, and ran towards the hunting guild. Oh, wait! Gravis stopped and turned around. The water parted, and he jumped to the 4 corpses at the bottom. He searched through the bodies and took everything of value. About 5 gold. That's nice. Seems like this guy wasn't some nobody, Gravis said to himself with a grin. He jumped out and ran towards the hunting guild. He needed more money. The door of the hunting guild burst open. We're back! Shouted a man at the front of a big hunting party. He had multiple scars on his face and showed a victorious smile. Behind him, a gigantic 2-handed sword hung, thoroughly drenched in blood. 7 people with different weapons stood behind him. Most people in the hunting guild released a loud "Hi" in unison and lifted their jugs of ale. The group walked in triumphantly. The leader of the group noticed that things were a little different. Usually, everyone would stand up and cheer, but many kept quiet this time. The leader furrowed his brows. He walked to one of the guys he knew. Did something happen? The cheer this time seems more subdued, he asked. The guy he asked was the same person that called Gravis a newbie on his first day. The person smiled bitterly. Well, something happened when you were gone, but that's not important right now. So, I take it you succeeded? He asked with a grin. The leader smiled again and nodded. Yeah, the Earth Salamander has been slain. He sat down at the table and took a swig from the man's beer. Man, that took forever. Put up one hell of a fight. Only when it bit and devoured Mensk did we finally have a chance to injure it majorly. It fled and we had to track it for nearly 2 weeks. Sadly, Jacob got ambushed by a ferocious beast snake and died too. Someone always dies in a hunt for low-grade demonic beasts. The leader sighed. The man in front of him also sighed. They were good men. He took another swig of his mug, but it was empty. Hey, you drank all my booze, Anthony, he shouted and stood up. The leader, Anthony, just laughed loudly and ordered more beer. Calm down. The next one's on me. We made it big this time. The corpse is pretty complete, and we should all make a couple of gold off of it. With this, I should have enough money to buy a skin pill for my son. Anthony leaned back and looked out of one of the windows. If he can get into the elemental guilds, he will get much further in life than his father. The man in front of him lifted his new mug. Cheers to that. And he took a swig. Anthony looked at the man and felt like something was wrong. So what happened? You all seem kind of downtrodden, Anthony asked the man. The man just bitterly smiled. Well, we have a new guy, he said as he took another swig. So? Anthony asked, confused. That sounds more like a good thing. The man sighed. Why don't you look at the mission board? Then you'll know. Anthony furrowed his brows, stood up, and walked to the mission board. When he arrived, he gasped. It was empty. Why was it empty? There always were tens of missions up for grabs. Anthony walked back to the man. Did the new guy do all this? he asked, concerned. The man just nodded and took another mouthful of beer. Not only that. When everyone realized that the missions for ferocious beasts have grown sparse, a group formed to hunt a low-grade demonic beast. Guess what happened? Anthony furrowed his brows further. What? The man laughed bitterly. That guy had finished all the low-grade demonic beasts before he finished the ferocious beasts. Impossible! Anthony shouted at the man and stood up. No one can hunt that many low-grade demonic beasts in such a short amount of time, especially when they hunt them solo. Even someone with tempered muscles only has a 50-50 chance of winning. Even less if they wanted to kill it. The man just laughed bitterly again. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Simone. The man gestured to the lady behind the counter. Anthony didn't believe him and walked over to Simone, who just sat on a chair behind the counter and read a book. Hey, Simone, could you please show me the missions for low-grade demonic beasts? He asked her politely. The lady just waved her hand nonchalantly. All gone, she said as she continued reading. Anthony's face whitened. But, it's only been 2 weeks, he shouted. Simone looked at Anthony with a frown. Don't shout at me. It's not my fault. The demon cleared all of them. The demon? Anthony asked with a raised eyebrow. Simone sighed. Yes, that's his nickname. At least, that's what we call him. She gestured toward the tables, where all the hunters sat. Look around. Everyone's just waiting for new missions to come. It's even harder to find any ferocious beasts in the surroundings since the demon also kills them. What else would you call someone that basically destroys a whole hunting guild while keeping to the rules? Anthony nearly couldn't believe it. He was gone for just 2 weeks, and now everything had turned upside down. He walked back to his drinking buddy and sat down. He clenched his fist and hit the table. A loud boom echoed, and the hunters looked at Anthony, startled. Why did no one do anything about this? He shouted at the whole guild. Everyone looked away from his eyes. When Anthony saw this, his teeth clenched. Look at you. One guy is taking all the meat for himself, not even leaving us any soup, and you all take it like some abused kids. Does the guild not have any men left? He shouted in rage. Anthony's drinking buddy just smiled bitterly again. We would if we could. You haven't seen the guy. He took another swig from his beer, emptying it. We can only wait until he leaves. Someone like him won't be staying here for long. Anthony sat back down with fury in his eyes. When I'll see him, I'll dash bang. The doors of the hunting guild opened loudly, and the whole atmosphere changed. Every hunter looked deeply into their mugs, uncomfortably. Silence descended across the entire guild, and only light footsteps could be heard coming from the man that just entered the hall. Gravis was pissed. The deadline for the Elemental Guild's entrance exam was coming closer, and he still needed more pills. He had finished every mission he could find, but only made around 90 gold in total. He was still missing around 50 gold. That was an equivalent of approximately 3 low-grade demonic beasts with missions. He had killed 4 low-grade demonic beasts since joining the hunting guild. The first one was the tiger. The second one was a boar. The third one was a snake, and the fourth one was a wolf. The fight with the boar was the easiest since it made its habitat near a river. Gravis could fully utilize his elemental synchronicity in the battle. The boar had to continually fight against the water that was trying to pull it down, so it had no time to evade Gravis' attacks. The fight was over in a couple of minutes. The snake was an issue since its attacks were fast and venomous. After a long fight, Gravis decided to risk it all. He let the snake bite him in exchange for his saber to penetrate the inside of its mouth, right into its brain. Even with tempered organs and blood, he would have died to the venom. Luckily, he had a plan. He had spoken with Orpheus about it when he was still in his world, and Orpheus said that it would work. Gravis had quickly made a fire and jumped into it. He let the heat of the fire course through his veins, changing the liquid venom into gas. The composition of the venom changed, making it less effective. He still felt enormous pain for many hours, but he had survived. The last demonic beast, the wolf, didn't even have a mission. Gravis just saw it while hunting a ferocious beast. Wolves were faster than tigers and lions, but they mainly used their bite as an attack. Gravis got injured and nearly lost his arm, but he was able to sever a tendon of the wolf's front paw. The fight then completely went into his favor, and he had slain it after a while. In the past couple of days, he was just running around the wilderness, trying to find any beast, even if it didn't have a mission. He still needed 50 gold, which equated to around 100 ferocious beasts. This constant searching around made him cranky. Gravis walked to the mission board and didn't see any missions. Then he walked to the lady behind the counter. Without him even needing to say anything, the lady just shook her head. Titich. Gravis spat and walked to the entrance. But about 7 people blocked his path when he arrived. "We need to talk," said Anthony. Gravis narrowed his eyes. A young girl and an old man were walking around the town. The old man looked friendly and kind with simple robes adorning his body. He used a cane as support because of his crooked back. Long gray hair and a long gray beard showed his experience. The girl was around 16 years old and had long purple hair bound into a ponytail. She smiled happily as she walked around the town. She was dressed in similar purple robes and was carrying a long wooden staff with a purple jewel on her back. Everyone was stunned by the beauty she radiated, but they didn't dare get closer for some reason. The people didn't know why they didn't dare. They just didn't. "It seemed like we found a good seedling in this town, miss. Who would have thought?" The old man commented with a polite smile. The girl's smile brightened. "I know, right? That Jonathan had a nice heart and motivation. Maybe he'll manage to repay us in the future." "So, what do you think of my idea, teacher?" she asked as she turned to the old man. The old man laughed slightly. "It's a good idea," he nodded. "Though they can only be of help if they grow up quickly. That Jonathan should be able to get into the proxy elemental guilds, and with some luck, he should be able to repay you." The old man smiled. Her smile brightened further. "All right, so let's quickly go to the next town." The girl ran excitedly to the exit of the town, and the old man followed helplessly. Even though he seemed to just be walking, he somehow kept up with the young girl. Just when they left the town gate, the old man stopped with shocked eyes. "Miss, wait!" he shouted. The girl stopped and looked back at her teacher, confused. Her teacher looked towards the east of the town, and the girl could see shock and excitement in his eyes. She gasped in shock. Her teacher never grew excited or shocked, and he always acted stable and friendly. Yet, in this backwater town, he found something that excited him. The girl's emotions riled up in anticipation. This would be fun. "What is it, teacher?" she asked impatiently. The old man continued looking to the east. After a while, he turned to the girl with a smile. "I feel a strong will aura from the east," he explained. The girl gasped in shock. "A will aura? Here? Is someone from the central continent here?" she asked in shock. The old man shook his head. "I don't think so. Judging by the power of the will aura, the person should be in the body-tempering realm. Yet they have a will aura. Even more so, their will aura seems stable. This means they have not condensed it just recently." The old man continued to explain. "Do you want to take a look, miss?" The girl excitedly nodded. The man nodded back and began to walk towards the east, right towards the hunting guild. The girl eagerly followed. Gravis initially didn't care about the hunters blocking his way. He simply continued walking like they were not there. But when they pulled out their weapons, his eyes narrowed, and he released his will aura. The whole hunting guild fell silent, and everyone felt an ominous, cold wind blowing lightly. They felt like a wild beast was stalking them. The hunters in front of Gravis had it even worse. They fell back, and breathing became increasingly more difficult. Cold sweat was pouring down from their whole bodies, and their hands shivered. Due to the shivering, their weapons released a continuous rattling noise. "Move!" Gravis ordered. All the hunters moved to the side, except Anthony. He was just as scared as the others, but he stood his ground with courage. Courage didn't mean that one was not afraid, but that one was able to persist even when they felt fear. By withstanding Gravis' will aura, he showed great courage. Everyone needs missions to survive, he managed to say through chattering teeth. Gravis narrowed his eyes, and Anthony felt even more pressure. This continued for some seconds until Gravis sighed, and the atmosphere returned to normal. I know, he said with a sigh. I know that I am using up all your work. I know that you all need this money to survive. I feel ashamed by not leaving you all anything. Gravis clenched his teeth. But I need money. Silence descended on the hall again, but this time, for a different reason. Gravis was no longer releasing his will aura. For the first time, the hunters found something on Gravis that they could empathize with, even if it were only one thing. Just like them, he needed money. Gravis had also shown shame about what he had done, which made some hunters sigh in bitterness. Everyone needed money. How much do you need? Asked Anthony, now more relaxed. He felt like he could understand the young man. Why was Anthony hunting low-grade demonic beasts, even though it always endangered his life? It was because he needed money for his son. Just like him, Gravis also only needed money. Maybe in all their bitterness, the hunters forgot that Gravis was a human. Like them. Gravis smiled bitterly. This was the first time the guild has seen any kind of smile from Gravis. About 50 gold, he stated. A collective gasp of shock echoed throughout the guild. Why did he need so much money? Anthony's mouth opened wide. He thought about pooling together some resources to lend Gravis some money to get this whole fiasco over. But 50 gold was impossible. Gravis had already made tens of gold by finishing all missions, yet he needed about the same amount again. This was ridiculous. Why do you need so much money? Asked Anthony. Gravis sighed. Just because he was always acting coldly to other people didn't mean that he didn't feel alone. He always felt alone, but he couldn't get close to others. He might be able to survive having no karmic luck, but others won't. Yet, even though he knew that, Gravis' loneliness overpowered him, and he opened up a little today. I need 7 more skin pills to temper my skin, he confessed. Another gasp echoed throughout the guild hall, this time, for multiple reasons. First of all, Gravis was hunting low-grade demonic beasts without tempered skin. Without tempered skin, one couldn't temper their muscles. So how did he actually kill all those beasts? The other reason was the crazy amount of skin pills he needed. 1 pill was generally enough to temper the skin. Maybe someone would need 2, but that could be replaced with some months of training. Anthony was just as shocked, but he started to rub his chin in thought. Maybe we can do something about that, he muttered but continued thinking. After a while, he nodded and turned to Gravis. I think we can help you, but only if you stop hunting for a while. We are a lot of people. Anthony gestured to the whole guild. If we put our minds together, we may find a way for someone of your strength to earn some money. Anthony smiled and offered his hand. What do you say, friends? He smiled at Gravis. For the first time in this lower world, Gravis felt a brotherly warmth. He had taken the living of tens of people, yet Anthony was offering to help him. Anthony could have been stubborn and could have said that this had nothing to do with him. Gravis probably wouldn't be able to be so cold-blooded that he would continue. He already felt enormous shame because of his actions. Gravis felt warmth, and his insides were shaking a little. He felt his eyes producing some tears but suppressed it. Finally, he took Anthony's hand and shook it. Bang! The door behind Anthony opened and smacked him in the back. He stumbled forward, but Gravis quickly supported him so he wouldn't fall. A young girl and an old man were looking at Gravis with interest. This is him. The girl heard her teacher's voice appearing in her head. Hello, I'm here to offer you a trade, the girl said to Gravis with a smile. The girl was surprised when her teacher brought her to a local hunting guild. No one from the central continent would go there, so it was very likely that the person with the will aura was local. This is great, she thought as she excitedly kicked open the door. Bang! She hit a person standing behind the door in the back. But she didn't care. She hadn't used much strength, so they wouldn't be injured. Instead, she looked through the hunting guild, inspecting every person. That's him. She heard her teacher's voice inside her mind. Together with the voice, her attention was drawn to a youngster with black hair and black eyes. She smiled excitedly, but inside she was shocked. Someone of her age had already cultivated a will aura? On top of that, the person was only in the body-tempering realm. Someone in the body-tempering realm with a will aura was unheard of, even in the central continent. Building a will aura did not require talent, but required one to go through many life and death battles. How could anyone find so many equal enemies to defeat while not rising in their realm? It's not like one can just search for enemies and never meet anything out of their league that would just, straight up, kill them. Mishaps always happen. She was very interested in the youngster, and her eyes sparkled. "Hello? I am here to offer you a trade." She spoke loudly with an excited smile. Gravis, who had returned to his cold self by now, looked at the girl. The girl looked beautiful, but he had seen lots of immortal beauties in his hometown, so he was not struck dumb. How could mortals compare to gods? Yet he felt something different this time. All the immortal fairies in the past were like stars in the sky, completely untouchable. This girl, however, was in the lower world and looking at him, felt more real and less illusory. "What trade?" Gravis asked evenly. The girl heard his distant voice and looked into his cold eyes. Gravis did not release his will aura, but the girl was already in the energy-gathering realm, so she could still feel a slight inkling. The hidden killing intent excited her. The stronger he was, the higher the chances of him helping her in the future. She had struck gold. The girl threw a short glance at her teacher, and he immediately sent a sound transmission to her mind. The boy has a very strong body for his age. His organs and blood are tempered, and by the feel of his body, he has been in that realm for multiple years. Only rich clans can afford to temper the organs and blood first. Yet the boy has condensed a will aura and is in this backwater town. Her teacher's voice sounded like he was in deep thought. This is very peculiar. No clan would risk losing all their invested resources by getting their heirs to fight that many life and death battles. Only when death is a genuine possibility can one build a will aura. Also, his skin is about 60% tempered, yet he is not currently training. Instead, he is in a hunting guild. The old man furrowed his brows, but he slowly got an inkling about what was happening. He is probably desperately trying to get enough money to temper his skin for the yearly entrance exams for the proxy elemental guilds. The old man sighed bitterly in his mind. But because of his strong body, his skin needs around 20 skin pills for a full tempering. One hunting guild can't spit out that much money. Slowly, a sly smile was forming on the old man's face. "I think we arrived at the perfect time." All of the old man's ramblings reached the girl in the span of 5 seconds. The hall was silent, everyone looking at the old man's face contorting into different emotions in the span over 5 seconds. Did the old man have dementia? If Gravis knew that the old man basically found out everything about him in just 5 seconds, he would be shocked beyond belief. Just seeing through his cultivation required a spirit that would be able to leave one's body. This would mean that the old man had, at least, reached the third major realm, the spirit accumulation realm. This person would be one of the most powerful people in the lower world. The girl grew even more excited inside. Paying for around 8 skin pills was a little much, but she could handle it. This guy went through the most dangerous part on the journey to becoming an expert, condensing a will aura. Now, the young man would only need resources to get to the higher realm. "Let me introduce myself," she chirped. "My name is Joyce, and I am collecting favors," she announced with pride. The hunters looked a little confused. How can one collect favors? Gravis narrowed his eyes in uncertainty. "What do you mean?" he asked. Joyce just continued smiling cheerfully. "Simple. I am traveling from town to town, searching for talented young people in trouble. I solve their trouble, but they need to repay me if they ever reach a similar strength to me." Joyce nodded in confidence. This was her great idea. Just spent some change to get a potential favor. She was practically sending coal to people in winter. Gravis was surprised. Joyce was very direct and honest. She didn't try to sneak her way into him owing a favor but directly announced it. Gravis liked honesty and directness. It was uncomplicated and it was easier to trust such people. Gravis felt refreshed. The world had greedy bastards like the bandits or that one youngster at the waterfall, but it also had honest and friendly people like Joyce or Anthony. People really came in all colors and forms. So, in exchange for something I need, you want me to help you with something when I reach sufficient strength? Gravis asked for confirmation. Joyce nodded. Yep. How strong would I have to be to repay the favor? Gravis asked. Joyce continued smiling. When you reach the central continent by your own strength, you should have enough strength, she explained. Gravis was not even sure where he currently was in the lower world. Probably was not the central continent. Just by the word central, he could guess that it probably was the core of the lower world. That meant that he probably needed to be around the spirit accumulation realm. This was far away from him. Seeing that Gravis was silent for a while, Joyce continued. So, what do you need? She asked eagerly. Gravis gritted his teeth. Around 50 gold, he said. He knew that it was a lot of money, but she probably had enough money. Joyce released a sly grin. All right? She took out a sack of gold, and everyone in the hall gasped in shock. The girl took out 50 gold like it was just some change. She offered it to Gravis. He looked at the gold with excitement and stretched his hand toward it, but suddenly stopped. Joyce looked confused. Gravis gritted his teeth as he remembered something. Just when Gravis had gotten close to Anthony, he was smacked by the door. It was not dangerous, just bad luck. But exactly that was the issue. Others might think it was just a coincidence, but Gravis thought otherwise. Heaven was probably warning him that he should keep away from others. Heaven could reclaim all the karmic luck of others, but then it would throw away resources in the form of cultivators. Gravis heard from his father that heaven was collecting energy with cultivators as a medium. His father did not elaborate further, but he told Gravis that this was the reason why he killed so many people back then. In his own words, he was basically destroying unripe crops from heaven's farm. If Gravis accepted the money, heaven would probably steal all the karmic luck of Joyce and the old man. This helping hand was just too strong. Gravis gritted his teeth furiously. Someone came here to help him, and heaven was threatening him with his savior's life. This was beyond despicable. Gravis furiously clenched his fist and retracted his eyes. I can't accept this, he spat through clenched teeth. Joyce was confused. First, Gravis seemed very happy to accept, but then he became angry and declined. This didn't make any sense. The old man also furrowed his brows. Despite all his experience, he still couldn't think of a reason for the sudden change in attitude. Why not? Joyce asked. Gravis was still gritting his teeth. He couldn't possibly explain the concept of karmic luck. It was not because the concept was too complex, but because if they knew how karmic luck worked, they would know some of heaven's inner workings. Heaven wouldn't allow that and would do everything to keep its workings secret. I can only accept an opportunity, not direct help, he said after mulling over his words for a while. If he earned the money fairly, everything would be all right. Of course, I would treat this opportunity the same as if you helped me directly. I will still engrave this favor in my heart. Joyce grew even more confused by his words. Was this his pride getting in the way of benefits? That seemed idiotic. The old man also didn't know why Gravis said what he said. But the old man had a feeling that this was the best way. He didn't know why, but he somehow felt like the youngster was helping them, and not the other way around. But that's impossible, the old man thought. The youngster didn't even have tempered skin, so how could he possibly help them? On top of that, they were not even in danger. The old man was trusting in his gut feeling, but this seemed entirely contradictory to logic. His instinct had mostly proven true in the past, but it was never this contradictory to common sense. What was going on? In the end, the old man fell into deep thought. The girl, on the other hand, didn't agree. Are you serious? This is an equal trade. I give you gold, and you give me your help in the future. What opportunity? Forget your pride. Let's just finish the trade, and you can repay me in the future, she shouted in anger. Was that young man trying to downplay the favor he owed by getting her money fairly? She had never seen someone as shameless as him. Gravis gritted his teeth even more. I am really sorry, but I can't accept the money like this. I can't tell you why. Just trust me on this, he urged. Joyce's anger rose, but before she could say anything further, she heard her teacher's voice in her head. Wait a second. I don't know why, but I think we should believe him. I don't feel any falsehood from him. I see only bitterness, helplessness, and fury. Someone on his level can't fool my eyes. I am pretty sure that what he is saying is the truth. Joyce's anger lessened again, but her confusion grew. But why? She asked in her mind. The old man shook his head. I don't know why, but I trust my instinct. The more the old man believed his feeling, the stronger it grew. He felt like something beyond his control was happening. Felt like something very profound was taking place. It also felt like he had evaded a calamity. The old man never felt this way before, and slowly, he lost himself in the sensation. The hunters looked at the old man like he was crazy. His expression was changing by the second. Joyce slowly took back the money and furrowed her brows. How could she exchange 50 gold fairly? She started looking around the hall. Suddenly, she got an idea. This is a hunting guild, right? She asked Gravis. Gravis nodded. Joyce began to smile slightly. How much is a low-grade demonic beast worth? She asked Gravis. Gravis realized what she planned. The carcass is between 8 and 10 gold, while a mission is a further 10 gold, he explained. Joyce frowned a little. In order to give him 50 gold, she would need to request 3 missions for low-grade demonic beasts. The money wasn't the problem. The problem was that she didn't know of any low-grade demonic beasts in the area. She knew of one demonic beast, but the old man suddenly perked up and looked at Gravis with intense eyes. Gravis felt like he couldn't move. That wasn't the pressure of a will aura, but the pressure of absolute power. He didn't know how he had offended the old man. The old man noticed that he had accidentally lost control of himself and returned to his smiling self. The pressure on Gravis immediately lifted, and he sighed in relief. That old man was powerful. Gravis felt like a helpless chicken in front of him. Miss? Joyce heard the voice of her teacher in her mind. I think I have an idea. It might be more expensive than we initially believed, but if he can grasp this opportunity, his will grow even firmer. Joyce listened to the plan of her teacher and furrowed her brows again. Could the young man do that? Even with their help and his will aura, it still seemed impossible. After deliberating about the decision for a couple of seconds, she decided to risk it and nodded. Her teacher took something out of thin air and gave it to Joyce. Joyce took it and looked at Gravis. Okay, I trust you, but in return you must trust me, she said with intense eyes. Gravis already felt trust towards her and nodded without hesitation. Joyce showed the thing in her hands. It was a jade token. When Gravis saw this, his body seized up in shock. He knew what that was. He learned about them in his theoretical lessons. That was an instantly deployable formation array. First, you need to buy this for 5 gold, Joyce said. 5 gold was about all of Gravis' money. He gritted his teeth but accepted the trade. This formation array can restrict a mid-grade demonic beast for about 2 hours. It will be very difficult for it to move its body in that time, but don't underestimate such a beast. Their defense is even sturdier than a low-grade demonic beast's, and they are much faster, Joyce said, and then walked to the counter. Simone, the counter lady, had been watching for a while but perked up when Joyce walked toward her. I want to submit a mission for a mid-grade demonic beast. The hunting guild first fell silent, and then erupted in an uproar. A middle-grade demonic beast. They usually didn't accept such missions since killing such a monster required multiple people with tempered muscles, at least. Its defense was nearly impenetrable, and its speed would be monstrous. When one tempered their muscles, their attacking power as well as their speed would increase. The speed increase was the main reason why people with tempered muscles reigned supreme. Even with a formation array, an attack from a middle-grade demonic beast would still be incredibly fast. Simone was just as shocked and didn't know how to process this request. She had never received such a mission. Who would send a request for such a monster to a small hunting guild of a town? One could only find success with hunting guilds in cities. Only they had enough people with tempered muscles for such a task. "Don't mind it," said Joyce, placing down a sack full of gold. "According to the standard of missions, 100 gold will be the reward," she said as she turned to Gravis. "Are you up to the task?" Gravis furrowed his brows. Even if he could ignore the beast's speed, he was not sure if he could manage to hit any weak spots. Joyce said that the formation array would restrict its movements, but it could surely still manage to release some attacks. He needed a plan for that. Joyce grinned a little. "Scared?" she asked mockingly. Gravis looked up and into her eyes. "I am thinking about how I should handle this," he explained. Joyce's grin transformed into a smile. "Good. You have courage. I hope my gold will not be wasted. I don't want my money to remain in this small hunting guild forever." Then Joyce started explaining all the details to Simone, who wrote everything down on a notice. Simone felt like this was unreal, but she also felt pride in filling out a mission for a medium-grade demonic beast. After Simone noted everything down, she took the money and stashed it below the counter. Then, she walked to the mission board and put the notice up. Everyone was looking at the notice, but even with the hefty reward, no one dared to take it. Gravis continued thinking, and after a while, his eyes shined. Everyone watched as Gravis walked up to the notice and took it down. He went to Simone and placed the notice, as well as his emblem, down on the table. Then he frowned because he realized that he didn't have the contract fee. Simone sighed and waved her hand in dismissal. "No one else will take this mission, and it has been placed specifically for you. You can ignore the contract fee," she said. Gravis felt thankful and took the notice back. He had a mission. He had his weapons. He had a plan. Now only the execution remained. He turned to Joyce and the old man and bowed deeply. "I will never forget what you have done for me today," he solemnly swore. The old man waved his hand, and Gravis felt his upper body being lifted until he stood straight again. "As long as you help the young miss when the time is right, everything will be repaid." The old man smiled. "Also, the money is not yours yet. You have to earn it with your own strength." Gravis felt sincere gratitude and would remember this favor. He had to repay it no matter what. Like this, another reason was added for him to become stronger. He turned to Joyce. "How can I find you in the central continent?" Joyce smiled. "You will learn of my family when you arrive, and you will probably also hear my name. Then you will know where I am." She then remembered something. "Right, what's your name?" The hunters in the hall, who listened to the whole exchange, also noticed that they didn't know Gravis' name. No one had asked him that before. Some of them felt ashamed for not asking a fellow hunter for their name. Gravis looked shocked and then rubbed his neck in embarrassment. He just realized that he had never introduced himself to anyone in the lower world. He had completely forgotten about that. "I'm Gravis," he said shyly. The hunters felt bewildered. Was this shy youngster still the person they had called the demon? Right now, he looked like a shy country boy who didn't know how the world worked. The contrast was immense. Joyce smiled happily. "Gravis, I will remember that." Then she turned around and walked to the exit, her teacher following her. Before she left, she turned around and winked at Gravis. "Until we meet again, Gravis." Then, she quickly left. Gravis felt like he was in a dream. No girl had ever winked at him before. People in his hometown either kept away from him or acted deferentially. This was the first time where someone of the opposite gender made his heart flutter. He didn't know how to react to those unknown emotions he was feeling. In the end, he just stood there dumbly. "Ha ha ha! Was that your first contact with a girl?" Gravis felt an arm wrapping around his shoulder. "Man, if I hadn't seen you acting all cold before, I would never believe you to be the rumored demon," Anthony said with a laugh. Gravis acted flustered. "Demon? What are you talking about?" he asked. Anthony just laughed, and slowly more people joined in. "You don't know? That's your nickname," he said while laughing. Gravis felt weird. In his mind, he was just doing missions and tried to limit his contact with others. What was demon-like about him? He couldn't find anything on him that resembled any demon. Anthony then pulled Gravis by the shoulder to a table. "Come on. We never got to know you, Gravis. Let's drink together," he shouted. Gravis felt a deep warmth inside, but he stopped halfway to the table. He clenched his fist in bitterness. If he grew too close, there would be a high chance that heaven would forsake them. The friendlier people were to him, the more it hurt to push them away. He couldn't accept their friendship because the end result was their death. "I'm sorry," he quietly muttered. Anthony looked surprised. "What?" "I'm really sorry," Gravis shouted, and ran out of the hunting guild. Before anyone could react, Gravis was already gone. They didn't know what had happened. "Hey, wait!" Anthony shouted as he raced out of the guild, but he couldn't see Gravis anymore. He was already gone. After a while, Anthony sighed and went back into the guild. Gravis, meanwhile, ran to the direction of his mission. The feeling of isolation he felt was overpowering. He cursed heaven and he cursed his luck. After a while, he clenched his teeth again. The only way out of this situation was strength. He could not falter now and wallow in self-pity. If he gave up now, he would be suppressed by heaven. Forever. Gravis took out the notice, new motivation shining in his eyes. Target: the demon, middle-grade demonic beast. Some hours after Gravis left the hunting guild, he arrived at a destroyed village. All the wooden huts were broken into pieces and piled into a hill. This was the demon's lair. No one could afford to place a bounty for a medium-grade demonic beast around these parts. So, most of the villagers had fled the village, while only the old, stubborn villagers remained. Sadly, by the looks of the destroyed village, their end was not peaceful. The demon had made its nest out of the remains of the village to demonstrate its dominance. Humans had exclusive living space and were the overlords of this world. Only in the wilderness could beasts thrive. By occupying an exclusive living space of the humans, the demon was demonstrating its dominance. Gravis spotted parts of the demon poking out from beneath the rubble. The demon was a gigantic centipede, about 30 meters in length. Hooked legs grew from the centipede's segmented body, which they could use to stab and grip their prey. Their relatively small front, together with their many legs, made them incredibly fast. On top of that, every section of its body was encased in thick armor. Their bite was also incredibly venomous. Speed, defense, power, and venom. All of this made the demon a fearsome opponent. It was probably very powerful, even for a medium-grade demonic beast. All parts of its body were made to kill. At the start of their lives, centipedes were small and weak, which meant that this specimen had to work hard to get to its current strength. So, its will would also be very robust. Under normal circumstances, Gravis couldn't even hope to scratch the centipede. It would outspeed him and surround him with all its legs. At that point, only death would await him. There were only two things he could rely on: his formation array and his elemental synchronicity. Gravis quickly retreated to the nearby forest and began his preparations. About an hour later, he came back to the village. He could not win against the demon in a fair one-on-one fight. This time, he had to use his smarts. Gravis slowly entered the village's vicinity. When he felt that he was close enough, he instantly released his will aura and ran away as fast as possible. His will aura would provoke the demon into attacking him, since he had so arrogantly displayed his killing intent in its nest. Just as he had thought, the mound in the village grew restless, and a big head with two humongous mandibles rose. The demon felt the direction the will aura was coming from, and sprinted to it, not making a single noise. Gravis ran with all of his power, but the demon was about 3 times as fast as him. If it caught him before he reached the forest, he would die. Gravis felt the demon coming closer, and cold sweat came rushing down his back. He hadn't been this afraid since his fight with the tortoise, and he felt like he would die soon. When Gravis went past the forest's edge, the demon was only 20 meters behind him, and it was gaining ground, fast. Gravis continued sprinting into the forest, and soon the demon entered as well. Quickly reached Gravis and tried to bite him. "This is it!" Gravis shouted and jumped upward with all his strength. The bite barely missed him, and the centipede quickly surrounded the landing spot of Gravis, its legs ready to strike. "Let's hope this works," Gravis shouted and threw the jade token with all his strength in the middle of the surrounded area. The jade token exploded, and many lines and drawings encompassed the surroundings in a 10-meter diameter. The centipede was completely boxed in since it had curled itself into a ring while surrounding Gravis. The centipede felt something was wrong, and a shrill screech left its mouth. Gravis quickly took the chance, while the centipede was confused, and jumped through a gap between two of its legs. One leg completely bisected his left triceps, while the other one tore a massive gash into Gravis' other side. Gravis was badly hurt and couldn't release his full power anymore, but that didn't matter now. The deed was done, and the remainder of his plan would not require his combat power. Gravis quickly ran around the forest and cut down tree after tree. Then, he threw every tree into the formation array. The demon was busy trying to break through the formation array and ignored the wood. Over a couple of minutes, Gravis filled nearly the whole restriction with wood. After he had filled the restriction, he cut some more trees and laid them beside the formation. That took him another couple of minutes. After a while, he had created multiple streets of trees that led to the formation array. Now all preparations were finished. Gravis looked around and saw that a couple of trees had started burning already. In the hour where he had retreated after initially seeing the village, he had created multiple campfires in the forest. After all this time, some trees had started to ignite. Now it was showtime. Gravis quickly controlled the flames and made them burn more ferociously. He expedited their fire, which made the flames grow hotter and bigger. He willed the flames to start burning the streets of trees he had created, and slowly, the fire crept to the formation array. It took a little over a minute until the roaring flames started igniting the wood inside the formation array. The centipede grew frantic as the heat increased, and started thrashing around its body to throw away all the burning wood. It had some success, but somehow the fires were still angled towards the formation array, even if the wood remained outside. Just beyond the range of the formation array, lots of burning wood was placed, with their flames angled towards the formation array, like they were in an intense storm. The demon tried everything to throw those logs of burning wood away, but it couldn't touch them since they were beyond the formation array's boundary. After a while, it compressed its body into a tight ball and remained in the middle of the formation array. Gravis saw this, and his brows furrowed. The centipede might survive like this. He did not know how effective the surrounding heat was, but the centipede did not touch the flames directly. This could be problematic. Gravis quickly got another idea and started digging up the dirt around the formation array. Just as he had thought, the formation array was enclosing the centipede not in a dome, but in a ball. The formation array included the top and the bottom. Using his elemental synchronicity, he broke the hard soil and began to move it away in vast swaths. Even with his elemental synchronicity and his incredible strength, it still took him about an hour to remove the soil completely. Now, the formation array looked like a flying ball. Half of the ball was filled with dirt, and the other half had the centipede. Gravis quickly willed for the dirt to leave the formation array. He had control of the formation array, and he could decide what could leave. His newly dug hole was nearly full of dirt again, but now the centipede was the only thing left in the ball. Gravis cleared the dirt away again, but this time, it only took some minutes. He had already broken down the earth on the underside, and it was not hard to push the dirt up the slope again. Gravis grew more frantic, as he only had about 30 minutes left until the formation array would stop working. The fire still raged, and Gravis threw more wood into the empty pot of earth. When he had finally filled the pot, only 20 minutes remained on the formation array. Gravis was breathing heavily. He had used all his strength for over 1.5 hours, but finally it was done. Gravis sat down and willed the flames to burn the wood under the centipede. It didn't take long until an absolutely furious pillar of flames was created under the centipede. The demon was madly twitching and moving around, but it could not grip or stab the formation array, so it could not climb it. This scene continued for multiple minutes. Finally, after 15 minutes, the centipede lost its strength, and it fully collapsed into the flames. Gravis didn't want to take any chances, so he continued burning the centipede until the formation array collapsed. 5 minutes later, the formation array collapsed, and the demon fell onto the burning wood. Gravis watched it, and only when it didn't move for another minute did he go closer. Gravis was immune to the flames, so he simply waltzed through them. He took a closer look at the centipede, and saw that its insides broke through its shell on multiple places. The shell couldn't withstand the increasing pressure of its insides and had exploded. The whole body was black and burned everywhere. The demon was definitely dead. Gravis sighed in relief and sat down in the bonfire. He didn't mind the heat. It felt relaxing, actually. The corpse couldn't be used for anything. Everything was burned beyond recognition and would soon turn to ash. Its head was still relatively intact since it was the last thing that fell to the flames. Gravis quickly cut off its head by sawing through the weakened armor on its body and carried it out of the fire. He had to prove that he had completed the mission after all. With this, he could finally temper his skin. Gravis quickly carried the head back to the hunting guild. When he dropped the head on the table, it received some cracks due to the head's hardness. The hunters in the bounty hall were shocked and excited. They had never come into contact with the corpse or head of a middle-grade demonic beast. Luckily, the bounty list was the same for every hunting guild, so it included middle as well as high-grade demonic beasts. There was not much they could salvage, yet luckily, the beast's core was located in its head. A beast core was the center of a beast's power, but the core wouldn't gain any relevancy until the beast evolved into an energy beast. All demonic beasts only used their bodies as weapons. A middle-grade demonic beast was a middle-grade demonic beast because its body was strong enough to create a core. The core would stay empty and grow for a long time. When the core reached its maturity, the middle-grade demonic beast would rise to high-grade. Then, it would start gathering energy until the core was completely filled. When the core was full, the high-grade demonic beast would evolve into an energy beast. The hunters tried everything, but they couldn't get to the core. The head's flesh and the shell were just too hard. With red faces, they asked Gravis to retrieve the core. Gravis also had issues getting to the core, but he managed due to his high strength. The core looked like a round crystal and had the size of Gravis' fist. The hunters inspected it and followed the guidelines in their rulebook. After a while, they shockingly concluded that the core was around 75% of the size of a fully evolved core. This meant that the centipede was easily in the stronger half of middle-grade demonic beasts. They all looked at Gravis with astonishment. How had he killed such a monster? They quickly figured out the price of the core, and one of the hunters left to get more money from the guild bank. They didn't have such an amount readily available. After a while, the hunter returned with many more hunters following him. They heard about the head and wanted to see it. The hunters quickly crowded around the head and voiced their astonishment. Gravis also quickly received his money. Beast cores were used in the crafting of equipment, and thus they were worth a lot. Gravis received 60 gold for the core, which surprised him. That was way more than he had thought. The guild had to use up nearly all its savings to pay him, but they would make their money back by selling the core. Gravis left the bounty hall and went through the main entrance of the hunting guild. "Hey!" A loud synchronized cheer went through the hall when the hunters saw him. Gravis' expression grew cold, but inside, he was smiling bitterly. He couldn't grow close to any of them, so he released a slight amount of his will aura to deter any contact. Any hunter that tried to interact with him felt nervous and retreated. They felt like Gravis was in a bad mood and that he probably didn't want to talk to anyone. Sadly, Gravis wanted to talk with them more than anything right now, but he couldn't. With that, his frustration grew again. He quickly walked over to Simone and retrieved his gold. Before she could say anything, Gravis had already turned around and left the guild. Everyone in the guild felt confused. In their eyes, Gravis was too strange. At one moment, he acted like a shy country boy, and at other moments, he radiated coldness and killing intent. They grew interested in his personality, but sadly, the hunters didn't know that this would be the last time they saw him. When Gravis left the guild, he sprinted towards the town. His loneliness hurt every time he walked into the guild. yet he enjoyed the contact with others. He felt both happy and sad that he would not return to the hunting guild. He bought the remaining 8 skin pills he needed, and, unexpectedly, he still had around 110 gold left. The remaining 8 skin pills had cost him 56 gold. The core was worth 60 by itself, and together with the 100 gold reward, he reached his current crazy amount of money. After he bought the skin pills, he rushed to the waterfall where he had trained previously. Suddenly, 3 bandits jumped out of the bushes. "Give us your money or dash!" Bang! Gravis ran the shouting man over before any of them could react. Multiple bones in his body broke since he didn't have tempered skin. The bandits looked shocked at Gravis, who simply continued rushing away. They've never been in this situation before. "Ugh! That dick didn't even let me finish my sentence." The one broken man spoke weakly, as he lay in the bushes. One of the others quickly walked towards him to lift him, but the man immediately screamed, "H. It hurts. Stop pulling, you bastard." Gravis ignored all this. If he vented his frustration on weaker enemies, he would stray into dangerous territory. As soon as he would feel a feeling of superiority, his will would weaken. The strength of his will had just increased by fighting the centipede, and he wouldn't risk weakening it. After some time, he reached the waterfall. This time, a young woman was sitting under the waterfall. She looked beautiful, with glistening skin, and a smile of tranquility adorned her face. Yet Gravis quickly ignored her. Sex didn't matter to him since he couldn't grow close to anyone. He threw everything about others out of his mind. Gravis jumped to the waterfall and sat beneath it. The young woman had noticed him, and when she saw Gravis taking out a skin pill, she grew excited. She stood up and walked over to him seductively. "Hey, how come you're here? I've never seen you before." She spoke with a husk in her voice. Gravis looked at her coldly, consumed the pill, and ignored her. The young woman furrowed her brows. She felt a little insulted that Gravis didn't even show a slight reaction to her beauty. Still, she walked closer to Gravis. "Hey, don't ignore me like that. I'm just here to talk," she said. Swoosh! The woman was swept away by a sudden tide of water and fell into the pond below the waterfall. Gravis could see a dagger in her hand. She wanted to use her beauty to lower his guard and then kill him for his wealth. Thanks to his elemental synchronicity, Gravis could see everything near the water, including the dagger. The young woman tried to swim to the surface, but the currents of the pond kept her underwater. She started struggling and fighting for her life, but nothing seemed to help. Gravis watched coldly as she drew her last breath and joined the other skeletons at the bottom of the pond. The last youngster had hesitated for a long while, and Gravis had seen him trying to keep himself under control. The youngster hadn't been used to killing and still seemed to have some good in him. That was why Gravis had spared him before. But this woman immediately acted upon seeing his skin pill. There was no hesitation in her actions. The bandits were, at least, open and honest about their robbery. They probably would have also spared his life if he surrendered his wealth. The more people there were in a town, the more money they could get. Yet, this woman wanted to kill him in cold blood. Gravis looked coldly at the pond for a while, and then continued tempering his skin. Gravis sat under the waterfall for many hours. Since the skin pill's nutrients also allowed him to skip meals, he never left in all that time. Some people arrived in those hours and also tempered their skins. Most of them just sat under the waterfall, and when they saw Gravis taking out a skin pill, they just looked at him in envy. Yet they didn't do anything. Unfortunately, even though most of the new arrivals ignored him, the pond's skeleton count had been increased by another 2. One guy tried to attack him directly. The other guy offered him some poisoned food. Gravis didn't like deceit or people trying to kill him, so he had no scruples killing the 2. Heaven was continually sending him weak enemies, and Gravis was starting to get annoyed. Finally, after many hours, he had successfully tempered his skin. It had taken so much to get here. He had killed a mid-grade demonic beast, 4 low-grade demonic beasts, and countless ferocious beasts. He had been hunting non-stop for basically 2 whole weeks. If his body were like any others, he would only need to kill a few ferocious beasts to temper his skin. That would have been so much easier. Yet, Gravis also suspected that his skin was probably harder than the average tempered skin. He had taken 20 skin pills, after all. The nutrients had to go somewhere. His skin had probably been tempered to the best possible state. He had begun with tempered organs and blood, which gave him a far sturdier foundation than others. He grew a little excited when he thought about his muscles' power in the future. Gravis left the waterfall and walked into the forest. The pressure of the entrance exams deadline for the elemental guilds had made him rush around everywhere. Finally, he could relax a little. When no one was around, Gravis took out his saber and slashed his left arm. Clank! Gravis had used a lot of strength, but the saber didn't break the skin. He had used quite some force, and the slash would, at least, draw some blood from people with tempered skin. Yet his skin seemed fine. He could only see a faint white mark. He attacked again, this time using all the force he could muster with only one hand. CRSH. The saber drew some blood, but it was only superficial, like someone scraping their arm on the corner of a table. With some cloth, the little blood could easily be wiped away. A normal person wouldn't even bother to use anything to cover the scratch. Gravis was quite surprised, since that slash would have buried his saber around halfway into someone's arm if they had tempered skin. It seemed like taking so many skin pills didn't only have downsides. With this, someone without tempered muscles wouldn't even be able to break his skin. They could only injure him if they landed an attack on one of his orifices. Of course, he wouldn't allow that. He never wanted to be the victim of one of his own stabbings. Gravis felt happy and relieved. The time pressure was wholly gone, and he still had around 70 days until the entrance exams. On top of that, he also had a lot of money. He felt like a knot had loosened inside him, and with a smile, he lay on the ground and watched the sky. It was nighttime by now, and Gravis was looking at the unfamiliar starscape. This was the first time where he could watch the stars in leisure while being in the lower world, and his mind wandered. He had been in the lower world for a little over 3 weeks by now. With the time dilation, only around half an hour would have passed in his homeworld. This felt so bizarre to him. Orpheus would have only drunk around 2 cups of his coffee in that time. Fornius wouldn't even have finished a lesson. The contrast between the worlds was immense. When immortals and gods in his homeworld cultivated, many years would go by. Gravis couldn't imagine how much a low world would change in that time. Empires would rise and fall. Generations of families would sink into oblivion. Maybe even new kinds of beasts would evolve. Mortals would rise to immortality, and immortals may even ascend into gods. Yet all this changed nothing in his homeworld. The lower worlds could exist for as long as they wanted. His homeworld wouldn't care. In Gravis' surroundings, he heard some animals walking around. Not every animal was a ferocious beast. There were still all kinds of variety and life in the wilderness. If one looked at the world, as a whole, ferocious beasts were actually very rare. In multiple kilometers around, there may only be 1 or 2, and that was considering that he was in the middle of a lively forest. As he lay in the grass, Gravis lifted his hand to the sky and gripped, like he wanted to catch a star. Someday, he muttered to himself, for the first time in my life, my realm has increased. I've been fighting so much. The practical tests, the bandits, the beasts. I went through so much, just to take my first step towards strength. Then Gravis smiled sheepishly. Well, I have a will aura, and I have incredible amounts of fighting experience. I've also had tempered organs and blood for around 16 years by now. I'm not sure if there is anyone who has such a solid foundation like me. Just like Orpheus always told me. The sturdier the foundation, the easier the path. Gravis continued talking to himself. Maybe because of the lack of social contact, he started seeking social contact with himself. He started talking and narrating his experiences like someone stood beside him and listened. Some may think he was crazy, but others would understand him and empathize with his plight. He wanted companionship. He wanted friends, brothers, sisters, uncles, his mother, his father, and maybe even a relationship. Yet, in this lower world, he was alone. Completely alone. The next day, Gravis asked for directions to Body City. This was the city where the yearly entrance exams for the elemental guilds were being held. Gravis didn't have to search for long since Body City was the biggest city for thousands of kilometers. Nearly everyone knew where Body City was located. Body City was located about 1,000 kilometers to the north. That was quite the distance. If he normally walked, he would take forever to get there. Luckily, he had quite a strong body and good stamina. Gravis could run for around 3 hours before he needed a break. If he took a 1-hour break after 3 hours of running, he would reach the city in about 26 hours, if he didn't sleep. Luckily, Gravis still had a lot of time, so he wouldn't need to rush. Gravis started his journey on the same day. There was nothing in Wilderness Town that kept him there. Maybe he could also find some exciting things in the city. It was, after all, the center of cultivation for the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Gravis grew excited at the prospect of exploring such an important city. Gravis left the city and began his journey to Body City. Yet, of course, pay a toll to dash bang. Gravis ran the poor bandit over, and multiple bones in the bandit broke, even though the bandit had tempered skin. If it were before Gravis had tempered his skin, the bandit wouldn't be this injured. Yet, with the added hardness of Gravis' new skin, the impact was harder. The bandit flew for over 5 meters into a nearby tree and hit it, leaving a huge dent in it. Ah! Gravis could only hear a small whimper of pain from the bandit's voice. Dick! Gravis heard the bandit shout. With that, he stopped and turned around. He quickly ran back to the bandit, who was lying weakly before the tree. You try to rob me, and you call me a dick? Gravis asked with a sneer. Spite filled his voice. How shameless could a person be? The bandit weakly sat up, leaning on the tree. You didn't even give me the courtesy to finish my phrase. The bandit weakly rubbed the back of his neck and groaned in pain. What does it matter? Gravis asked flatly. Oh, come on, man. That's how things work. I jump out and say, pay a toll to pass or face death. And the other side either pays the toll or not. If not, we talk to each other and exchange our ideologies. Then we fight. If I win, I'll take a bigger toll, and if they win, they either just walk past me or take some of my stuff. It's normal, dude. Gravis furrowed his brows. That sounds nice. But that does not change the fact that you're trying to rob me. The bandit groaned in pain. You just don't get it, man. Isn't this also some kind of training? We get to fight and train, and the loser has to pay up. I mean, nobody dies, so it's all right. Now Gravis grew a little confused. But you said that your phrase was pay a toll or face death. You are kind of saying that you would kill them if they don't pay. The bandit groaned again, this time in exasperation. Dude, that's just posturing. It's to sound cool. Everyone knows that bandits normally don't kill. We just fight, and that's that. Gravis raised an eyebrow. Actually, I've seen some bandits attacking a nearby village. They tried to kill the people and rape the women. So, I kind of don't believe you. The bandit spat in disgust. Those fuckers are the reason why the life of a bandit grows harder these days. They're not bandits. They're murderers or raiders if you want. Those sacks of shit don't understand how the world works. If they start raiding and killing, the cities and towns will send out guards with killing orders. Then what? Now Gravis was surprised. So, if you encounter a guard, you don't get killed? The bandit sneered at Gravis. Did you live your whole life under a rock or something? No, we don't get killed. They just kind of bully us. Bully you? Gravis looked astonished. Yeah, like slapping us around and taunting us. Sometimes they even take our stuff. Oh, look at me. I'm a guard. I'm so safe in my own house and in my walls. I'm better than everyone else. The bandit taunted in mock sarcasm. Tsh fucking arrogant as shitty-ass tin cans. Gravis ignored the vulgar language. I really don't understand. Wouldn't stealing from the traveling merchants discourage them from traveling? Why would anyone important let that happen? The bandit groaned again in exasperation. Dude, you really are the textbook definition of an innocent village boy from the mountains, are ya? You've probably even never visited a city before, right? The bandit looked at Gravis, who didn't react. The bandit spat to the side. Man, just my luck running into you. Suddenly, the bandit looked surprised as he got an idea. Or you running into me. Haha. He laughed wildly. Gravis just looked at him in indifference. Oh, come on. It's a fucking joke, asshole. Don't just fucking look at me with that deadpan-ass, corpse-ass stare of yours. Gravis did not comply. The bandit grew increasingly annoyed. What? Say something, he shouted. Instead, Gravis just lifted his right hand to his chin in thought and continued watching. Gravis had a particular feeling right now which concerned him. He kind of liked the guy. Even though the bandit was continuously insulting and disrespecting him, it bizarrely made Gravis feel like they were growing closer. This was so strange. No one had ever talked to him like this before. This was a completely new experience for him. Gravis looked up into the sky, in thought. What? You estimating how far you can throw that stick in your ass? Shit's gonna pierce the heavens probably, by how hard and stiff it looks. The bandit continued. Gravis just continued thinking. The bandit spoke without restraint. He spoke without social norms, and without any care of what others might think. In Gravis' eyes, the bandit was following his own emotions and desires without restraint. Wasn't that precisely what Gravis wished? Didn't Gravis wish for a free life, without restraints? Hey, did that stick pierce your brain too? Or did your parents not find dash? Suddenly, Gravis felt incredible fear. He didn't understand why, but it felt like, if he remained here, he would die. Without hesitation, Gravis sprinted as far away as possible. A toilet to shit in. So dash boom. Gravis was already 30 meters away from the bandit. Yet a gigantic shockwave hit him in the back and threw him away for over 100 meters. His insides churned, and the world turned white. Incredible heat was melting the surroundings, while the shockwave threw everything far away into the distance. Gravis hit the ground and slid for a while until he finally stopped. For the most part, his skin was fine, and his bones and muscles only hurt a little. If he didn't have tempered skin, he would have been heavily injured. Gravis slowly got up and looked at the spot where the bandit was. His eyes grew wide at what he saw. What the hell? Gravis saw a round crater with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Everything had been swept away, and the still-standing trees at the crater's border were burning fiercely. In the middle of the crater was a round rock, around 1 meter high. The rock sat at the exact position where the bandit used to be. A meteorite, Gravis concluded. Out of nowhere, a meteorite had struck the bandit. When the bandit and Gravis were initially speaking, they stood at a distance of a couple of meters. What were the chances that a random meteor just suddenly struck the exact position of the bandit? This was no mere bad luck. This was a deliberate action. On top of that, Gravis had felt an unimaginable fear before it happened. Gravis wasn't delusional. He knew that he didn't have any kind of secret, highly advanced sense of danger. Such a sense would take forever to develop, and his cultivation realm was way too low for that. This sense of fear was a deliberate warning. A sudden meteorite and an unexplainable feeling of fear. Only heaven could do something like this. For some reason, heaven wanted to kill this bandit immediately and not implicate him. Gravis also understood why heaven warned him, even though it really didn't like him. If heaven could just kill him like it pleased, with a meteor or a lightning strike, for example, then there was no fair chance for him. Heaven had only stolen his karmic luck and used soft tactics up until now. There were surely rules that it needed to follow. Also, if heaven could just straight up kill him, Gravis' father would have never allowed him to cultivate. As Gravis thought more about it, he got another idea. Maybe it wasn't the rules stopping heaven from killing him. It had killed the poor bandit just fine. Maybe it was because of Gravis' father. Heaven could bend its own rules however it pleased with others, but if it bent the rules with Gravis, his father would probably grow furious. Gravis had heard from Orpheus that not every world had the same heaven. Heaven in his homeworld was its own entity and only cared about its own earth. Heaven of his homeworld was the strongest heaven of all, and every other heaven was below it. This meant heaven of this lower world was not the same heaven as his homeworld. On top of that, it was obviously way weaker than heaven in his homeworld. Since Gravis' father was as strong as the highest heaven, this heaven in the lower world was obviously much weaker. if heaven of the lower world pissed his father off. So, that's the reason. Gravis remembered that the bandit wanted to insult his parents. Insulting his parents? Gravis felt like he understood how heaven felt. It was like a situation where two young kids stood beside a sleeping tiger, and one of the two watched the other one taking out a stick to poke it. The first kid immediately grew panicked and used everything to stop the other from poking the tiger. "You can die if you want, but don't pull me into this," was probably what this lower heaven thought. As his time in the lower world progressed, Gravis began to understand heaven more and more. First the luck, then the soft tactics, now the direct interference. Gravis' father ensured that heaven would keep by its own rules. Heaven could only interfere to a certain degree regarding Gravis. Without his father, Gravis would have long died. Though, on the other hand, if Gravis didn't have his father, he would be way luckier than now. What an interesting contrast. So, there actually was a certain degree of contrast and balance. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. If that is true, is heaven actually fair? Gravis muttered to himself. Slowly, he began to feel like something in him brightened lightly. Felt mysterious. Felt like something that he never had suddenly appeared. He felt a slight warmth coming from within. Is this karmic luck? He asked himself. As if it answered him, he felt it slowly vibrate. Heaven heard everything. Maybe this was heaven's method to try to get him over to its side. If he accepted heaven, he wouldn't be this unlucky anymore. He would probably stumble upon great opportunities, and together with his elemental synchronicity, he would soar through the cultivation path. Yet, if he accepted heaven, he would forever be under its rule. Heaven would never allow anyone else to grow as strong as itself again. If he followed heaven, he would always remain beneath it. On top of that, he would betray his whole family. If Gravis' father decided to offer peace with heaven, it would probably accept happily. His father obviously had not, though. This meant there was a deeper reason. Gravis turned to look at the meteorite. Heaven is fair? If heaven truly were fair, it would not break its own rules to protect its own hide. On top of that, if the bandit actually managed to utter what he wanted to say, Gravis' father probably wouldn't care. Why would the opposer care about the ramblings of an ant? Yet heaven, even if the possibility was incredibly small, decided to ignore its own rules. It was only fair when it wanted to be. Gravis sneered. Fuck off. Immediately, he felt the warm feeling inside of him vanish, and he heard a loud thunder coming from the sky. There were no clouds or even lightning. It was just a loud thunder. Gravis grinned. It seemed like heaven was angry that it didn't succeed. Gravis had never been on the same path as everyone else. Everyone else lived their life in karmic luck. They were all trying to grow closer to heaven. Heaven was the supreme ruler of everything on earth, in their heart. Trying to understand heaven's rules? Trying to grow closer to heaven? Trying to leave their life at heaven's mercy? Gravis was different. Gravis' family were the only ones who fought against heaven. They were the only enemies of heaven. Everything under heaven was under its mercy, except Gravis' family. That was because they had his father. They were destined to never walk the same path as heaven. They would remain enemies as long as one side was still alive. That was why his father was called the opposer. Gravis continued on his way to Body City. He didn't keep what happened in mind. Even though he had learned much and now knew more about heaven, that didn't change a thing. He was still without luck, and he still had to create his own lucky chances. He could know as much as he wanted about heaven, but he couldn't do anything without enough strength. Stop! Another bandit jumped out from a nearby bush. Why were they always hiding in bushes? This time, Gravis actually stopped. He was interested in how this whole thing worked. He looked at the bandit with a curious glint in his eyes. I have paved this road. I have planted these trees. I have watered this grass. I created everything here. Pay a toll to pass or receive judgment. The bandit shouted loudly and imposingly to the heavens. To be honest, Gravis was a little impressed by the sheer magnitude of the bandit's boasting. Many of the trees were at least 100 years old, yet the bandit was only a young man. He wondered if anyone would actually believe that. "How much is the toll?" Gravis asked. He wondered how expensive all those tolls actually were that the bandits always wanted. "I see that you are a man that follows the law. I am also a man that follows the law. The toll is the same for everyone. The toll is 50 copper coins." The bandit narrated. Gravis was really surprised. 50 copper coins? That was only half a silver coin. That was way less than he had thought. No wonder the merchants were still walking the streets. Gravis thought more about it and realized that, due to all these bandits with tempered skin, the road was actually rather safe. What ferocious beast would dare to run around this road? The more Gravis thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Bandits, which normally extorted poor helpless merchants, were keeping the main trading road clean with only a little money. No wonder the guards didn't do anything about them. The bandits were a huge help for the merchants. The bandit waited for Gravis to answer, but Gravis didn't react. Slowly, the bandit lost some of his drive. "Hey, is 50 copper too much for you? 40 would be all right as well." He sounded more sympathetic now. Gravis focused again and looked at the bandit with narrowed eyes. He wanted to see how that other thing would go, that the earlier bandit told him. "No, I will not pay," Gravis simply stated. The bandit first furrowed his brows. "Oh." Then he looked like he understood something. "Oh." Now he cleared his throat. "How dare you to disrespect my life's work? I have cared for the trees for many years. I have watered them every day with at least 10 liters of water. How can you be so heartless?" The bandit was back in his heroic, overbearing self. "I won't pay," Gravis said. He was not good at this whole posturing before a fight thing. The bandit was waiting for Gravis to say more, but nothing more came. Suddenly, the bandit deflated. "Really? That's all you have? Way to kill the mood." He groaned and rolled his eyes. Gravis felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry, it's my first time doing this," he explained. The bandit groaned in helplessness and nonchalantly waved his hand. "Ugh, don't worry. It happens sometimes. It's normal. Do you still want to try?" he asked, concerned. Gravis nodded sheepishly. "Sure, let's just fight," he said. The bandit quickly held up his hands. Wow, wow, wow. Stop. We can't just go without some foreplay. How about this? You try to pass me, then I stop you and say another phrase and you just say no. Then we fight. How does that sound?" the bandit asked. Gravis nodded. He walked forward and tried to pass the bandit, who quickly jumped in front of him. "Stop! You've violated the law. Pay a fine or serve your sentence," the bandit shouted imposingly. Gravis simply did as instructed. "No!" he shouted. "Then pay with your blood," the bandit shouted and drew his sword. With a heroic jump, which was full of openings, the bandit slashed at Gravis' shoulder. Gravis just stood there, and the bandit slowly grew panicked when he saw that Gravis was not moving. The bandit didn't want to cripple the poor guy. Clank! The sword hit Gravis' shoulder and chipped. Gravis just stood there, not caring. On the other side, the bandit looked at his chipped sword in shock. He quickly jumped back, now more panicked. "What are you?" Gravis furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" he asked. The bandit pointed at Gravis with a shaking finger. "Even the strongest tempered skin would have, at least, been split. You don't even have a scratch on you. You're not a human." Then the bandit gasped loudly. "You must be some strange kind of demonic beast. No wonder you didn't know how to posture." The bandit grew more afraid and started fleeing down the road. Gravis honestly didn't know how he should feel right now. He had been mistaken for a demonic beast. Should he be angry? Should he be embarrassed? Should he feel proud? He wasn't sure. After a while, he just sighed. "I think I'm not cut out for this whole posturing thing," he concluded and continued down the road. What's even the point of that? Gravis continued running leisurely, and soon he started to catch up with the bandit, who was talking to another bandit by this point. They noticed him, and the earlier bandit blanched while the other one gripped his spear firmly. The bandit jumped at Gravis and used all his strength to stab the spear into Gravis' abdomen. Crack! The spear couldn't withstand the force, and the shaft broke in the middle. Though this time Gravis' skin had a slight poke mark. It didn't draw blood, but it was at least visible that something had hit him. Spears were harder to wield, but if they connected, they had an enormous destructive force. The bandit looked in pure terror at his broken spear. Then he quickly turned around and continued running down the road, together with the other bandit. Now Gravis felt a little amused, and for the first time in a long while he felt a little mischievous. He continued down the road, making sure that the bandits were just a little faster than him. He wondered how this would go. Gravis continued running after the bandits. Along the way, the bandits picked up lots of other bandits. At the beginning, the new bandits didn't believe the old bandits and attacked Gravis. Yet, after their weapons broke, they immediately joined the makeshift bandit caravan. Now, every bandit that saw the caravan immediately joined them in running away. Gravis smiled while watching the bandit caravan growing bigger and bigger. Chasing those bandits was a lot of fun. Suddenly, a cold shudder went through Gravis. He nearly fell for Heaven's trick. He had started enjoying the feeling of superiority. If he hadn't noticed Heaven's intentions, his will would grow weaker. Gravis realized that he could not relax. Heaven was treacherous and used every kind of scheme to stop him from growing. Even this innocent bit of fun could be weaponized by Heaven. Gravis clenched his teeth. You really won't allow me any kind of happiness, he muttered to himself as he continued running. Why are we running? We are over 20 people by now. With that many people, we can even take down a low-grade demonic beast. One of the bandits shouted to the others. Are you kidding? One of the first bandits of the caravan shouted through intermittent pants. My full-power spear thrust didn't even break its skin. Gravis had already been degraded to an it. If we can't even break its defense, then how are we supposed to kill it? There must be something we can do. I'm not sure I can hold out much longer. The same bandit who proposed the attack said. Quit whining. I've been running way longer than you and I can still keep going, shouted the very first bandit. You're going to be impressed when you see how far your body can be pushed in this chase. We only need to run. The closer we get to Body City, the stronger our fellow brothers get. But it's so far, one of them whined. Why don't we just scatter and get picked off one by one? Are you insane? There is safety in numbers. Another one immediately shut down the idea. Hey, you just said that our numbers don't matter, so how is there suddenly safety in numbers? The bandit seemed annoyed. Have you ever seen a swarm of fish? They can't do anything about their predators, but due to their numbers, many of them survive. I doubt the monster will kill every single one. One of them explained. Fuck you. I'm taking this chance. Another bandit shouted as he left the street and ran to the right into the forest. Tisich idiot. A bandit spat on the ground. They watched how the monster chasing them would react to the fleeing bandit. Surprisingly, the monster seemed to ignore the bandit. When others saw how it ignored the bandit, they immediately took their chance and also scattered in all directions. You idiots! Cursed the first bandit, and continued running along the path. Who will warn our brothers, if you all run for your lives? He shouted at them, heroically. It seemed like this bandit had quite the loyal heart. Even if it might cost his life, he would still warn his brothers on the street. Luckily, he was not completely alone. Another bandit followed him. Ignore those selfish bastards. We'll warn our brothers, he stated heroically as they pitifully continued running. Gravis tried to ignore everything. If he were to attach any emotions to this situation, it would only help Heaven. After all this running, Gravis finally decided to take a break and slowed down. Also, he started getting hungry. He didn't bother to bring any rations since he could just hunt any wild animal or ferocious beast. The two bandits grew ecstatic as they saw Gravis giving up the chase. Yet they continued running. They had to get away as far as possible. After some minutes, they ultimately left Gravis' vision. He didn't care and just rested for a couple of minutes. After he had rested enough, he ran into the forest to get some food. He searched for some minutes until he heard a loud roar echoing throughout the forest. Interesting, Gravis muttered and ran to the roar's origin. When he arrived, he saw a big clearing in the middle of the forest. There were no animals and no grass. This seemed unusual. Gravis also saw the origin of the roar in the middle of the clearing. It was a sizable badger. It was probably around 2 meters high, and its gray fur was glistening in the sun. It calmly lay in the middle of the clearing. Low-grade demonic beast, Gravis quickly concluded. After all his fights, Gravis developed a certain feeling towards beasts. Just by watching a beast, he could roughly gauge its strength. Just what I needed, he muttered. Finally, something that could put his new tempered skin to the test. On top of that, low-grade demonic beasts in the wild always loitered around natural treasures. There was a difference between low-grade demonic beasts in the wild and the ones near human settlements. The target monsters of the hunting guild's missions always stayed close to human territory. Those monsters were using humans as a food source to keep growing. Yet, the monsters in the wilderness always took the best spots. Gravis walked to the badger but didn't activate his will aura, while carrying his saber in his right hand. The badger noticed him and slowly rose to its feet. Normally, it would just roar to scare anything away that was coming closer. Yet, this time there was a difference. It had started getting hungry. The badger didn't stand on ceremony and charged at Gravis. And when it reached him, it swiped one of its claws at him. Gravis wanted to try out his tempered skin and blocked the claw with his free arm. CRSH. The claws left some shallow gashes in his arm that bled. It didn't use its full power, and its claws were not its primary weapon. Gravis knew that and concluded that a normal attack would not injure him heavily. That was a significant improvement to the past. If he got hit by anything in the past, he would be severely injured. In the past, he couldn't allow for any mistakes. He always had to be perfect. It seemed like, with his tempered skin, he only needed to evade the really strong attacks from low-grade demonic beasts. The pressure had lessened immensely. Yet, everything had its advantages and disadvantages. While surviving grew easier now, the tempering of his will grew harder. If the pressure lessened, his will could not increase that quickly anymore. Additionally, Gravis was absolutely sure that he still couldn't take on a middle-grade demonic beast. Their attack power and speed was just too overwhelming. Tempered skin or normal skin, it literally didn't make a difference. He would get severely injured or killed either way. This left him in an awkward spot. Tempering his will grew severely harder by fighting low-grade demonic beasts, but middle-grade demonic beasts were definitely too strong for him. When the badger finished its attack, Gravis instantly released his will aura, which had grown stronger by killing the centipede. The badger immediately stiffened. It felt like a mighty beast was close and would kill it at any moment. If its enemy weren't so close, it could react properly, yet the sudden shock made it unable to move. Gravis had already guessed that his will aura would stun the badger, so he immediately jumped for its head and buried his saber into one of its eyes, as far as he could. The badger couldn't react in time, and the saber cut through its eye, right into its brain. The badger panicked and swiped one of its paws at the saber. Gravis simply retreated, leaving his saber stuck in its head. BRCK. The full power of its swipe struck the saber. It didn't matter from which side it struck the saber. The cutting edge was angled to the inside of its brain. If it hit it from the inside, the saber would cut through its brain, and if it hit it from the outside, the saber's blunt side would shake or destroy its whole skull. As for breaking the saber, that was impossible for a low-grade demonic beast. The swipe hit the saber's inner side, and it cut deep into the badger's brain. The badger immediately seized and fell to the ground. Its muscles and limbs were spasming out of control. Gravis jumped to the saber and moved it around in the badger's brain. Shortly after, the badger completely stopped moving. Gravis looked at the dead badger and started thinking. My will aura has substantially increased after killing the centipede, and I can use it as a surprise attack. My skin allows me to block most attacks of low-grade demonic beasts. As long as nothing unforeseen happens, low-grade demonic beasts should not be any threat to me anymore. He sighed. I've grown stronger. Enemies that always required me to execute a nearly flawless plan perfectly can now be killed casually. Gravis didn't feel excited. He didn't know why. In the past, He always imagined him being incredibly excited or happy when his strength increased. Yet it felt like he didn't care. Why was that? Gravis had already realized the reason, but it was hard acknowledging it. It was because he was alone. Gravis knew exactly what heaven had planned. It forced him into a life of isolation and showed him what he was missing out on by continuing to cultivate. Sarah, Anthony, the whole hunting guild, Joyce, her teacher, and even the bandits were all nice people. A vast majority of the people that he met were kind people with good hearts. Was this coincidence? Of course not. In a cruel world where everyone desired higher power, there were bound to be many selfish people. Yet Gravis had met too many good ones on his journey. They all showed kindness to him, even when he acted cold and distant. They tried to include him in their circles, yet he always had to reject them. Weak enemies and friendly people. Heaven really tried everything to destroy his motivation. Gravis knew what heaven wanted, yet it was so hard to resist. It was slowly grinding down his drive. The only things that kept Gravis going were his family and his eventual return to his homeworld. He only had to grow powerful enough, and then he wouldn't be alone anymore. He had to keep going. If he stopped now, what would Stella say? What would his father say? Well, his father would probably say that it was all right, but Gravis was sure that his father would still sigh in sadness. His father surely hoped for one of his children to grow to his level. Gravis was sure that his father had a good reason to fight against heaven. His father had probably lived for a very long time, with no one but heaven standing on his level. In some weird way, he was perhaps also feeling alone, even if he had a family. Gravis gritted his teeth. He couldn't stop now. He wanted to go back to his family. He wanted to make his father proud. He wanted freedom. He wanted to take revenge on heaven. Heaven was constantly emotionally torturing him. Instead of losing his drive, Gravis' hatred toward heaven only increased. Gravis looked upward at the sky, with hate-filled eyes. He transformed all his loneliness into hatred and rage. At some point in the future, Gravis would make heaven pay. With newfound motivation, he quickly looked around the clearing. There had to be a reason for a low-grade demonic beast to stay here. After searching, Gravis promptly found out. In the middle of the clearing, behind the spot where the badger had been sleeping, he saw a lone melon. When Gravis saw it, he immediately realized several things. There was no vegetation in the clearing because this plant had absorbed all the life force in its surroundings. Due to all the theoretical lessons in his homeworld, Gravis also knew what this plant was. An origin melon, he sneered. An origin melon was called as such because it symbolized the start of cultivation. Yet, what was generally considered the start of cultivation in this lower world? It was skin tempering. One melon would completely temper one's skin, no matter what. It didn't matter if the person required 1 or 10 skin pills. One melon would fully temper their skin. Gravis had been looking forward to what he would find by killing the low-grade demonic beast. Yet, he had completely forgotten about his karmic luck. If he had had this origin melon before, all his difficulties in tempering his skin wouldn't have happened. Yet, he found one just when he had tempered his skin. Heaven really was cruel. Well, it should be worth at least something, Gravis said as he pocketed the origin melon. Now that all his sadness and curiosity was gone, Gravis remembered that he was hungry. He dissected the corpse of the badger and cooked it. After a satisfying meal, he went back to the street and continued on his way. Surprisingly, Gravis had not seen any bandits after traveling for several hours. It seemed like they had all been warned. Like this, Gravis traveled without any interruptions. That was until he grew close to Body City. Just a couple of kilometers away from Body City, Gravis saw a big bunch of bandits standing behind an imposing man. The man was nearly 2 meters tall and carried a humongous sword made of bone on his back. He stood imposingly in the middle of the road, and it seemed like nothing could shake him. Gravis had a prediction who the man was, based on all the context clues. A bandit with tempered muscles, he concluded. This would be interesting. Gravis stopped about 20 meters away from the bandit and looked him in the eyes. So, you are the demonic beast in human form, he harumphed. You don't seem that impressive. I'm not a demonic beast. I'm here for the entrance exams of the elemental guilds, Gravis stated. He didn't want to entertain any misunderstandings anymore. Bullshit. We couldn't even pierce your skin with a full-powered spear strike. No human can have that hard of a skin, the first bandit shouted. Gravis furrowed his brows. My skin is just very hard. It took me 20 skin pills to temper it. Of course, it's hard. The bandits looked shocked, but the first bandit continued. 20 skin pills? As if, where would you even get enough money to buy all those? Gravis sighed. I cleared all the missions of the local hunting guild of Wilderness Town. It took me a while, but I managed to get enough money. Gravis didn't want to tell them about the middle-grade demonic beast. They would not believe him, and he would look even more like a liar. Some of the bandits started talking with each other. Some of them lived near Wilderness Town, and something like that couldn't be kept secret. After a while of discussing, one of them walked forward. I've heard that the demon from the hunting guild was able to release a frightening aura. We don't feel any of that from you, he said. Oh, do you mean this? Gravis asked as he released his will aura. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the bandits felt an immense pressure coming down on them. They had trouble breathing, and cold sweat was running down their bodies. Yet, just as quickly as the pressure appeared, it vanished again, and the bandits looked around in shock. They were not sure what just happened. At one point, it felt like death itself was coming to get them, and then everything returned to normal. What was happening? Even the bandit with tempered muscles had felt terrified for a short while. He took a deep breath to calm down, and his expression of disdain vanished into one of interest. What is this aura? He asked. If you go through enough life and death battles, your will increases, and if it reaches a certain threshold, you can manifest it. That's called a will aura, Gravis explained. The bandits looked around, unsure about the truthfulness of it. This seemed too magical. Something illusory like the will can manifest itself? The bandit with tempered muscles, on the other hand, seemed very interested. He went through some life and death battles in his life, and he kind of had a feeling for the enemy's will. Yet, only after he heard Gravis' explanation was he able to connect those two. The difference between his prior enemy's will and Gravis was like heaven and earth. Interesting, he shouted. I believe you. Everyone looked at the bandit, but their fear slowly vanished. He was the strongest bandit on this long street, and he had seen many things. If he believed Gravis, then it was probably true. Gravis nodded and continued walking forward. Shink. Yet the bandit unsheathed his giant sword. How about we spar a little? He asked. Of course, we'll stop when it gets too dangerous. Now, this is interesting. I wonder if I can take on someone with tempered muscles. Gravis thought. Gravis nodded. All right. My name is Gyros. What's yours? Gyros said as he readied his humongous bone blade. He did a couple of small jumps to warm up and swung his sword to the left and right. Gravis saw how gracefully and quickly Gyros moved his sword and realized that this fight would not be easy. I'm Gravis, he said. Gravis, a good name. All right, let's start. Be careful, Gyros shouted as he shot forward and chopped at Gravis. Fast, Gravis shouted in his mind. Gyros was faster than a low-grade demonic beast. Gravis always had to preplan his actions against such opponents, because his own speed could not compare. Yet, this time he fought a human with such speed and power, not a monster. Gravis wanted to test his opponent's strength and blocked the humongous sword with his saber. Boom! Gravis' whole body shook, and the power of the strike buried him up to his knees into the ground, the street breaking in the process. His entire body ached, and he felt like his whole body was churning on the inside. Oh, that's impressive, Gyros said with surprise. I didn't use my full strength, but you still managed to block my strike. Gyros jumped back. Your muscles are definitely not tempered yet, but you could still block a casual strike from me. That's really impressive. Gravis jumped out of the hole and limbered up his stiff muscles. After some seconds, where Gyros just waited for Gravis to finish, Gravis readied himself again. All right, we can continue. Gravis' eyes narrowed. Now, this fight will become different. Jiro's laughed loudly. "I'm looking forward to it," he shouted as he shot forward again, doing the same chop as before. Gravis was prepared and raised his saber again in a block. Yet, this time he was not blocking but parrying. A parry was more challenging to pull off than a block. Gravis had to redirect parts of the enemy's strength to change the course of the attack. With all his prior battle experience, he managed the parry pretty easily, and the sword missed him, hitting the ground. Gravis' saber, which was raised slightly due to the parry, immediately shot forward in a counterattack towards Jiro's face. Jiro's didn't grow panicked and simply slapped the saber to the side with a hand. Jiro's arms moved very quickly, and even though they were further away from his face than the saber at the beginning, they quickly closed the distance. Gravis didn't lose his focus and went with the flow of the attack. His whole body angled to the side sharply. Just in time, Jiro's other arm swung the sword diagonally upwards. Even though Gravis' body was already angled very strongly, the sword would still take his arm if this continued. Clank! Gravis' knee hit the side of the rising sword, changing its trajectory slightly. While it continued swinging, Gravis crouched under the sword and stabbed his saber forward again. A slash would take too long. Only a stab would be quick enough. Just like last time, Jiro's slapped the saber. Shink! Yet this time things were different. Gravis was sure that Jiro's would do the same block again, so he angled the saber in the last moment. Jiro's had slapped the saber's sharp edge, and even though he managed to block the attack, his hand bled strongly. Jiro's looked at his bleeding hand in shock. "Don't pull the same moves twice," Jiro's heard Gravis shout, who had jumped back again. The bandits looked shocked at the exchange. Someone without tempered muscles had injured their boss. This was unreal. They had seen how the fight went down, so they quickly figured out why. Gravis was moving like he already knew what his opponent would do. Just when Gravis' opponent started an attack, he was already moving as if he already knew. Jiro's looked at his hand, then laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! I believe you fully now. The way you move is very strange, yet it's incredibly effective. With my experience, I can tell that this is not some martial art. Those moves were created by yourself in multiple serious fights. You definitely have more fighting experience than me," he shouted in happiness. More fighting experience than the boss? The bandits asked themselves in shock. Their boss was already in his 30s and had fought a lot of battles. His fighting experience was extensive. Yet a young boy around 16 years old had more fighting experience than him? How was that possible? Gravis was surprised that Jiro's could glean so many things from two simple exchanges. Gravis knew that Jiro's probably had a lot of fighting experience. A lot of fighting experience together with tempered muscles. This was a formidable opponent. "Have you learned martial arts before?" Jiro's asked. Gravis furrowed his brows. "I don't think so. I have only been taught the absolute fundamentals of weapon usage. Ever since then, I have only fought. If you asked me how I would train, I wouldn't even be sure how to answer you. I never trained anything regarding my weapon specifically. I only fight," Gravis narrated. He had just noticed how weird that actually was. Weren't cultivators supposed to swing their weapons in training daily? Jiro's grew really interested. "This is astounding. Your fighting style is basically untouched by human guidance. Now that you say it, it also feels more like I am fighting a beast. This is interesting. Want to continue?" he asked in eagerness. Gravis nodded. Maybe if he fought more with Jiro's, he would learn more things about himself. An opponent who didn't want to kill him and had enough fighting experience was rare. Gravis was using Jiro's as a mirror to analyze himself. "Be careful, Gravis. I didn't use my full strength before, because I was afraid you would get seriously injured. Now I'm going to use my full power," Jiro's shouted and then shot forward. He swung his humongous sword in a horizontal slash. Jiro's was even faster than before, and without Gravis' extensive fighting experience, he would have been hacked in two. Instead of falling back, Gravis ran into the swing. He blocked it with his saber and jumped a little. The swing of the sword pushed the saber along, as well as Gravis. Gravis just flew along with the sword. When the sword slowed down, Gravis quickly pushed himself under it, using his saber as leverage. From a crouching position, Gravis pushed upwards on the side of the sword with the full power of his body, transforming the horizontal sword's trajectory to a diagonal one. Jiro's eyes widened as his sword completely left his control and swung upward. In one fluid motion, Gravis laid his saber on the closest edge of the sword and moved it towards Jiro's like he was grinding the sword. The big bone sword didn't have a guard at its handle. Guards on sword handles were explicitly created to prevent a scenario like this. Jiro's gritted his teeth. If this continued, Gravis would sever his hand. Bang! Instead of changing his sword's course, Jiro's swung it further. Because of this, his body also rotated further. Gravis lost his leverage on the sword's edge, and suddenly an elbow shot towards him. The elbow came too suddenly, and he couldn't react. The elbow hit Gravis in the shoulder, and Gravis flew away for nearly 10 meters. Gravis landed and used his momentum to get back on his feet quickly. Gravis bitterly smiled. His shoulder was broken. He had lost. How could he win with a broken shoulder? Jiro's calmed down slowly. Gravis' maneuver was brilliant, and Jiro's had nearly lost his fingers. If he didn't have so much fighting experience, he wouldn't have been able to make this split-second decision to further move his sword. Yet, Jiro's knew that Gravis probably wouldn't have severed his fingers. This helped him calm down. They were only sparring, not fighting to the death. "Truly impressive," he said. "You made my heart boil in fear and adrenaline. It's been a long time since I felt that." Gravis smiled bitterly. "No, you're the impressive one. You countered every attack of mine perfectly. The only time I injured you was because you underestimated me. I've truly lost." Jiro's furrowed his brows. "What are you talking about? What do you mean with you lost? You haven't even used your so-called will aura. I fought with my full strength, yet you didn't." "It was obviously my loss," Jiro's announced loudly. The bandits were shocked, but soon they realized that Jiro's was right. They had felt Gravis' will aura before, and they knew how oppressive it felt. One didn't have to have extensive fighting experience to know how strongly it would suppress them. In the end, the bandits agreed with Jiro's. The fight would have gone completely different if Gravis released his will aura. Like this, their astonishment for Gravis only increased. Gravis smiled bitterly. This was a spar, not a fight. If you fought for your life, you would have also fought differently. We can't determine a winner through a simple spar. "You're wrong," Jiro sighed. "Not everyone is as used to life and death battles as you. I can say with certainty that I have used my full strength. Spars and true fights are the same thing for me." Jiro's looked bitterly at the sky. "Maybe that's the difference between you and me. I've lived in peace for too long and have forgotten how it feels to be close to dying." Gravis was astonished. It was hard to accept that someone else was stronger. Gravis was really impressed by Jiro's strength of will. Jiro's had lots of fighting experience and didn't shy away from acknowledging his own weak points. All in all, he was an impressive fighter. Gravis sighed too. He saw himself in Jiro's. If Gravis ever lost his drive, would this be what he would become? A person with a lot of fighting experience, yet crippled of the drive to move forward? Someone who lived comfortably and was okay with where he currently was? However, Gravis also saw longing and regret in Jiro's. Jiro's obviously wanted to become stronger, yet he lost the drive to risk his life. Gravis felt the regret in Jiro's and wished to never arrive at Jiro's position. "I must not become complacent," Gravis shouted to himself in his mind. There was no easy way of gaining strength. If Gravis weren't prepared to risk his life, he would be fine for a while, but eventually, he would find himself in a weaker position than people who lived on the edge of death. He would lose his advantage, and it would be incredibly difficult to regain it. Gravis' goal was the peak. He might live longer if he didn't risk his life, but he would never reach the peak like that. "It's all or nothing. Either I die or I reach the peak," Gravis swore to himself. "By the way, you should look into martial arts when you reach Body City. Having your own fighting style is important and impressive, but don't neglect your ancestors' teachings. They have lived for much longer than you and have accumulated more fighting experience. You should buy some," Jiro's advised Gravis. Gravis nodded. He knew that many people would have created fighting techniques that he couldn't create himself. It would help him immensely in furthering his own fighting style. Jiros sheathed his sword again and walked to Gravis. "If you ever need a place to return to, you can always come to our bandit guild," he said with a smile. "You have a guild?" Gravis asked in astonishment. Jiros raised an eyebrow. "You didn't know? Of course, we have a guild. How else would we be able to enforce all the rules that a bandit should follow?" Jiros laughed lightly. "You're a strange one." With that, Jiros extended his hand to Gravis in friendship. Gravis nearly accepted the hand out of instinct, but he stopped himself. He felt like he saw the shadow of heaven behind Jiros. If Gravis accepted his invitation, he would either have to stop moving forward or Jiros and maybe even the whole bandit guild would die. Gravis clenched his teeth and his fists in frustration. "I'm sorry. I can't," he said through gritted teeth. Jiros furrowed his brows. "What's the issue with accepting a friend?" "I'm really sorry," Gravis said again. Jiros only sighed. "You probably have your reasons." Jiros took his hand back. "I see genuine regret in your eyes. I might not understand, but I believe that you have a good reason," he said with a bitter smile. Tears nearly came down Gravis' face. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Gravis couldn't look Jiros in the eyes, and he felt ashamed. Rejecting heartfelt feelings was difficult, and Gravis wished he could accept. With the return of his loneliness, his hatred for heaven also returned. "Heaven will pay. What are you all still doing here? Get back to your posts. The merchants won't extort themselves," shouted Jiros suddenly to the bandits. They quickly perked up and started running away in different directions. All of them sent one last glance at Gravis and left. Jiros only winked at Gravis. Gravis felt grateful because he realized that Jiros had helped him out of his current bitter and embarrassing predicament. "Thank you," Gravis said again. "Don't mention it," Jiros smirked. "I'm looking forward to how far you can go." And with that, Jiros also ran down the road. Gravis' eyes followed Jiros back, and he saw Jiros waving at him as he ran down the street. Even though it hurt, Gravis was still happy that he met him. Gravis felt a bit regretful as he remembered all the bandits he had run over while he stayed in Wilderness Town. They always jumped out of bushes and started posturing, but he just ran them over. Today, he had learned that not all bandits were cruel murderers. Gravis quickly shook his head, and with renewed motivation, he continued to Body City. He still had a lot of time until the entrance exam started. In that time, he could research different kinds of martial arts and include them in his fighting style. Gravis grew excited as he came closer to Body City. Only a couple more kilometers, then he would be able to explore a whole new city. He was sure that the city also offered bone-tempering pills. The martial arts were surely also extensive. Gravis couldn't wait. Body City was big. Its walls were made of solid metal and had a height of about 20 meters. And as Gravis stood before the city, he felt like a gigantic wall was splitting the world in two. The walls extended several kilometers to either side, and Gravis could not estimate the city's size behind them. This was an impressive fortress that no one in the body-tempering stage could damage. Gravis walked to the city entrance, where he could see a queue forming. Obviously, it would take a while to get into the city. Gravis simply stood at the back of the line and waited for his turn. It took nearly 2 hours until he could enter. 1 silver entrance fee, a guard told him with a bored expression. Gravis fumbled around in his pockets until he found 1 silver. It was surprisingly hard for him to find 1 silver since all his bags were full of gold coins. After a while, he found it and threw it to the guard. "All right, you can enter," the guard continued narrating boringly. Gravis was a little surprised since he was still carrying his saber. "Weapons are allowed in the city?" he asked in surprise. The guard let out a snort like he heard something amusing. "Weapons don't matter. Every city guard has tempered muscles, and our city lord has a fully tempered body. The only people that can act out of line in Body City are people in the Magic Gathering realm. And what would someone in the Magic Gathering realm want from our city? Now go in," the guard explained and then shooed Gravis to enter. Magic Gathering realm? This seems to be the name for the energy-gathering realm in this lower world. I wonder why they call it magic, Gravis thought. Gravis didn't wait any longer and just went into the city. A city really was different from a town. All the guards had tempered muscles, which meant that, theoretically, Gravis couldn't do whatever he wanted in the city. In Wilderness Town, there was no one with his strength. But here, every guard was able to put up an intense fight. Gravis felt happy because all this pressure of constant weaklings attacking him was vanishing. Now, there were enough people at his level in the city. If someone wanted to fight him, they surely wouldn't be weaklings that he could just ignore. Just thinking about all the potential opponents made Gravis' blood boil. As Gravis walked down the busy main street, he looked around the city. Every single building was made of stone and had at least 2 floors. Many shops, guilds, and even arenas littered the side of the main street. Though what he didn't see were stalls on the streets. It seemed like the city forbade stalls from opening in the streets. Come here, come all. Anyone able to take on Big Barry? 15 wins with no defeats. You only need to pay 10 silver to fight a strong opponent. Where else could you find such a good deal? One man shouted from beside one of the arenas. Apparently, fighting in arenas was also a way to make money. Gravis ignored the arena and continued. He was excited for potential enemies, but that did not mean that every fight could help him. A battle in the arena was obviously not a fight to the death. It was more like a sparring match. Sparring from time to time was okay, but if he sparred a lot, his will and his feeling for danger would weaken. This was one of the reasons why Jiros had become stagnant. Sparring was entertainment and learning. Fights for life and death were tempering. In Gravis' current position, sparring with someone might help him learn a little, but it was not worthwhile. He had learned a lot from Jiros, and before Gravis had consolidated his newfound knowledge with martial arts, he did not intend to spar. His killing intent had to remain sharp. Gravis quickly arrived at a big plaza. He was quite surprised by the sheer size. It was a square plaza and it was over 1 kilometer wide. In comparison, the central plaza of Wilderness Town was only some 100 meters wide. On top of that, in contrast to Wilderness Town, there was not a single stall to be seen. Gravis found a familiar building in red that had a big sign above its entrance. It was another medicinal pavilion. Apparently, this kind of shop existed in multiple towns and cities. Gravis quickly walked to the pavilion. He had a lot of money, and he intended to buy something to temper his bones. If he managed to temper his bones, then only the muscles would be left, and due to his incredible foundation of tempering everything else first, his muscles would become unfathomably strong. Gravis entered the store and was immediately assaulted by a variety of smells ranging from herbs to pills. Just by the smell, Gravis could tell that this medicinal pavilion was superior to the one in Wilderness Town. Many customers roamed around the store, talking with different employees. Gravis didn't care and walked to a free counter, where a middle-aged man stood. "Hello, young man, how can I help you?" asked the middle-aged man with a smile. "Hello? I have an origin melon that I would like to sell," Gravis said. He first had to see how much money he had exactly so he could estimate how much he could spend. "Oh," the man said in slight surprise. "Would you mind showing me? We need to estimate the quality of the melon," he asked. "Doesn't every origin melon temper a skin completely? Why is the quality relevant?" Even though Gravis asked that, he had already taken out the melon and placed it on the counter. Even though the tempering will be successful, the advantages of tempering the body with a natural treasure, compared to pills, is that children can also successfully refine them. That's where the quality of the natural treasure comes into play. The higher the quality, the earlier it can be refined, and the more it's worth, the man explained, while he inspected the melon. After a while, the man finished his inspection. "All right, the melon has around 80% natural quality. That's not bad. Sadly, it seemed to have been thrown around in your bag recently, which damaged it a little. Looks like you had a good fight while that was in your bag," he explained while laughing a little. Gravis sighed. He was moving around erratically and with his full power when he was fighting Jiros. He had totally forgotten about the origin melon in his bag. "So, how much for the melon?" Gravis asked. With the added damage, the inherent quality gets reduced to 70%. This means that a 7-year-old child could refine it. That's still pretty good. We sell origin melons on that level for around 25 gold. The old man explained and laughed lightly. Though we have to make a profit. So, how does 20 gold sound? He asked. Gravis was surprised since that was way more gold than he had anticipated. He had thought he would maybe get 10 gold. One skin pill in Wilderness Town was worth 7.5 gold, and not everyone needed 2 of them. 10 gold seemed like a fair price, yet they were selling for 25 gold in this city. How come origin melons are worth so much? I only expected it to be worth around 10 gold, Gravis asked. The man continued smiling as he had already expected the question. If we only consider the tempering, then the melon would only sell for 7.5 gold since one skin pill costs 5 gold. Yet, many strong families, who are afraid of their enemies and want to give their heirs a good start in life, are ready to spend a fortune to temper the skin of their young heirs. A 100% natural quality origin melon even goes for 50 gold. Gravis was surprised due to multiple reasons. First of all, the amount of money that families were willing to spend on their children, even though they could just wait for them to grow older and take a skin pill. The second reason was the price for the skin pills the man had quoted. He had said 5 gold. In Wilderness Town, a skin pill went for 7.5 gold. Gravis had thought that the prices would increase with the city's size, but it decreased instead. All right, deal, Gravis said. The man took the melon and wrapped it in some kind of paper. Then he smacked his table twice, and a young girl quickly ran over and took the melon. 5, 19, 7, 70. The man spoke. Gravis was confused about what the man said, but the girl nodded and ran to the back of the store with the melon. The man took out a bag of gold and counted. When he had finished, he laid the bag before Gravis. Anything else I can help you with? He asked with a smile. Gravis looked over his finances. He had around 135 gold in total. How much for a natural treasure that tempers bone? The man grew excited when he heard Gravis ask about natural treasures for tempering the bones. Do you have any? He asked. Gravis felt a little confused. No, I am looking to buy, he explained. The middle-aged man deflated and sighed. Sorry, out of stock, he confessed. Out of stock? Gravis asked in surprise. The man sighed again. Yeah. About a week ago, a fire broke out in one of our storage rooms and ruined all the natural bone tempering treasures. The other treasures were fine, luckily. No one knew how the fire started, but when we noticed, it was already too late. On top of that, we normally get like 3 of those treasures per week, but for some reason we have not received any since the fire. This is really some bad luck. Bad luck? Gravis thought. About a week ago, Gravis had killed the centipede. It seemed like Heaven's plan fell flat with the centipede's death, and it immediately used its contingency plan and destroyed all easy ways for him to temper his bones. Heaven saw everything, and it knew that Gravis would go to Body City for the entrance exams of the elemental guilds. Of course, it also knew that Gravis would want to temper his bones. Heaven was really showing its ruthless side by destroying all easy ways to temper one's bones for an entire city. Gravis clenched his fist again when he thought about Heaven's actions. He could probably also forget about finding any of those treasures anywhere else in the city. Heaven would not allow for such an oversight. He had to take the hard path yet again. Okay. Do you at least have pills for tempering bones? Gravis asked. The man waved nonchalantly. Of course. Even if they burn down, we can just make more. You don't have to worry about that, the man explained in confidence. Okay. How much for a pill? Gravis asked. 1 bone pill is 10 gold, the man said, his smile back on his face. Gravis did some math and realized that he could buy about 13 pills. Gravis was absolutely sure that he would need just as many bone pills as he needed skin pills. If I buy more than 10, could you reduce the price? Gravis asked hopefully. First, the man was shocked. Who would buy so many pills? Then he grew excited. This was a big customer. Sure. We can reduce the price to 9.5 gold if you buy more than 10, he offered. The supply of bone pills was endless, so it was no issue to give such a big spender a discount. They wouldn't run out even if Gravis bought hundreds. Gravis did some math and realized that he could buy 14 now and still have around 2 gold left. Though he also wanted to look into martial arts, so he decided to buy 13 instead. All right, I'll buy 13 then. The middle-aged man grew excited. All right, 13 pills cost 123.5 gold, the man said with a delighted grin. He knocked on the counter again and told another set of confusing numbers to his assistant, who quickly ran away to fetch the pills. Gravis took out 123 gold and searched for the remaining 50 silver, but couldn't find any. You got change for a gold? He asked the man. The man just waved him off. Let's reduce the price to just 123 as a thank you, the man declared magnanimously. He took the gold, just as the assistant came running back with a wooden case. The assistant opened it, and Gravis saw 13 pills inside the case. The assistant closed it again and placed the case on the counter. Gravis took it and stuffed it awkwardly under one arm since his broken shoulder had not healed yet. Gravis nodded. Thank you. The man just smiled. No, thank you. Gravis turned around but stopped. Do you know where I can buy martial arts? He asked. The man pointed to the exit. Across the plaza is a big dark blue building with lots of ornamental weapons. That's the martial hall. You can find all the martial arts you need in there. Thank you, Gravis said and left the medicinal pavilion. When he came outside, he could already see the martial hall even through the crowded central plaza. The building was just as big as the medicinal pavilion, and it was surrounded by many stone and metal ornaments in the form of different weapons. A big sign showed the words Martial Hall, written in aggressive and overbearing strokes. Ark, Gravis heard from behind him. He turned his head just to see a man trying to pull on the wooden case from under Gravis' arm. Obviously, the would-be thief didn't have enough strength. Though Gravis was really surprised since he hadn't noticed the guy until he made those noises of exertion. Suddenly, a guard bodied the thief and held him down. Maybe that's why the city is called Body City, Gravis snickered to himself. The poor thief was on the floor and tried to take out a dagger. Yet another guard came and kicked the dagger away, and the guard started kicking the guy. Stop resisting, they continued shouting as the guy cowered in a fetal position. Come on, man. That's enough, Gravis said to them. The 2 guards looked at him, saw his pill case, and, surprisingly, stopped. He was resisting arrest. We were only fulfilling our duty. The guard spoke with confidence and then looked at the poor thief. Well, he stopped resisting now. Boys, let's get him to HQ, he shouted to the newly arrived guards. One guard lifted the thief above his head and ran off. Gravis was not sure how he should feel about this. Thieves were a problem in a city, but the guards went a little too far. Gravis sighed as he realized that might truly made right. Weak people were often suppressed by stronger ones, just because they were weak. Though Gravis felt pity for the thief, he didn't intervene. The thief had tried to take out a dagger previously, and he was still alive and not injured too much. The guards apparently held themselves back. If they were serious, just one kick from the guards would distribute the thief to different parts of the surroundings. Gravis continued walking to the martial hall, now being more careful about his case of pills. He quickly arrived and entered. The inside of the martial hall looked different than the medicinal pavilion. It had a long wooden floor, and Gravis could not see any display cases. There were also no counters. The only thing of note that Gravis could see were multiple people comfortably kneeling on cushions at the opposite wall. Some others were sitting before those people and spoke to them. This was probably how the martial hall conducted business, and it surely was different than Gravis had imagined. He quickly went to a free spot and sat before a vigorous young man with sharp eyebrows. The young man opened his eyes. What do you require? Gravis wanted to say martial arts, but that seemed kind of obvious. I'm not sure how you conduct business around here. It's my first time in a martial hall. I'm looking for different kinds of martial arts to supplement my fighting style, Gravis explained. The young man immediately stood up in fury and shouted, How dare you? The whole martial hall fell silent as everyone got startled and looked at the angry young man, who had just shouted. Gravis was just as startled as everyone else. What was wrong with what he had said? Who do you think you are? Are you trying to blaspheme our ancestors' teachings? The man shouted, his head already reddening by all the anger he felt. Silence! An old, yet imposing man walked in. He wore rough brown robes, and his muscles showed through the opened front. He had a long mustache, which extended beyond his face and fell down to his chest. This is not a place where you can lose your control. The man roared loudly with anger in his voice and pointed at the young man. You still require more training. Go to the tranquility pools and stay there until I call you. But Master Dash, silence! Another imposing shout shook the martial hall. Go! The old man ordered again. The young man wanted to protest, but clenched his fist and walked away. He obviously was very unwilling. I apologize for this interruption, everyone. The old man continued, now with a friendlier voice. You can all go back to business, the man said friendly, while he bent down to remove the young man's pillow, which he replaced with his own. Then he comfortably kneeled on his cushion and looked at Gravis with a neutral look. Now, what did you say that made him so mad? He asked. Gravis quickly shook his head to get his bearings. I told him that I am not knowledgeable about how you do business around here. Then I asked for different kinds of martial arts to supplement my fighting style. Did I say something wrong? Gravis asked, concerned. The old man listened, and when Gravis finished narrating, he understood why the previous man got angry. He looked into Gravis' eyes and then sighed. What you have said could be interpreted as cursing our ancestors, he explained. Gravis was shocked. Was the young man actually justified in getting angry? I'm sorry. That was not my intent, Gravis quickly apologized. The old man sighed again. I know. I can read it in your face. By saying that you have never visited us, you have basically said that you don't need martial arts. This, by itself, is not bad. Yet, with your second sentence, you have said that you want to use martial arts as a supplement for your fighting style. By saying this, you have proclaimed that all our martial arts, which were created by our ancestors, were below your self-taught fighting style. The old man explained with patience. Gravis now understood why the young man had gotten angry, though Gravis also truly believed that many martial arts were worse than his fighting style. He might have accidentally let his prejudice show itself. I'm sorry. I did not intend to disrespect your ancestors. Gravis slightly bowed. The man waved him off. Actually, I would also feel a little insulted if someone else said those things. Yet, it is different coming from you. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Why is it different coming from me? The old man laughed lightly. I was drinking tea with an old friend of mine in the back room when all this happened. He told me about the fight you had with him and also told me that you would probably come to visit. Now, Gravis understood. Are you speaking about Gyros? He asked. The old man laughed lightly and nodded. Yes. He couldn't stop talking about your fight with him and how you seemed to have your very own fighting style created by only fighting for your life. He also said that your fighting style was very effective and something he had not seen before. Of course, that has also piqued my interest. Yet, before I could think about how I should meet you, this incident happened. The old man narrated with a smile. Gravis rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Gyros is incredibly strong. I still believe that he had not shown his true strength, even though he said that he had gone all out. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. How should I put it? There was a certain absence of pressure I felt while fighting him, even though he was the strongest human I ever fought against. The old man smiled bitterly. The pressure you are describing is the intent to kill, and also the readiness to be killed. The old man sighed again. Sadly, Gyros and I have lost this intent. We have grown complacent, and we have lost part of that will. We may still have our intent to kill, but we have lived for too long. We are no longer willing to risk our lives because our lives have grown too important to us. So, I am sad to inform you, but that was truly Gyros' full strength. The old man narrated with regret. When Gravis heard that, he also sighed in regret. Two mighty people whose drive had been crippled. He swore that he would never let that happen to himself. Gravis quickly changed the topic. So, about martial arts. He started and waited for the old man to continue. The old man smiled again. How about we spar a little? With that, I can judge your fighting style and might find a suitable martial art for you. If you win, I will also let you choose another one for free. If you want more, you have to buy them, the old man proposed. Gravis thought about it but nodded. Even though he wanted to avoid sparring as much as possible to not dampen his killing intent, this spar was against a strong opponent and also someone who could show him the right direction. Okay, where? Gravis asked. The man smiled. Follow me to the back, he said and stood up. Gravis also stood up and limbered up his legs. He was really not used to kneeling like this. What's even the point? Sitting is more comfortable, he concluded. They both walked through a door and followed a hallway into another room. Do you want to watch? The old man spoke into the room. Watch what? Gravis heard the voice of Gyros coming from the room. When Gravis entered the room, Gyros grew surprised but then grinned. Of course. Then he also stood up and followed the two through another door. I can't wait to see your ass getting handed to you, William. Then Gyros turned to Gravis. Kick his ass, Gravis, he shouted. And Gravis just nodded awkwardly. They had just gone their different ways. Yet he met Gyros again after such a short time. Gravis still felt awkward about how he had declined Gyros' invitation. Yet, by the looks of it, Gyros didn't seem to mind. They soon reached a sizable garden, filled with trees, plants, flowers, and different ponds. The birds chirped, and bees were collecting nectar from all the flowers. A 20-meter-wide, clear meadow was in the middle of everything. It was flat and could be used as a makeshift arena. At one of the ponds, a young man sat cross-legged with closed eyes. When the young man heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes, and when he spotted Gravis, his fury reignited. It was the same young man who had gotten angry earlier. Yet, when the young man saw his master's strict eyes, he averted his gaze. All right, this should be a good place, said the old man, William. He slowly unsheathed a one-handed sword from his side and looked at Gravis. My name is William, he stated. Gravis took out his saber and warmed up. I'm Gravis, he answered. Gyros had found a spot to the side and watched with a grin on his face. The young man, on the other hand, was surprised but also happy. This disrespectful brat was fighting with his master? He couldn't wait to see Gravis getting beaten to a pulp. In this spar, I will try one martial style after another. In case you don't know what a martial style is, let me give you an explanation. Martial arts have one or several different attacks, while a martial style encompasses the whole way you fight, William explained. Gravis thought about it and nodded. Fighting against different styles would help him get used to various enemies. He had fought many beasts before, but he had never really fought a human who was an actual danger to him in a real fight. If Gravis didn't have experience against humans, then that could spell his doom when he fought one. William smiled. All right, I'll start with the flowing crane style. With that, William changed his sword's hold so that his sword arm looked up like it was imitating a crane's neck. His sword drooped down like it was mimicking the long beak of a crane. You can start whenever you want. Gravis looked at William's stance and didn't see any opening. William could reach and block every direction easily. Gravis was also sure that William had already tempered his muscles. If he hadn't, then how could he have gotten his position inside the martial hall? So, overpowering also fell through. Gravis decided to directly attack him with a slash. He charged at William while lifting his saber. When Gravis got close, though, he realized the best way to counter his attack would be a single stab forward. Gravis would not be able to complete his slash before the hypothetical thrust took his life. CRRRSH. Gravis rammed his feet into the ground to stop his charge. He was still about 3 meters away from William. Even though this seemed to be an excellent opportunity for William to attack, he didn't take it, and instead, continued watching Gravis. Gravis watched William's stance again. Any kind of slashing was a no-go since a counterstab would arrive faster than a slash. Stabbing was also a no-go since the opponent probably outsped him. On top of that, sabers were not made for stabbing. Gravis felt like he was actually looking at a low-grade demonic beast crane. Then why not fight like I would fight a crane? Gravis thought to himself. In his mind, he pictured a crane. 3 meters tall with a long slender neck and thin, fast legs with sharp claws. If he neared it, it would stab him with its beak, and if he attacked it from its side, it would stab its claws at him. Yet, there is one major difference between a crane and a human, Gravis concluded. Now he had an attack plan. Gravis ran at William and lowered himself to the ground while keeping his saber horizontally close to him. He reached William's range, and William stabbed towards Gravis' head. If Gravis couldn't defend, William could stop the attack. He didn't want to kill the young man. Clank! Gravis lowered his head further, and he pushed the sword upwards with his saber. This had required perfect timing. Yet, due to his combat experience, Gravis had felt the perfect timing. William grew shocked at the accurate block. One wrong move would have killed Gravis. Not everyone was ready to go all in right at the start of a fight. Yet, it had worked. Gravis quickly went closer and readied his saber for a slash. William suddenly lifted one of his legs for a kick, but what he saw next shocked him immensely. Gravis was not targeting his body with his slash, but the place where William's leg would be. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like William was kicking right into Gravis' slash. No! William screamed in his mind. Clank! The blunt side of the saber hit William's shin. His leg was not hurt too badly. It only spouted a slight red bruise, yet if Gravis had used the sharp side of his saber, the leg would have been severed. Both of them jumped back. How? How is this possible? Asked the young man to the side to no one in particular. This is one of our highest fighting styles. How can it lose to someone without any martial training? All the thoughts in the young man's head were swirling around. It was incredibly difficult for him to form a coherent sentence. Then the young man shook his head. It was luck, he shouted to himself in his mind. Ahahaha! Everyone heard a lock laugh from Jiro's. You lost only after a single exchange. Jiro's shouted while continuously hitting the floor in hilarity. Fuck! This is so good. William couldn't bother with Jiro's right now. How did you know I would use a kick? He asked Gravis, intense interest showing in his eyes. He had intended to show Gravis the mistakes in his fighting style, but William now realized that he could maybe use Gravis to further his own martial arts and styles. Gravis scratched the back of his neck. You looked like a crane when you fought, so I thought about how I would fight a crane. I realized that a crane has his beak and his claws as a weapon. Yet, the difference between a human and a crane is that humans do not have claws on their feet. It was kind of obvious that you would try to kick me. William's eyes widened. This was definitely not obvious. The kick was the secret weapon of the martial style, and it always caught people by surprise. When people with weapons fought, they mainly focused on the weapons and were not prepared for such an attack. Interesting, William muttered. Would you mind going for another round, while I use a different technique? He asked. Gravis shrugged his shoulders. I want an additional free martial art, he simply said. Sure. William agreed without hesitation. Who wouldn't accept this trade? William would have to pay Gravis expenses, out of his own pocket, but gold could be found anywhere. Yet, an opponent that helped to better his fighting style was rare. William changed his stance. He grabbed his sword with both hands and held it in front of him. His muscles swelled, and he looked like a tiger ready to strike. For some reason, Gravis had immediately seen a tiger image when William changed his stance. So, it's a tiger now? Gravis smirked inside. Gravis had the most experience fighting big cats. The lion and the tiger popped into his mind. This would be easy. This time, William was the aggressor and charged at Gravis with unbelievable speed. Gravis felt like he was fighting the tiger from Wilderness Town again. William lifted his sword and chopped down, imitating a bite coming from a tiger. Gravis also ran forward and slid on the ground again, just like when he fought the lion in the last practical test. He timed it just perfectly and wasn't hit by the chop. Without losing his cool, Gravis simply lifted his saber to his left side. Shink! William's right knee had immediately moved to the left, imitating a claw strike from a tiger. If that had hit Gravis, he would fly for several meters since all of William's weight was behind that knee strike. Yet, William had only hit the sharp side of the saber, which drew blood. Gravis had not held the saber in place, and it flew away. If he had actually resisted with his power, William's knee would have left his body. Gravis couldn't do what he just did against a tiger. Ducking under its bite would leave him open to a claw strike, and those were dangerous. Yet humans didn't have claws. The young man's eyes widened again, and his thoughts transformed into static. "Ah-ha-ha-ha! 2 o'clock!" Jiros shouted from the side. "Man, you can't even put up a defense against him. You always lose in one exchange. I'm so happy to see that." He continued slamming the ground in hilarity. William still couldn't bother with Jiros. He looked down and thought hard. "Is it the same reason again?" he asked Gravis. Gravis simply nodded, and William continued thinking. His thoughts swirled around in his head, and he was trying to understand the reason why his martial styles didn't work against Gravis. "Actually," William heard Gravis say and looked up. "I have a question," Gravis stated. William nodded for Gravis to continue. "Why are you fighting like a beast, even though you do not have the beast's weapon?" Gravis asked. "You don't fight like a human. You imitate beasts and their strengths without having their strengths. Yet you don't make use of your strengths as a human. You don't use the flexibility of our upper body. You don't make use of our ability to crouch very low. This really confuses me." Gravis spoke his thoughts. Suddenly, William felt a light go up in his head. He was fighting like a beast without having the beast's weapons. This was the reason why it was so easy for Gravis to counter him. Yet, without extensive fighting experience against beasts, this would be impossible. "Maybe you're right." William sighed and looked at the sundown on the horizon. It was already evening. "What have I been doing all my life?" William asked himself. "See? That's what I've been telling you all this time." Jiros shouted from the side at William. "Your martial styles might be strong against inexperienced opponents, but their weaknesses get quickly exposed by an experienced one." "Shut up." The young man couldn't take it anymore and stood up. "You don't understand the strengths of martial arts." "Be quiet," shouted William and looked at the young man with narrowed eyes. The young man lost some of his drive. "But master, they are insulting our martial arts," he continued. William took a deep breath and sighed. "That might be true, but they have the right," William said between deep breaths. "I am the strongest person in the martial hall, and they have both defeated me." William bitterly smiled now. "If I, who has mastered most martial styles, lose to 2 people with their own fighting styles, it only shows the weakness of our martial styles." Gravis was impressed by William. William was an old man and had, probably, practiced martial arts and martial styles for his whole life. Renouncing his own experience and ideology required a strong heart and will. Being able to do that was very rare, and Gravis felt like he had met another incredible man today. The young man, on the other hand, went silent and continued watching. Yet, William turned to Gravis. "Martial styles might be useless to you, but martial arts could still improve your fighting strength." William's eyes were blazing. "Martial styles mostly imitate the strengths of beasts, but martial arts take advantage of the human body to increase their power. Watch." William took out his sword again and turned so Gravis could see his side. "This is a normal chop with my full power." William's sword slashed downwards with incredible speed. Gravis could hear the wind being cut from several meters distance, and he realized that he couldn't block this attack. His arms would break at least. William's body was way stronger than Gravis. And this? William lifted his sword again, and Gravis felt a peculiar sensation emanating from William's body. "Is the wind-splitting chop?" William shouted as his body bent slightly to the back, and his sword cut down with even more speed than before. Yet, this time, Gravis could not hear the wind getting cut. The attack was completely silent. To Gravis, the second attack felt more dangerous than the first one. The first one looked like it would break anything it hit, but the second one felt like it could cut the world itself. Of course, William didn't have the strength to do that, but just the change in aura was tremendous. The wind-splitting chop makes no sound and uses the whole body's power to elevate its killing potential beyond a normal attack. William looked back at Gravis with fire burning in his eyes. You might not have the muscle strength to hurt a middle-grade demonic beast, but if you used such an attack, you could break through such a beast's defense, he said with confidence. Gravis grew excited but calmed down quickly because there was a problem with this attack. It might raise the killing power of your attack, but the wind-up time is longer too. If someone took advantage of that time, you have no way to defend, Gravis explained. Exactly, shouted William loudly. That is where martial arts and martial styles differ. Martial styles encompass a whole fighting style, while martial arts are singular attacks with impressive strengths, but also with weaknesses. William smirked slyly. But you are not required to use it every time you attack. Wait for a chance where the enemy is not ready for a counterattack and use it. Martial arts may have weaknesses, but all weaknesses can be made up by timing. Gravis' eyes lighted up, and he pondered more. If he timed an attack right, he might be able to even injure middle-grade demonic beasts. Having a slight possibility to deal damage was better than having no possibility at all. Show me more, Gravis shouted. William smiled. Martial arts were still useful because they were based on the human body. Attack me with a chop. Be serious, and try to kill me with that. As long as you don't follow up with another attack, nothing will happen to me. I will lower my strength to be just as strong as you. He shouted to Gravis and readied his sword. Gravis trusted William and gripped his saber. He charged with his full power and released all his strength in a chop. William blocked it, but his legs buckled, and his knees shook. If we were in a real fight, I would lose the initiative, and you would overwhelm me with your attacks. Blocking is the worst way to stop an attack in a fight. Now, attack me again. Gravis lifted his saber again and slashed. William angled his sword and parried, but he still got pushed to the side, Gravis' eyes following him. Parrying is a better way to block an attack, but it requires better timing and better control of your power. My parry could be considered okay, but it was not perfect. Now attack again, William continued explaining. Gravis was not sure what William wanted to show him. He already knew all that. Yet he attacked again. This time William jumped back. If I retreat from your attack, you will keep pressing the advantage and eventually overwhelm me. As you already know, the last way to stop an attack is a dodge. Yet, without perfect timing, this could end very badly. Yet, there is another way. Attack me again. Now, Gravis grew excited. He wanted to see what William would do. Gravis used another chop, but suddenly, William vanished from his sight. Gravis was shocked because he couldn't find William with his eyes. Yet, he somehow felt William to his left and turned his head. Sure enough, William stood to his left with a grin. You might not believe me, but I have only moved as fast as you, he explained with a grin. Gravis really wasn't sure if he believed him. That was just too fast. He even lost track of William. Please explain. William jumped back to his position. Look at exactly how I am standing. At first glance, it looks like any normal fighting stance, but all my weight is actually concentrated on my front foot. This means William's other leg, as well as his whole body, rotated on the front leg, and he quickly rotated 90 degrees. If I rotate like this and you attack from the front, I will quickly stand beside you while only moving one leg. When Gravis saw it from a distance, it didn't look special. Yet, just earlier, he had seen its effectiveness with his own eyes. Of course, William continued. This only works on straight attacks from the front. A sideward slash would make this whole thing useless. Yet, with the right timing, you can surprise your opponent. William stood up straight and mightily puffed out his chest. If you have a martial art for every possible situation and use them at the right time, your whole strength will multiply. You dodge faster. You attack faster. You attack stronger. Every martial art is designed to elevate one key component of your strength while sacrificing another. With timing, you can ignore the disadvantages and make full use of the advantages. Gravis was impressed by William's performance, and he saw that martial arts could elevate his fighting power to the next level. "Show me," Gravis shouted, and William and Giros grinned. They wanted to see how far Gravis' strength could increase. Ever since that day, Gravis started training in martial arts. In that time, Gravis had learned a lot from William. William even considered Gravis as one of his students, but whenever William tried to close the distance between them, Gravis blocked. Gravis also had never accepted any martial art for free, except those he had earned himself. Sparring for free martial arts was different than William just giving them to him. As long as everything went down like a reasonable trade, Heaven was fine with it, but as soon as William tried to close the distance between them, Gravis felt like he had seen Heaven's shadow behind William. If Gravis accepted, Heaven would not spare William. In the beginning, it was tough for Gravis to reject William. His frustration towards Heaven's sword and his bitterness ate him up inside. Yet after multiple days he started getting used to it. Now, it was not so hard anymore to decline William. He had grown used to it by now. Giros had also visited from time to time and wanted to spar with Gravis, yet Gravis always declined. He had to keep his will aura sharp, and sparring would only dull it. If someone sparred too much, they would get fighting experience in sparring, which was an issue because spars were never fought to the death. If Gravis sparred more, he would get too used to his enemies, and he would also get used to using non-lethal attacks. Maybe he would even start doing risky maneuvers because he knew that he was not in danger. If he got too used to this, he might make those mistakes in a real battle. Another person also frequented the garden where Gravis was training. It was the young man who had gotten angry at him before. He was apparently William's sole student. Gravis also got to know that all the other workers at the martial hall were just employees and didn't take martial arts that seriously. They just knew some of them and how to sell them. On the other hand, the young man had trained under William for multiple years and had soaked up nearly all of William's knowledge. Gravis also got to know that the young man was going to attend the entrance exams as well. When Gravis started training there, the young man was avoiding him like the plague. He still could not accept that the martial styles he had learned could be useless. Yet, even if he didn't recognize that fact, he still stopped practicing martial styles and concentrated on martial arts. Every time the young man wanted to practice a martial style, he involuntarily thought back to Gravis' spar with his master. He also thought back to the explanation Gravis gave, and every time he thought of that, it felt like a pit was in his stomach. By following Gravis' explanation and logic, the young man started seeing weaknesses in his martial styles. This had frustrated him more, and he grew even angrier. The young man had confronted Gravis once when he was alone. He had challenged Gravis to a fight, but Gravis declined. Gravis wanted to spar as little as possible. The young man then announced that he would attack either way and that Gravis had no choice but to fight. The young man had slashed at Gravis, who just continued sitting, and the young man's sword bounced off of Gravis' skin. The young man didn't have tempered muscles, so he had no way to penetrate Gravis' skin. He tried a couple more times, but nothing worked. Gravis had then said, "What's the point of martial arts when your enemy outclasses you greatly with their body? What's the point of martial styles if your enemy sees through its weakness easily?" Usually, the young man would grow angry, but in this case, he couldn't. He had used everything he got, but couldn't even penetrate Gravis' skin. The young man retreated and apologized to Gravis, not sure what to think. This had been a big blow to him. The young man appeared again after a full week, and the first thing he did was apologize to Gravis for his disrespect. He had cast away his pure faith in martial arts and martial styles and saw it for what they were. They were tools to increase someone's strengths at the cost of some disadvantages. Martial arts and styles were no longer divine things in the young man's eyes. He had also politely given his name to Gravis, which was Vasil. Vasil had thrown away all his preconceived notions of power and started to watch Gravis, Giros, and William earnestly. When Giros and William sparred, he paid extra attention. Giros was not using any particular style, but multiple martial arts could be seen by the movements he made. Surprisingly, William had also started changing the way he fought. He could not change a life full of experience, but he could start mixing his different styles. Slowly, William was becoming stronger, and Giros started having trouble suppressing him. In a surprising twist, Vasile had asked Giros to teach him some things. When William had seen that, he didn't grow jealous, but proud instead. His student was finally free from the shackles that had bound him to martial styles and started learning from others as well. People were able to change, even if they seemed hopeless at first glance. At some point, Gravis had shown his will aura to William, whose face had promptly whitened. William had also seen that Vasile and Giros were impacted by the will aura as well, even though they were several meters away. This gave William a crazy idea. "What if you can concentrate your aura onto a single person?" he asked. Gravis' eyes had quickly widened, and he started thinking about all kinds of possibilities. Starting that day, Gravis was ingraining martial arts into his movements by day and trying to control his will aura by night. He had a lot to do, and for the first time in his life, Gravis was actually training. He had only learned theoretical knowledge together with life and death fights in his homeworld. In this world, he had only fought and also never trained. Yet what was the job of a research assistant? Wasn't it to learn and collect the cultivation method of the lower worlds? Gravis was finally doing his job. After 70 days, Gravis had learned a lot of martial arts who could replace specific movements of his body. He had also started making progress on his will aura. He could still release it in all of his surroundings, but he also managed to stop his will aura from affecting the area behind him. Like this, the remaining will aura increased in density, and thus in effectiveness. Gravis had also taken the 13 bone pills, and just as he had thought, he needed 20. At some point, Gravis walked to the local hunting guild but returned in frustration. Apparently, there was not a single mission. Starting about a week before Gravis arrived in Body City, all the beasts had started vanishing. It looked like they stayed clear of Body City's surroundings. Heaven was really motivated to stop Gravis, even if the whole of Body City was collateral. So, sadly, Gravis was not able to temper his bones fully. And just like that, 70 days passed and the entrance exams drew near. The day had finally arrived. Finally, Gravis' goal was in reach. Did he not choose an elemental lower world just to practice in elemental cultivation? Finally, after all these fights and heaven schemes, lightning was in Gravis' reach. Soon, he would take his first true step towards opposing heaven. Outside of Body City was a humongous arena, nearly a full kilometer across. The floor of the arena rose nearly 5 meters above the ground, and there were no seats for an eventual audience. Apparently, the elemental guilds didn't care about onlookers. In the middle of every side of the arena were luxurious white stairs leading to the arena with several guards placed at each one. Those guards were no ordinary guards judging by their outfits. Instead of wearing the usual armor and weapon of regular guards, they were wearing different colored robes. Some of them wore fiery red-colored robes, while others wore robes as blue as the deep sea. Gravis could guess that those guards were not from the city, but probably from the elemental guilds. It was still early in the morning and not many people had arrived, and Gravis was one of the first participants who came. He walked to one of the stairs, which had 4 guards, and stopped some meters before them. "I am here to register for the entrance exams," he announced. The guards all smiled at him friendly, which seemed unusual in Gravis' eyes. Why would guards care about participants? Yet, what Gravis didn't know was that the guards were instructed to act very friendly. Every participant was a potential new asset to one of their guilds, and a good first impression may push a participant to join their specific guild. "Welcome!" A guard with earthen yellow robes walked forward and welcomed Gravis. "First of all, we must test if you are eligible to participate." Then, he pointed at a stone table beside the arena. "Please put your hand on the table. It will verify if you are in the eligible age range," he explained patiently. "Thank you," Gravis said plainly and walked over to the table. The table was gray and made out of stone, but Gravis could see some signs of a formation array. Before the guards could tell him what he should do, Gravis placed his hand on a round stone in the middle of the table. The table shuddered slightly, but that was not due to Gravis using too much strength, but due to the mechanisms and formation arrays doing their work. After some seconds, the table shone in a green light. Gravis retrieved his hand and looked at the guards. The guards nodded at him. Alright, next, we need to test if you have tempered skin. A guard in fiery red robes walked forward and unsheathed his sword. Let me warn you. We don't have an easy way to verify this, so we are using a basic attack. If you have tempered skin, everything will be fine, but if you don't, your arm will be severed. Are you ready? He warned and asked. Gravis simply lifted his right arm so the guard could strike him without a comment. The guard readied himself and chopped at Gravis' arm. Clank! The sword bounced back with cracks in its blade, and the guards looked shocked. They were using quite some strength when testing the participants. Usually, someone with a tempered skin would receive a slight cut, yet the sword bounced when it hit Gravis' skin and even cracked a little. Suddenly, the guards all started laughing. Serves you right for using your own weapon. This is exactly why we have the testing blades, shouted one with a white robe. The guard in fiery robes could only sigh bitterly. He looked at his sword in dismay. My fire blade, he whimpered in agony. That sword had cost him a lot of money. Gravis didn't console him. Stupidity had its price. Maybe the guy could learn something from this experience, so Gravis just looked at the other guards. So, can I go up now? He asked. The others smiled friendly and nodded. Welcome to the Elemental Guild's entrance exams. They all said in unison and made way for him. This is a nice procession, Gravis thought as he jumped up to the arena, skipping the stairs. Suddenly, the guards below looked grim. He jumped the stairs, one said to the others, and they nodded. He might have tempered muscles, another one said. Should we revoke his participation? We all know that it is forbidden for people with tempered muscles to sign up for the entrance exam. Another one shook his head. That is not our task. We are only here to judge the participants on their age and their skin. If he truly has tempered muscles, the guild masters will throw him out. Let's just continue doing our work, he said. The others agreed and continued doing what they were doing before. Gravis saw multiple people already standing in the arena. Most of them seemed to be around 16 years old, and they had all gathered in small groups and talked with each other. Gravis ignored them, walked to a corner, and sat down. He had only registered, so he only had to wait now. Gravis took advantage of the time and started concentrating on his will aura. He released it and tried to shrink the affected space further. His practice in martial arts had already finished, and only actual fights could further his mastery in those. Right now, concentrating on his will aura was the only thing he could do. The other participants looked at the newcomer, but before they could greet him, he had already turned away and sat at a corner. After they saw that, most of them ignored him, but some tried to strike up a conversation with Gravis. Yet, when they got closer to Gravis, they started feeling nervous for no particular reason. The closer they got, the more the nervousness transformed into fear, and all of them stopped at different distances and retreated. They shot a look at Gravis, not knowing what was happening, but they all started giving Gravis a wide berth and continued talking with each other. Gravis continued training his will aura, and as time passed, more people gathered at the arena. When the time had reached noon, one half of the arena was packed with around 5,000 youngsters, but strangely, no one stood in the surrounding 30 meters of Gravis. From above, he looked like a lone tree outside of a forest. He was an outsider. Suddenly, multiple people jumped up to the arena from the furthest side of Body City. They were men and women with ostentatious robes. Their aura, body, and bearing were similar to their elements. One young-looking woman was small and emanated a friendly, calm aura, like a deep lake. Her robes were, of course, deep blue. One middle-aged man was over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles bursting out from the ripped-off sleeves of his earthen yellow robe. One younger-looking man had spiky hair, and a long sword hung on his back. With his fiery red robes, he looked like a volcano ready to burst. In total, there were 7 different people in different colored robes. They all represented their elements and stood beside each other. The entrance exam will now begin, they all shouted in unison, and Gravis opened his eyes. Motivation and greed for power was burning in his eyes. All participants looked up from what they were doing. Everyone saw the 7 people of the elemental guilds, and the more knowledgeable ones knew that those 7 people were the guild masters. These 7 were the most powerful people in the elemental guilds, and all of them were in the energy-gathering stage. Gravis also stood up, yet before he could concentrate on the guild masters, Gravis noticed something else. At the sides of the arena, Gravis could see the heads of some people looking over the edge of the arena to look at what was going on. They had grabbed the side of the arena with their hands and held themselves there to watch. The people behind them, who didn't have any space to grab the edge of the arena, jumped up continuously to look. They looked like dogs who had ventured too far into high grass and jumped over it to see where they were going. Gravis thought that this looked really bizarre. Do they have no shame? Gravis had also seen Jiro's head appearing for a short time. Suddenly, one man, who had been able to grab the ledge of the arena, got pulled down, and Gravis could hear a scuffle. Shortly after, Jiro's head had replaced the man's at the edge of the arena. Jiro's simply winked at Gravis. Gravis smiled a little, feeling some embarrassment for the spectator's actions. Then, he shook his head to clear his thoughts and looked back at the guild masters. "All right, everyone gather at one side of the arena," shouted an old man with blackish-blue robes. When everyone had gathered at one side of the arena, the young woman with deep blue robes took out a crystal ball. The crystal ball looked gray and lifeless. She walked to the middle of the arena and then gestured for the youngsters to come. "Please walk past this crystal ball one at a time," she kindly asked. Many of the youngsters didn't know what this was about, but one of them walked forward, and when he passed the crystal ball, nothing happened. The guild master of water didn't seem to mind and just gestured for the next person to come. Slowly, one person after another just walked past the crystal ball, and it never reacted. The crowd of youngsters grew denser at the crystal ball, and now more than one youngster passed at a time. The guild master of water didn't seem to mind. When the line got too wide, she told them to pass again, but closer. The speed of the line had also increased, and the youngsters were practically passing the crystal ball with a sprint. From above, the whole scene looked like a vat of water had suddenly received a hole, and water was furiously rushing out. "Oh!" The guild master of water released a slight sound of surprise as the crystal started glowing slightly. It wasn't very bright, and not very many people noticed it, but the glow was slowly increasing. The guild master of water grew more interested in the participants and started watching those who haven't passed yet, with more interest. As time progressed, the glow increased even more, and it was shining now like a little star. The gazes of the guild masters increased in intensity, and they started to concentrate on the youngsters, who had not passed yet. Suddenly, the glow increased exponentially, and the guild master of water's gaze focused on a couple of youngsters. "They're coming!" she shouted in her mind. She felt the crystal ball and how it was close to its breaking point due to its released energy, and she knew the person she was waiting for would be the next one. The greed in all the guild masters' eyes increased, and they all focused on a black-haired youngster, carrying a black saber. The youngster ran to the crystal ball, which started shuddering, and ultimately exploded when he arrived beside it. "It's you!" The guild master of water excitedly shouted and tried to grab the youngster. It felt like a massive wave of death and killing intent was released, and many of the surrounding participants were affected so strongly that they even flew back like a shockwave had struck them. The guild master of water also felt the will aura and blanched. She didn't expect it to be this strong. She froze momentarily as a saber chop came down on her head with unimaginable killing intent. The youngster was, of course, Gravis. When he had seen how the crystal ball lighted up when he got closer, he anticipated that this was probably a device to check for something. He also had the inkling that this device would likely react to him. When he realized that, he started watching the guild masters closely. The more the crystal ball shone, the more the greed in their eyes increased. They looked like they were going to go mad with desire. Gravis was not sure what they were after, but being greedily eyed by more powerful people couldn't be something good. At this point, Gravis had decided to flee. Yet, if he just ran away suddenly, the guild masters could single him out and use any kind of excuse to chase after him. Then, he would have to deal with all of them at once. So, Gravis decided to catch them by surprise and kill one of them immediately. This was better than getting chased by all of them. He had concentrated his will aura as much as possible on the Guild Master of Water, and it had worked. The wind-splitting chop would split her head. Clank! Suddenly, a bolt of lighting from the side hit his saber to make the attack deviate, yet Gravis' saber was made out of voidstone. This was the first attack made out of energy that Gravis had received in his life, and the voidstone absorbed the energy without issue. The old man in blackish-blue robes blanched when he saw that. Tarararararark. A wall of stone appeared before Gravis, and his saber cut through most of it but had been stopped in the end. The surprise attack was a failure, so Gravis quickly retrieved his saber and ran away with all his power. Those people were all stronger than him, and he couldn't possibly win against them. Suddenly, Gravis saw the imposing-looking Guild Master of Earth landing before him, blocking his way. All the others, except the Guild Master of Water, appeared around him, staring at Gravis with intense eyes of greed and astonishment, and Gravis felt like death was as close as never before. Gravis was nervous. He had realized already that those Guild Masters were in the energy-gathering stage. He knew that, without a surprise attack, he couldn't even injure one of them. This was the biggest crisis Gravis faced ever since he arrived in the lower world. "What an explosive temperament," said the Guild Master of Fire. "He is perfect for our Fire Guild," he announced with excitement. "Fool! He hasn't even shown a slight inkling before he attacked." "He is better suited for our Darkness Guild," said an old, decrepit-looking man in pure black robes. He looked so thin and weak that one would think he could die at any moment. "You are both wrong," shouted the old man in blackish-blue robes. He was calm until he suddenly struck. "This is the temperament of lightning," he shouted. The Guild Masters of Earth, Light, and Wind didn't say anything. They had seen Gravis' temperament, and it did not fit their elements. They could only sigh in regret. Yet no one cared about the slightly traumatized Guild Master of Water. By now, Gravis had realized that he might have misjudged the situation. None of the Guild Masters made any moves on him and, instead, seemed very interested in him joining their respective guilds. Yet, Gravis did not lower his vigilance. "You asshole!" Everyone heard the Guild Master of Water shout from the distance. She did not look calm anymore, and she now looked more like a tsunami that was about to devastate the land. "Why did you attack me?" she asked in rage and charged at Gravis. "If I don't teach you respect for your elders today, I won't call myself human anymore." An incredible wave of water appeared and shot at Gravis. He quickly readied himself, but he knew that he couldn't block this attack. He promptly used another wind-splitting chop to reduce the incoming water as much as possible, but it actually never reached him. A big wall of earth appeared before Gravis and blocked the wave. "Fuck off, Hammer. That brat nearly killed me, so I have to teach him a lesson," the Guild Master of Water screeched in absolute mad fury. "Calm down, Sign," the Guild Master of Earth bellowed. "You have tried to grab him, and if I were in his place, I would have also attacked. I don't care. Let me at him," she continued screaming in rage, yet the other Guild Masters blocked her. Judging by their faces, they were used to this scene. Apparently, the temper of the Guild Master of Water wasn't as calm as everyone initially believed. The other participants looked at this scene in shock. First of all, many of them got thrown away by a wave of killing intent, and then suddenly, a big battle had broken out, and one of the Guild Masters nearly died. They didn't know how to take this situation. A kind old man in warm light yellow robes walked closer to Gravis, who also had calmed down by now. "Young man, tell us, why did you decide to attack the Guild Master of Water with the intent to kill?" he asked calmly. Gravis felt bad. Obviously, the Guild Masters did not intend him any harm, but he had attacked one with the intent to kill. Yet, Gravis still felt like he would do it again since he couldn't entrust his life to others. "I've seen the greed in your eyes, and I felt threatened," he explained defensively. A look of understanding appeared in the Guild Master's eyes, and some of them laughed bitterly. "Yeah, I can see how you can interpret that the wrong way," a young woman with floating green hair and green robes said. "There are many greedy people in the world, so being careful of others is a necessity for survival." She smiled bitterly. But you have attacked without completely understanding the situation, and you even used all your power to kill Sign. This does not conform with the nature of wind, so I can't accept you into my guild. Gravis didn't really care since he wasn't interested in the wind element in the first place. Instead, he looked around the other guild masters and still saw the greed in their eyes. Yet, he knew now that it wasn't greed for any of his treasures, but for him directly. For some reason, they all wanted to have him in their guild badly. Gravis also turned to the guild master of water, who had calmed down a little by now. "I'm sorry," he said. "You think an apology is enough for nearly killing me?" And like that, she exploded again and tried to get through the immovable wall of other guild masters. Unsuccessfully, of course. She tried everything to get to Gravis. She even summoned loads and loads of waves and water beams as attacks. But the Guild Master of Earth and the Guild Master of Fire didn't even let a drop pass. Gravis felt a little bad for her, but he had already apologized. What else did she want? He wouldn't let himself get beaten up just so that she could alleviate her fury. He turned back to the Guild Masters. "So, why are you so interested in me, and what was that crystal for?" he asked. "The crystal senses heavenly pressure. When we saw it shine, we knew that a Heavenborn was attending the entrance exams, and so we grew excited. We don't get a Heavenborn in every entrance exam, and when our guild manages to raise one, we will be rewarded by the Heaven Sect, handsomely." The old man in blackish-blue robes, the Guild Master of Lightning, explained. Now Gravis was even more confused. What was a Heavenborn, and why did the crystal think that he was one? Yet Gravis was not sure how he should proceed. Apparently, by being a so-called Heavenborn, he received some special status, yet he was convinced that he was no Heavenborn. The only thing connecting Gravis to heaven was pure enmity. "Let me ask you something," said the Guild Master of Fire, not turning to Gravis and still keeping the Guild Master of Water at bay. "Where did you come from?" Gravis was not sure how he should answer that question. He couldn't possibly tell them that he came from a higher world, since descending from a higher world was impossible. Only the peak world had enough understanding about the world to do such a thing, and no one in the lower world would know of the peak world. On top of that, even if they believed him, they would either grow fearful of his background or greedy for his potential secrets. It was risky. Yet, he could also not tell them that he came from some village or city. The elemental guilds had a lot of power, and they would surely check his background. If they didn't find any, they would grow suspicious. So, in the end, he could only give one answer. "I came from the wilds," he explained cautiously. In contrast to his expectations, the guild masters all smirked like they had expected this answer. "A Heavenborn, just like we thought," said the Guild Master of Lightning. Gravis wasn't sure, but he felt like he dodged a bullet here. "What's a Heavenborn?" he asked the Guild Masters. The kind Guild Master of Light smiled at him. "A Heavenborn is someone that was created by heaven and earth. They are bestowed incredible karmic luck, as well as an innate heavenly pressure. Heavenly pressure is the aura you have released earlier. Heavenborns will live in the wilderness until they grow strong enough to travel the world. They are the favorite children of heaven and earth." Gravis sneered inside. Now, he was 100% sure that he was no Heavenborn. Heavenly pressure granted by the heavens? That was simply his will aura that he had trained by surviving multiple life and death fights. Incredibly high karmic luck? That was even more of a joke. If Gravis said that he was the second unluckiest person under heaven, no rational person would say that they were the unluckiest. Gravis felt disgusted and offended that someone would attribute his own hard work to heaven. It was like they had said that he had received everything from heaven and that he had not worked for his success. Had he not fought many low-grade demonic beasts, even though it should have been impossible to beat them with his realm? He never relied on heaven nor on luck to survive. Heaven tried to kill him with the volcano, yet it failed because Gravis had seen through the patterns of his bad luck. Heaven had wanted to isolate him and grind down his will, yet he had persevered. It was an incredible pain each day to stay alone. It was an incredible pain to not accept the friendship of multiple people. It was an incredible pain, seeing heaven's blade on the neck of a potential new friend, saying that heaven bestowed him everything, was the worst thing anyone could say to him. Involuntarily, Gravis released his will aura, and his eyes narrowed at the Guild Master of Light. Do not attribute my strength to heaven, he slowly said in anger through clenched teeth. The Guild Masters could feel his will aura clearly now, and they were surprised by its density. They also thought that it was slightly different from heavenly pressure. Some of them narrowed their eyes in thought. Others felt surprised by the sensation. The Guild Master of Light only smiled bitterly. That was never my intention. I apologize if you took it that way. He politely apologized. Gravis sighed and retrieved his will aura. Maybe the Guild Master of Light really didn't mean it like that. He felt a little apologetic, but that comment had touched a wound. Heaven was the thing he hated the most, and attributing his success to heaven was the ultimate insult to him. Gravis thought that he should also take note of his situation right now. The Guild Masters were nice and friendly until now, but that could change. Anyway, said the Guild Master of Earth as he walked to Gravis. Apparently, the Guild Master of Water has calmed down and was no longer raging around. We have something that we need to discuss, he said as he looked at Gravis with a stern gaze. What? Gravis asked flatly. Your slash has nearly gone through my whole earth wall earlier. That is something only people with tempered muscles can do. Mind explaining that? He asked as he looked at Gravis. When the other Guild Masters heard that, they also looked at Gravis with serious looks. This could potentially ruin every chance they had about getting him into their guilds. It was forbidden for people with tempered muscles to join the elemental guilds. Only by tempering the muscles with their respective elements was it possible to create a body that resonated with the elements. If the muscles were already tempered, it was nearly impossible for the person to build a connection with an element. I don't have tempered muscles, Gravis said without a change in expression. He was still mad about the earlier comments, and he was not acting deferential at all. Then how do you explain your physical strength? Asked the Guild Master of Earth again. I have had tempered organs and blood for a long time, so my muscles are very strong. On top of that, I had used a martial art that focused on pure attacking power, he explained. The Guild Masters looked at each other in relief and a slight amount of shock. Tempering the organs and the blood was, by far, the most expensive. The reason why those people were so rare in cities was that it cost a lot of money to temper those. Only some isolated rich paragons could afford to temper one person fully by spending a lot of money. Of course, the elemental guilds also had enough money for that. They received the resources from the Middle Continent, where those resources were not as rare. We have to test if that is true, said the Guild Master of Fire. Though we do not have an easy method for that. If what you are saying is not true, you will die. Are you prepared for that? He said with an intense gaze. Gravis narrowed his eyes at him. I didn't lie, he said evenly. Sparks seemed to fly out between their colliding looks, yet the Guild Master of Fire only smiled. I like your temperament, kid, he said with a grin. Then, he jumped down from the arena, retrieved something, and came back. He held a peculiar-looking spear in his hand. It was rather long and it ended in 2 long tips. Kind of looked like a fork with only 2 tips. I will stab through the middle of your torso with this spear, which will puncture both halves of your lung. If you have tempered organs and blood, your lung will regenerate without issue from such a small puncture wound. Yet, if you don't, you will suffocate, he explained gravely. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Of course, he was not looking forward to being stabbed, but he was ready to make that sacrifice if it meant coming closer to lightning. Okay, go ahead. He took off his black shirt, which was surprisingly still in one piece after all these fights, and showed his muscular upper body. But don't miss, he remarked with a severe look. Hey, I won't, said the Guild Master of Fire and threw the spear. The attack came so fast that Gravis had no time to react. Energy-gathering experts were really something different. The spear stabbed into his chest, and its tips reappeared from Gravis' back. Gravis had to take a step back due to the hit strength and puked a mouthful of blood. He took hold of the spear and pulled it out of his chest, throwing it to the side. Gravis tried to take deep breaths, but he somehow couldn't. He started coughing violently, and he fell to his knees in this process. The guild masters looked on in intensity, while the participants looked on in shock and fear. This was really too barbaric in their eyes. After several seconds, Gravis let out one more blood-filled cough and then took a deep breath. With that breath, the guild masters looked at him with excitement. He really only had tempered organs and blood. If Gravis had tempered organs and blood, as well as tempered muscles, his earlier attack would have killed the guild master of water. So, they could be sure that he didn't have tempered muscles. "Sign, heal him," said the guild master of fire. "Fuck no," shouted the guild master of water back. The guild master of light only sighed, walked to Gravis, and started healing him with his light. There were multiple elements with the ability to heal others, yet water was mostly seen as the best one since it transferred life energy from the user to the patient. Light, on the other hand, stimulated the remaining life energy of the patient themselves. After some seconds, Gravis stood back up again, looking with intensity at the guild master of fire. "You only said you would puncture my lung, not puncture my whole torso," he said with gritted teeth. The guild master of fire only smirked. "You nearly killed Sign, so take this as your just punishment." He turned to the guild master of water. "Can you let the kid off now?" he asked. The guild master of water just huffed and looked away like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Yet she seemed to have calmed down. If it was his intention or not, the guild master of fire had helped Gravis deal with his enmity with the guild master of water. "All right," shouted the guild master of earth as he stomped on the ground heavily. Everyone grew silent as they listened to him. "We have postponed the entrance exam for too long. We should start." Gravis' eyes grew fiery, and he walked back to the other participants. "Wait!" Gravis heard the guild master of lightning shout and turned around. "I think I have a special job for you," he said with a sly grin. "What now?" Gravis looked at the guild master of lightning. "What is it?" he asked, a little friendlier than with the other guild masters. The guild master of lightning noticed and combed his long beard with his fingers in pleasantness. "The first test of the entrance exams are a test of willpower. We normally use fire torture pills for that. Fire torture pills inflict suffering on the user, and the possibility of death is very real with those. Just spit it out already." "Your mock-com is disgusting," said the guild master of darkness from the side to the guild master of lightning. The guild master of lightning didn't seem to take the comment to heart. "Would you be fine with using your heavenly pressure as a test regarding will?" he asked directly. The other guild masters now had a light of recognition in their eyes. After a while, they all nodded to each other. That was a good idea. Like this, they wouldn't traumatize some of the participants. On top of that, they wouldn't need to waste 5,000 pills for a test. That was a lot of money, after all. Gravis thought this idea was interesting, yet he wouldn't do it for free. "I want bone pills," he said directly. The guild master of lightning smirked. Gravis did not want to take a loss just to please the guild masters. This temperament was very much to his liking. "Don't worry. After the exam, we'll give you all the bone pills you need to temper your bones," he said with confidence. Gravis felt relieved. The next step of tempering was secure now. "All right," said Gravis simply. Then he walked to the middle of the arena, the participants giving him a wide berth. When he arrived in the middle, he sat down, closed his eyes, and released his will aura. Participants that were closer to him immediately jumped back, and again, the image of the lonely island appeared. No one else stood in a radius of 30 meters around Gravis. "All right," came a shout from the sky. The participants looked over and saw the guild masters sitting on some kind of wooden bench on a wooden tower. The wooden tower was around 10 meters tall, and all 7 guild masters needed to squeeze together to fit on the tower bench. The participants had no idea where that wooden tower bench came from, but apparently, the guild masters were prepared for every eventuality. The participants fell quiet and looked at the guild masters, waiting for instructions. Yet, the guild masters were silent for a while. This only increased the tension the participants felt. What the participants didn't know: "Hammer, you're taking up nearly half the bench. Try to make yourself a little smaller." whispered the Guild Master of Fire to the Guild Master of Earth with annoyance in his voice. Earth does not give, said the Guild Master of Earth. Yet, he had already made himself as small as possible. If he didn't have a skin as thick as Earth itself, one would be able to see his face change color to red. He was just too big. Arg! This is infuriating, whispered the Guild Master of Water, squeezed between Hammer and the Guild Master of Darkness. Suddenly, they heard a slight giggle coming from the young woman with green flowing hair, the Guild Master of Wind. She showed a playful smile and jumped to Hammer. She landed gracefully on his lap and sat down, smiling playfully. Now there was more space on the bench. The participants' mouths opened wide in surprise. Were the Guild Master of Earth and Wind in a relationship? No, they were not. The Guild Master of Earth sat as stiffly as a rock. He didn't dare to move. Any kind of movement could be interpreted as an advance from him, and he felt really uncomfortable right now. He showed that his title of Guild Master of Earth was not just for show, and perfectly imitated a rock. The others gloated at him. Serves him right for hogging all that space. The Guild Master of Wind just sat in the Guild Master of Earth's lap and dangled her feet down playfully from his knees. She looked like a girl, playfully letting her legs dangle from the edge of a cliff. "Protection disciples, assemble!" shouted the Guild Master of Fire. Suddenly, from every side of the arena, 7 people each shot up the stairs, looking at the wooden tower bench with different gazes. The Earth disciples looked with envy and pride at their Guild Master, while the Wind disciples laughed slightly. One courageous Earth disciple even showed a covert thumbs up to his Guild Master. "Just wait till I sort you out," thought the Guild Master of Earth in frustration. "Every protection disciple is to get as close as possible to this guy." The Guild Master of Lightning pointed at Gravis. The Guild Masters first had to test how far their own disciples could go, so they could judge what the cutoff point for the participants would be. The 28 protection disciples nodded firmly to their Guild Masters and started closing in on Gravis. But when they reached a distance of 30 meters, they started getting nervous for no reason. The closer they got, the more afraid they grew, but they had to follow their Guild Master's orders. When they had reached a distance of 20 meters, their nervousness completely transformed into fear, and cold sweat ran down their bodies. Yet, they all continued and reached the 15-meter mark. By now, their teeth were chattering in terror, and the first person stopped, while the others continued. Over 50% of the protection disciples couldn't reach the 10-meter mark, and only 2 managed to reach the 5-meter mark. They were a stalwart disciple of Earth and a normally calm disciple of Water, who looked everything but calm right now. The disciple of Earth was a man, while the disciple of Water was a woman. They both looked at each other with a look of competition in their eyes. This was not the first time they went up against each other. They were some of the geniuses of the elemental guilds that had a future in the Middle Continent, and their will was exceptional. Their speed slowed to a crawl as they entered the 5-meter distance, and they used all their power to reach Gravis. A look of madness had replaced their looks of competition. It was like Gravis was their goal in life, and they used everything in their power to reach it. For meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. With incredible courage, they both opened their hands and reached for Gravis. Gravis opened his eyes suddenly and concentrated his will aura on those two. Before, he had only released his will aura passively in the surroundings. Their faces whitened, and they jumped back several meters. Their breathing quickened, and they looked at Gravis in terror. "Don't touch me," Gravis said evenly and closed his eyes again. The other protection disciples managed to go further, and the most distant one was at a distance of 12 meters. "All right, everyone, stop!" shouted the Guild Master of Fire. "You can go back to your posts," he said. The protection disciples felt relieved and quickly ran back down to their posts. "Participants!" shouted the Guild Master of Lightning, and the participants looked up. "You each have 5 minutes to get as close to the young man as possible. 100 participants will go at a time. Now form some lines," he ordered. The participants started running around, forming different lines. After a while, they all settled down again. "Good. The first 100 can go in," he commanded. But we won't tell you how far you have to go in order to pass, he said with a sadistic grin. The participants were very confused. From their distance, they felt nothing special. Why did the protection disciples act this weirdly as soon as they started closing in on Gravis? They really were not sure. The area around Gravis looked like any other. Before we begin, please state your name one at a time, shouted the Guild Master of Lightning. The participants quickly started listing off names, and every Guild Master noted some of them down in a book. The Guild Masters of Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, and Darkness noted down 20 names each. One took the first 20, another the next 20, and so on. In the first wave, they had decided to let 100 participants attempt the exam due to the limited space around Gravis. Also, it was easier to keep track of them if there weren't too many at once. All right, you can start now. The first people started closing in, and for no particular reason, the participants started feeling nervous. As they came closer, their fear intensified, and they started feeling like they were walking to their deaths. It took all of their will and courage to continue. The first people already stopped at the 25-meter mark. They were too afraid to continue. When the Guild Masters saw them, they frowned. Why would people with such weak wills even participate in the entrance exams? The will to move forward was the most important thing. If someone were not ready to put their life on the line, then how could they ever reach even a satisfactory height? The youngsters who had stopped looked like their fear had paralyzed them. They were unable to even move their bodies. This showed their inexperience. If any of them acted like this in an actual fight, they would die immediately. Stiffening up out of fear was the worst thing anyone could do in a fight. Only 30 of the 100 participants reached the 20-meter mark, and they looked like they were nearly dying from fear. In the end, only 2 people managed to reach the 15-meter mark, and no one reached 14 meters. Now, every participant was staying still, breathing heavily. Many of the participants thought the protection disciples had put up an act earlier. They saw nothing happening around Gravis, yet also, their fellow participants couldn't reach Gravis. They didn't know what was happening to the participants, who currently were inside of Gravis' will aura, but they slowly grew nervous and serious. In the next 5 minutes, some participants managed to gain some additional meters. Now, there were 5 people at the 15-meter mark, and the first 2 had reached the 14 and 13-meter mark, respectively. "Time's up," shouted the Guild Master of Wind, and Gravis retrieved his will aura. How could the participants, frozen in fear, move? When Gravis kept releasing his will aura, every participant took a deep breath, shot one last fearful look at Gravis, and left. Everyone who just participated, move over to this side of the arena and stay together, ordered the Guild Master of Fire while pointing at a corner of the arena. The Guild Masters listed off some names to the Guild Master of Light, and he scribbled the results down. His book only recorded the winners, and they were not many. Of course, the Guild Masters didn't publicly announce the winners, so the others wouldn't know the criteria for winning. "All right, next," ordered the Guild Master of Fire. The next participants stepped forward and announced their names. The same thing repeated, and they started closing in on Gravis. This time, only 2 people reached the 15-meter mark, and no one came further. The others tried their best to get as far as possible in those 5 minutes. A lot of time passed like this, and evening was slowly approaching. While the test itself only took 5 minutes, the announcing and jotting down of the names took another 5. Only one group of participants could be judged every 10 minutes. When the last group of participants was finished, over 8 hours had already passed, and the sun was slowly setting on the horizon. The best participant had reached a distance of 5 meters from Gravis, while the worst one only managed 25. "I will now read out the names of the people who qualified," announced the Guild Master of Light and started listing them off. The named participants felt shocked and ecstatic. Some of them also felt confused because they didn't manage to get very far in the test. After roughly 250 names were read, the Guild Master of Light stopped, and the faces of the remaining participants started whitening. Did the elemental guilds actually disqualify 95% of the participants in the first round? This was insane. "I think you've made an error," shouted one participant from the losers bracket. I was in front of that guy, he shouted as he pointed at one of the winners. How can he win when he was behind me? He complained. Actually, said the Guild Master of Wind as she jumped down from her bench and landed gracefully on the floor. The Guild Master of Earth released a deep breath and slumped on the bench, drawing complaints from the other Guild Masters who've got squished by him. Our criteria were twofold, she said as she walked closer to the participant, who shouted earlier. You would pass by fulfilling any of those two criteria. First, she held up one finger. You reached the 15-meter mark. The participants were shocked. Reaching the 15-meter mark was insanely difficult. On average, only 1 or 2 people managed that in each batch. No wonder there were so few people passing. The other criteria, the Guild Master of Wind said while lifting another finger, is advancing another 5 meters after you have initially stopped, she explained with patience, as she walked closer. That's bullshit. If I would have known that, I would have tried harder, shouted another youngster. Yeah, why didn't you tell us? Shouted another one. Being encouraged by each other, the losers started complaining louder. The Guild Masters on top of the bench furrowed their brows. This situation could get out of hand quickly. I hope Wendy doesn't kill anyone, said the Guild Master of Light, and the others nodded. The Guild Master of Wind didn't seem to mind and came closer. A chorus had been created, continually shouting, Let us in! The Guild Master of Wind stopped walking, and her kind smile transformed into a sneer. Let you in? She asked. Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your heads in, she shouted as a storm picked up in the surroundings. A colossal tornado appeared, and before the participants could even react, they all started flying. The tornado was absolutely ferocious, and the 4,750 people in the air slammed into each other constantly. The people spat blood and screams of pain replaced the earlier chorus of, Let us in. The Guild Master of Wind lifted her right arm, and the tornado transformed into a single wave of wind that carried all people. Without a comment, the wind wave circulated once around the arena and then shot off into the distance with all the participants in the losers bracket. Gravis heard the screams growing distant, and decided that he should be friendlier with the Guild Masters. They were energy-gathering experts, after all. The Guild Master of Wind looked into the distance, where she had thrown the participants to, and sneered. This should take the wind out of your sails. The remaining participants looked at the scene in terror. The elemental guilds really did not care about their image. They had attacked 4,750 of the most talented youngsters in the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Were they not afraid that their families and organizations would take revenge? The Guild Master of Wind just nodded in satisfaction like she had finally cleared a mountain of trash, and walked back to the other Guild Masters. The other Guild Masters had, by now, put away the tower bench and stood beside each other. They no longer needed to look from above to judge the participants. Did you kill them? Asked the Guild Master of Earth, unsure. I don't know, said the Guild Master of Wind back. I didn't really pay that much attention to them. I just threw them away. She spoke in a giggly voice. I have no idea if they are alive or not. The other Guild Masters could only smile bitterly, but there was nothing they could do. The Guild Master of Wind was, by far, the strongest of them. The participants looked on in awe. Earlier, they had known about the Guild Master's illustrious status, but only after the Guild Master of Wind acted did they properly see the Guild Master's power. Their will to join the elemental guilds was higher than ever before. I am amazed that you were able to keep up your heavenly pressure for this long, said the Guild Master of Lightning as he walked over to Gravis, who had just stood up. Keeping the heavenly pressure up for this long must be very exhausting to you. Do you require a break? Gravis narrowed his eyes. Another difference between a heaven-born and me, he thought to himself. Apparently, using heavenly pressure required the use of stamina or energy. Keeping up a will aura, on the other hand, came as natural as breathing. The will aura is only releasing the inner self to the outside world. One might think Gravis's state without his will aura activated is his normal state, but that was wrong. Suppressing his will aura took more energy than letting it flow out. When Gravis tested the participants, he wasn't even concentrating. He was just resting. No, I don't need a break. I need my reward, Gravis said evenly. The Guild Master of Lightning laughed. No worries. You'll get all the bone pills you need after we're finished with the tests, he said with a smile. Why not now? Asked Gravis again. He was walking on dangerous territory with that question, and he knew that, but he had to be sure that they would keep their words. The Guild Master of Lightning narrowed his eyes and looked into Gravis' eyes. Sparks seemed to appear between their eyes, and they didn't stop. Gravis couldn't feel the Guild Master of Lightning's will, but he could feel his strength. The Guild Master was definitely stronger than him, yet Gravis did not trust him, yet. The stare continued, and slowly, the Guild Master of Lightning realized that he couldn't suppress Gravis. After a while, he sighed, moved closer, and whispered in Gravis' ear. Because we don't have any with us, he said in embarrassment. They're all back in our guilds. Gravis didn't want to stop now. He needed more power, and he was not ready to trust the guild masters yet. Then go buy some, he whispered back in annoyance. What? Said the Guild Master of Lightning loudly, and everyone turned to him. Quickly, he went back to whispering. Why would we buy the pills from Body City? The prices there are ridiculous. Gravis couldn't let up. He had seen through some of the Guild Master of Lightning's personality. He obviously was rather righteous and honest. If he weren't, he wouldn't have told him openly that he didn't have the pills with him. That was an embarrassment for someone of his status. Because you promised, Gravis said. Suddenly, the Guild Master of Lightning grew angry and slight amounts of lightning came out of his body. He gnashed his teeth in frustration and clenched his fists. The participants looked at him in fear, while the other guild masters gloated. It seemed like the old calm man had kicked a steel plate. The Guild Master of Lightning was wrestling with himself, and he hadn't answered yet. If it is any consolation, I wanted to join the Lightning Guild in the first place, Gravis whispered. I don't care about the other elements. So, why not give a good example and show that my decision was correct? Gravis' whisper was like the voice of a devil. The Guild Master of Lightning released a sigh and calmed down. You win, he whispered. Do you know how many pills you need? He asked. I only need 7 more, Gravis said, also relieved. When the Guild Master of Lightning heard the number, his face whitened. What do you mean, only 7? That's a ridiculous number, he whispered angrily. Gravis looked unhappily at him. I've already bought 13, so don't complain, he whispered back in annoyance. The Guild Master of Lightning's jaw dropped. Are you actually trying to tell me that you need 20 whole pills to temper a part of your body? Where would you even get so much money? He asked in shock. Lots and lots of hunting, Gravis explained. The Guild Master of Lightning looked at Gravis with renewed fervor. If Gravis managed to get so much money from hunting at such an early age, he had to have hunted more than just ferocious beasts. The Guild Master of Lightning got another idea. Have you ever hunted a medium-grade demonic beast? He asked with hope in his eyes. Gravis nodded. I killed one before, but that was mostly thanks to a formation array that I had bought. The formation array kept it inside of a cage for 2 hours, Gravis explained in a whisper. The Guild Master of Lightning noticed the word, mostly. He realized that Gravis had a lot of fighting experience. The Guild Master of Lightning knew which kind of formation array Gravis was talking about, and he knew that it only helped, nothing more. The formation array alone couldn't kill a middle-grade demonic beast. Wait! The Guild Master of Lightning suddenly had a thought. He has been fighting lots and lots of strong enemies for a long while, enough to earn over 200 gold. Now, there is only one question left. Do you mostly hunt alone or in a team? He asked Gravis in a whisper again. I don't hunt with others, Gravis said clearly. The Guild Master of Lightning looked excited and also sly. So, he whispered, you don't have heavenly pressure, but actually a will aura, right? Gravis narrowed his eyes. This could be dangerous. Gravis was not sure how the Guild Master of Lightning would react if Gravis confirmed. Now that I think about it, the Guild Master of Lightning whispered, that would also explain how you could keep up the heavenly pressure for so long. As he thought more about it, more and more puzzle pieces were falling into place. That also explains your angry reaction about what Ferns had said. Wow. He looked at Gravis with fiery greed. A will aura in the body tempering stage. No one would believe me if I told them. Are you two done yet? Came the shout of the Guild Master of Fire. They were all waiting for those two to finish. They had first seen the Guild Master of Lightning getting angry, and then being happy. This was suspicious. Shut up, Cord. I'm busy, shouted the Guild Master of Lightning, and turned back to Gravis. You don't have to worry. I will keep your secret. If I told the others, they would fight for you even more. And if they realized you wanted to join me, from the start, who knows what they would do? He continued whispering. Gravis felt relieved. So what now? He asked. The Guild Master of Lightning grinned. I'll get you your pills. When the next test begins, you should find a secluded place and temper your bones. When you're done, search for a middle-grade demonic beast. We have placed some nice treasures in their territories. If you manage to kill it, you might become rich. Gravis first felt astounded and then grinned. That sounds good, he whispered back. Yeah, just try not to die. If you succeed, the others will look on in envy towards me. When you inevitably join the Lightning Guild, the Guild Master of Lightning started laughing. I think I will have a good time in the Lightning Guild, said Gravis, and they both started shaking hands, laughing quietly and slyly. An agreement was formed. The others looked at the two laughing idiots with different emotions. The participants felt envious and impressed. They also wished that they could build up a connection with one of the guild masters. The other guild masters looked on with narrowed eyes. Nothing good could come from this. They wanted Gravis in their own guilds, and the chances were shrinking by the second. Enough whispering, shouted the Guild Master of Earth and stomped the ground heavily. The arena trembled, and the participants lost their balance. The Guild Masters and Gravis didn't seem to mind. We need to continue. Gravis and the Guild Master of Lightning looked at the Guild Master of Earth together, turned back to each other, and nodded. Then the Guild Master of Lightning walked back to the others with a frown on his face. Gravis walked back to the participants. Hold up! Shouted the Guild Master of Water at Gravis, a sly grin on her face. Gravis stopped and turned to the Guild Master of Water with a frown. Why did they always have to single him out? Everyone's will has been tested, she said, and then pointed at Gravis. Except yours. We can't proceed without testing you, she explained. Gravis' frown didn't leave his face, but he also kind of understood what she meant. The other guild masters didn't know that he was not a heavenborn, so testing him was only natural. Gravis nodded. All right, how? He asked simply. The smirk on the Guild Master of Water's face only increased. Since we can't test you with heavenly pressure, we can only use the traditional method. With that, she threw a pill over to Gravis, who quickly caught it. This is a fire torture pill. When you eat it, you will undergo a lot of pain for the next 10 minutes. If you give up, we can give you the antidote immediately, but you will be disqualified. You only have to get through the pain, and you will be qualified, she explained. The other guild masters looked at Gravis like this was only natural. Being a heavenborn had nothing to do with willpower. He still had to be tested, and all the guild masters looked at Gravis with interest. The Guild Master of Lightning also showed the same expression, but inside he was gloating. Testing his willpower, even though Gravis had a will aura? Was there anything more senseless than that? Gravis ingested the pill without hesitation. Immediately, he felt like his insides were on fire, and the pain was circulating throughout his whole body. It could be described as the most painful thing he ever went through, but not by much. He had fought with several broken bones before without issue. The pain of the fire torture pill was greater than that, but not by much. Gravis simply had to grit his teeth a little. Seeing no reaction from Gravis, the guild masters' faces slowly changed to shock. You idiot! Shouted the Guild Master of Lightning in his mind. He quickly gestured covertly for Gravis to act like he was in pain. When Gravis saw that, he realized what the Guild Master of Lightning was trying to tell him, and Gravis complied. He suddenly keeled over, all 4 limbs on the ground, and started breathing heavily. He also managed to release sweat with the control of his body. The other guild master sighed. Apparently, the pill had taken some time to show its effect. The guild master of lightning also sighed, but for a different reason. Well done, he thought to himself. But he is really impressive. He has not even screamed yet. This takes exceptional willpower, commented the guild master of darkness. The others nodded. Seems like our worries were for nothing. We should trust in the will of heaven and earth. They wouldn't have sent him here if he wasn't ready, he said with reverence. The others nodded, but the guild master of lightning was skeptical. The will of heaven and earth? He was not sure why, but he kind of doubted that statement. He had heard how many beasts Gravis hunted, and this didn't sound like the will of heaven and earth at all. Gravis continued acting for 10 full minutes, and then he slowly got up again. With a deep breath, he calmed down. Acting was more exhausting than he had initially thought. He stood up and walked to the other participants without a comment. They still gave him his own free space, but it was only 3 meters this time. The guild masters nodded approvingly, and the guild master of light moved forward. He looked at the sun, who could barely be seen at the horizon. They were good on time. The next test will also be the last test, he announced loudly with his friendly voice. The participants grew excited. Only one more test and their future would be set. This test is a test about fighting strength and luck. You can pass by either having enough strength or by being blessed by karmic luck. Please, follow us, said the guild master of light as he turned around and jumped down the arena, together with the other guild masters. The participants were slightly confused about the luck portion of the test, but they still followed. The guild masters started walking in one direction, yet they moved rather quickly. It looked like they were walking, but in reality, every one of them used their elements to move faster. The guild master of water rode on some slight waves. The guild master of fire had some fire on his heels that pushed him forward. The earth below the guild master of earth moved forward with every step. Everyone was using their elements to move slightly faster. The participants had to sprint with their full power to keep up, except for Gravis. His muscles were stronger than the other participants, so he was naturally faster. He only needed to jog casually. After 2 hours, the guild masters stopped, and the participants fell on their butts in exhaustion. Running for 2 hours was difficult. By now, it was deep into the night, and only the stars and the moon illuminated the surroundings slightly. The guild master of light created a small ball of light and threw it into the night. Whoosh! The ball exploded and illuminated the surroundings. The participants could finally see where they were. In front of them was a cliff, and a thick forest could be seen stretching into the horizon. The forest seemed eerily calm. This is the basin of nature. You can't see the other side from here, but, just like the name implies, this is a huge basin. It stretches for nearly 50 kilometers, and a wall of cliffs surrounds it. Inside, you will find ferocious beasts, low-grade demonic beasts, and even middle-grade demonic beasts, he explained with patience. The participants blanched when they heard that there were even demonic beasts inside the basin. If they met a low-grade demonic beast, they could still fight, at least if they were in a group. Yet, if they met a middle-grade demonic beast, their deaths were guaranteed, no matter their number. Every beast inside the basin protects a treasure. The stronger the beast, the better the treasure. If you manage to retrieve one treasure, no matter how much it is worth, you will pass and join our guilds, the guild master of light continued. Now, the participants felt the pressure. This could potentially end with their deaths. When you get a treasure, just return to this cliff. We will remain here for 7 days. After 7 days, we will take the winners to our guilds, no matter how many of you still remain in the basin of nature. He explained the cold fact with warmth in his voice. Of course, we will also retrieve every treasure that still hasn't been collected. But let me warn you, he said with a more serious voice. There may be enough treasures inside the basin for every one of you to pass, but there are only 100 ferocious beasts. All the remaining treasures are in the claws of demonic beasts. That is why this test is to test not only your strength, but also your luck. You need luck to run into a ferocious beast. Gravis was ready. The Guild Master of Lightning had sent a protection disciple to get the bone pills, while Gravis was undergoing his will test, and had given them to him on the way to the basin. Gravis only needed to find a secluded space to temper his bones. The test starts now, said the Guild Master of Wind, and the participants started climbing down the cliff one by one. Gravis completely skipped the cliff and just jumped down. His body could deal with a fall from 10 meters. He smoothly landed and ran to the right. Time to break through. Gravis sprinted in one direction, trying to get to the surrounding cliffs as quickly as possible. At the cliff, he would be able to find a cave, and there he would temper his bones. With tempered bones, he could survive at least one hit from a medium-grade demonic beast. Gravis continued running, and after a while, he noticed that he couldn't see any animals. Typically, such a forest should be filled with different animals. Yet, he couldn't see or hear any. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he knew what that probably meant. This is the territory of a demonic beast, he concluded. Yet he continued running. There shouldn't be many middle-grade demonic beasts in here. The chances of me running into one are... When Gravis thought that, his eyes widened, and he immediately stopped. Gravis was angry at himself. How could he forget his incredible luck? Of course, this would be the territory of a middle-grade demonic beast. With his luck, there was no doubt about that. He immediately took out his saber and concentrated on his surroundings. Silently. He had been running in here for a while. There was a high chance that the beast had already noticed him. So, what's your plan, Heaven? Will you send a strong creature with a valuable treasure or a weak creature with a worthless treasure? Gravis sneered. You are probably not sure if I would die to a middle-grade demonic beast. So what will you do? Will you bet big and send a strong one? Or will you bet small and send a weak one? Gravis slowly turned and kept watch everywhere, even above himself. The fact that he did not notice any movement in this large area meant that the beast was an ambush predator. What if there was no beast? Impossible. Gravis wouldn't believe that for a second. If there were nothing, that would be the best case for him, which never happened. Gravis relaxed and lowered his saber, and then immediately released all of his will aura. Scree! He heard coming from above and behind him, and he immediately jumped to the side. He evaded not a second too early because a long, thin, spiky leg stabbed into the position where he stood previously. The beast had attacked when Gravis showed his relaxation, and it got startled when it suddenly felt the pressure of the will aura. That's why it had screeched. Gravis could see the beast now. It was a giant spider, the same color as the night. While standing normally, its body reached 1.5 meters height, and its legs were incredibly long and thin, with little barbs coming out of them. The legs were nearly 10 meters long each, and its 4 red eyes looked neutrally at Gravis. They were emotionless, soulless eyes that only saw prey. When Gravis saw it, his mood grew severe. Big bet it is, he thought to himself. To him, the beast felt like it was just as powerful as the centipede. He could guess that this beast was in the later stages of a middle-grade demonic beast. This was definitely one of the absolute apex predators in this basin. Gravis couldn't watch it for long, as it immediately lunged forward with incredible speed. Gravis was back in a real life and death battle, and one single mistake would doom him. Just like in his early fights with low-grade demonic beasts, Gravis was utterly outmatched in speed, power, defense, and stamina. He had to predict the enemy's movements again because he had no time to react to the enemy's actions. Gravis had already seen how the spider attacked earlier, and when he saw its long, agile, thin legs with barbs, he was pretty sure that those were its primary weapons. Its legs ended in a thin, long, sharp spike. Every step stabbed its legs into the earth, and it was using that increased foothold as a quick way to jump around. Its movements seemed less like walking and more like climbing. Just like he thought, the spider stabbed its leg forward like a spear, as it would not use a slash from this distance. Gravis had already prepared himself, and used the Vanishing Shadow art to sidestep. The Vanishing Shadow art was that sidestep that William had shown him. It moved him quickly beside the leg, as it flew past him. Gravis had already started gathering his strength while sidestepping and immediately released a splitting wind chop onto its leg. CRCK. The chop broke the carapace, but it did not sever the leg. Medium-grade demonic beasts are powerful, Gravis thought to himself. He immediately did a little jump and firmly held his saber. If everything worked as planned, he could gain some ground with that. The spider screeched and quickly threw its leg to the side, where Gravis previously stood. Just like he expected, the spider was too shocked to mount an actual attack, and just wanted to shove him away. If he had remained on the ground, he would have lost his balance and would have fallen over. Yet, in the air, he got pushed away, and when the swing of its leg reached sufficient power, his saber dislodged, and Gravis flew away in a curve. He flew for several tens of meters until he rolled on the ground and continued running. There were several reasons why he decided to get thrown away. First of all, he would gain a lot of ground like that, but that was not the main reason. The main reason was something else. As Gravis looked back, his assumption got proven, as he saw the spider climb over a seemingly invisible 3-meter-high wall. As an experienced ambush predator and a spider at that, it had surely already spun a net around this place. Why else would it wait for so long to attack him? If he blindly ran into one direction, he would have been caught in the net. Gravis had a lot of knowledge and experience with fighting beasts. He wouldn't forget something as basic as a spider being able to create a web. He was sure that the spider wouldn't make the web too high, since it had to create it quickly. Gravis could already see that he was coming closer to the cliffs. He couldn't see that well in the night, but he could see stars vanishing from the horizon, which meant that they were being blocked by something. That's how he could judge that he was closing in on the cliffs. If he managed to reach the cliff, he would have many more options for fleeing. One would think that transitioning from a 2D arena to a 3D arena would only benefit the spider, but actually the opposite was true. It was true that the spider would be able to climb the cliffs faster, but it wasn't able to jump very well. Its long legs, stiff carapace, and great weight made it harder to survive a fall from a great height. So, if Gravis quickly jumped up for multiple meters on the cliffs, and then jumped off the cliff, the spider risked losing its hold and falling on its back if it tried following or attacking him. Also, a cliff was the essence of the earth element. With his elemental synchronicity, he might not be able to merge with it or make it move in an attack, but he could do lots of other things. Gravis looked back again and saw the spider gaining ground. It was pretty fast. Gravis reached the cliff and could see no cave. Gravis spat and decided to go for Plan B. He quickly jumped to the cliff and started crawling upward like a lizard. He quickly reached a height of nearly 10 meters, and he could see how the spider tried to reach him with one of his long legs. Luckily, he had climbed fast enough. Gravis quickly reached the top of the cliff, stood up, and looked down at the spider. Realizing that it couldn't reach him, it started contemplating. Should it climb and leave the basin for its meal, or should it give up?